Live and direct, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Quantum Leap Forum 2021, presented by the Los Angeles Tribune. I want to thank our friends at ROKU TV for helping make this event possible. Of course, this is just the beginning of a two-day deep dive event where we have brought together some of the biggest names in different industries, some surprise guests, and some real magnificent thought leaders and game changers to come together to give you, the viewer watching this at home, a unique experience. I want to start off by thanking all the people that have made this possible. And I want to remind and encourage everybody to really take some time with this event and focus on you. Have a pen and paper handy. We're going to go into some real deep nitty-gritty things with some incredible guests because 2020 was a challenge. 2020 was a problematic year, to say the least. And now at 2021, we brought together leaders from around the world to help you have a quantum leap. And Natalie, of course, I'm alongside Dr. Natalie Forrest, the executive producer of this wonderful event. And before we get into it, Dr. Forrest, I want to take a moment right here at the top of the show, at the top of the hour, to explain who we're dedicating this entire two-day event to. You see, we had invited a gentleman to be one of the keynote speakers, one of the people a part of this event, and sadly, he was not able to make it due to an untimely passing. And that's, of course, Frank Shankowitz, the creator and founder of the Make-A-Wish Foundation. And we here at the Los Angeles Tribune are dedicating this entire event to his memory. This entire two-day event is dedicated to the incredible Frank Shankowitz, who has contributed so much to not just inspiration, motivation, but to the world at large. And, Frank was supposed to be a part of this incredible event, but he still will be a part of this event right here, right now. We're going to consistently bring up his memory, bring up his legacy, bring up all the incredible things that he has done. We love you, Frank, and you're still here with us. And Dr. Natalie Forrest, let's start with you as far as, just the impact, because this is a very important part of our two-day event, the impact that Frank made in the world and what that has to do with what we're going to accomplish here with our two-day event.
Well, Frank was such a special person. He had his own challenges to overcome, and he thrived over them. And he realized the good that just one person can do, just by his own sheer will and desire and the things that he saw. So he started one by one impacting people. I remember meeting him a couple of times, and I remember being one of the first ones to watch his legacy movie. We watched it together, and the way that he treated everybody was from the heart. So he was a true leader, and like you said, he still leads because his legacy, whether it's the Make-A-Wish Foundation or every single person that he touched, even my daughter of 9 years of age, she was 8 when she met him, she remembers him. So that legacy, that impact, starting with a small seed and a small desire, then just can balloon out and really envelop the world. And I believe that is what Frank did and still does, even though he did not necessarily intend to be in the limelight. I don't think that was ever his intention. So I'm grateful for having met him, and I'm grateful for helping carry on the legacy, as I know all of the speakers, all of the experts at this event also feel the same way, because everybody's here to help others, to serve and give. And that, I believe, was one of Frank's big mottos and ideas.
Absolutely. And again, we just want to emphasize that Frank Shankowitz is the kind of leader that we're going to spend the next 2 days to inspire and hopefully build. Because right now, Natalie, what you and I both know is that the world needs a new kind of leadership. And that's why we have brought together some of the biggest names in various different industries to help inspire, to help bring transformational experiences and breakthroughs. So have your pen and paper ready, because we're going to get right into it very soon. Our first speaker is going to be joining us in just a couple minutes. But before we get into that, let's bring in a couple people that have been working behind the scenes. Of course, you guys remember Goldie, who was the MC of our last event, which did tens of thousands of people, and it was a real big draw. And of course, Sherry Gideon's one of the columnists at the Los Angeles Tribune. And Goldie, how excited are you to speak with our speaker that's about to join us in a couple minutes, and for this two-day event that you are going to be a big part of?
I don't even know who to pick, who I'm more excited about. And honestly, just listening to Dr. Forrest speak so eloquently, everybody, Sherry attached to this event is it's mind-boggling. So I don't even know who I'm the most excited about, Mo. I've just really enjoyed learning about all of these people. I'm super excited.
Thank you so much, Goldie. And let's go to Sherry Gideon. So Sherry, what is your hope? What is your intention? What are you so excited about as we start this deep dive, 2-day event?
Well, first of all, I'm super excited about every guest speaker that's going to be on this panel, because isn't Quantum Leap all about dismantling ineffective and limiting beliefs? Isn't it about fueling our minds to step up to that greatness that each and every one of us is? And that's what this panel is going to be sharing. They're going to be sharing ingredients to the recipe for all of us to flourish, for all of us to live this life of greatness. So I'm pretty excited myself. And of course, I love what you shared, Natalie. I mean, that is amazing. And of course, Goldie and Mo. And, let me just say the whole tribute to Frank Shakowitz. I was a very dear friend of his, and he actually endorsed my latest book. And, if I could say one word about Frank, it's heart. Frank had a heart of gold. So I'm really looking forward to this amazing next 2 days.
He absolutely did. And thank you, Sherry, for swinging by. And of course, you will be joining us momentarily. And, Goldie, Natalie, we're going to get right into it. Let's talk about our next speaker. And when we thought about the Quantum Leap event, when we thought about the Quantum Leap Forum, we thought, who in the world would be the proper person to set the tone? Who in the world, out of all the incredible speakers in our network, is the right person to begin this event? Who's going to set the tone, get everyone's mindset right, get everyone focused on what we're here to accomplish? And of course, up next, we do have the legendary James Malinchak. You guys remember him from the hit ABC show, A Secret Millionaire, amongst so many other incredible things that this gentleman has done, whether it's best-selling books, whether it's speaking on stages, transforming tens of thousands of lives. This gentleman is the man to set the tone for this 2-day event. So we're not even going to waste any time. We're going to bring up James Malinchak, who we're so excited about, because this gentleman has something that you need to hear. He has something that you need to write down. Again, we'll emphasize, have a pen, have a paper. You're here to take notes. This is a 2-day event for you. And what greatest gift can you give to yourself than take time for you? So let's bring up James Malinchak. James, welcome to the Quantum Leap Forum right here at the LA Tribune. Great to see you.
Mama man, what's happening? Good to see you, Natalie. Hey, Goldie, how you doing? Good to be here.
Doing so good.
Hi,
Thank you for joining us. And James, when we thought about who can set the tone for this event, of course, you were the first name to come to our mind, because you're known for transforming lives. You're known for transforming businesses. You're known for really helping people have a quick breakthrough. And so just to set the tone of this 2-day event, what is it that you want the people watching at home to really accomplish when it comes to having a quantum leap in their life and in their business?
Oh my gosh, those nice things you said. You must have got the $20 I sent you to say some nice stuff about me. I appreciate it.
I got the Cash App notification right now.
Awesome. Well, no, first of all, thank you all for having me. I truly appreciate it. And to anybody on that's watching or listening, thank you for your time. I lost my sister, Vicky, to a brain tumor several years ago, and it taught me a very valuable lesson. You can always make more money. You can always grow a bigger business. You can always get more customers or clients, but you can't get more time. So the time that you're allowing me to share, Mo and Natalie and Goldie, with your great folks, I don't take it lightly. I appreciate it, and I thank you for that. So, what I really think everybody needs to grasp, this is something I've taught to my students forever, is that you don't go to school once in your life. You're in school every single day of your life. The minute you choose to stop learning, you will stop earning. And I don't just mean an income, right? Earning the respect when you're leading people, earning, the right to have more people to serve, right? And I always say, if you want to earn more, you got to learn more. You can't expect your success level to be here, your income level to be here, and your knowledge level to be here. You have to raise this to raise that. And that's what this entire summit is about, right? Not going to school once and think, oh man, I arrived. I've been doing this for 20 years, or, I'm X age, no, man, we all go to school every single day of our lives. And it's called GIGO, G-I-G-O, garbage in. People say garbage out. And I say, that's not true. That's not true. Garbage in, garbage stays. Garbage in, garbage grows. Garbage in, garbage manifests. And then garbage comes out and affects your life and others in a negative manner. But it's also called, here's the great news, it's called GIGO, G-I-G-O, great in, great stays, great grows, great manifests, and then great comes out and affects your life and others and people you love and care about and your colleagues, business associates, customers, if you will, in a great manner. So got to be careful of what you choose. Everybody hear me, what you choose to let go in your ear gate, because that's what stays. And that's what this awesome summit's all about. It's about putting great gig-go consistently in your mind.
Wow. I love that. I love that. And you look like you're in school right now. I mean, I know where you are, but
I'm in my home office. No, I'm actually in the middle of my mastermind with my private coaching members. We just took a lunch break. And I remember when we were talking, Natalie, I said, if we do it on this day at this time, I'll hop out on our lunch break. I could do this, and then I'm hopping right back in. So
which is awesome.
This is my whiteboard, so I can write and draw things.
Exactly. And that's why I so appreciate you making the time, because you really want to pour into people. Now, since you just mentioned great stuff in, great stuff stays, what, in your opinion, is the greatest piece of advice that you have ever received and are, of course, sharing right now?
Oh, that's great. So I walk into the Portland Convention Center years ago, and I'm going to do a talk for 600 managers, 600 leaders of a sporting goods company, an international sporting goods chain company. And I find out I'm on the program with legendary NBA guru, if you will, Michael Jordan. I mean, and I was so pumped up, because you talk about the epitome of success in a profession. There's nobody better. Right. And so I'm speaking on this program. I'm speaking the second day. He's speaking the first day. So I'm sitting in the front row and I'm taking notes. I got my notepad and my pen, and I'm sitting there with these 600 leaders. And Michael said something from the stage that changed my life. This was, I think, 17, 18 years ago when I first met Michael. He said something that revolutionized my life, that became the greatest piece of advice I've ever gotten. And he doesn't even know, well, he knew later when I told him after I got to know him, but he didn't know at the time he was impacting somebody's life when he said it, right? So many times we think we're just throwing out a line when we say something to a friend or on a great thing like this, and it could become that pivotal transformational moment, right? So I'm ready to take notes, and here's what he said. He said, some people consider me the greatest basketball player that ever played the game of basketball. I don't know if that's true or not, but I've certainly accomplished a lot in this sport, in this game that I love. But then he said, no matter how accomplished I have been, I always needed a coach.
Yes.
So because a coach could see things that I couldn't see. And he said, look, I've scored 30,000 some points. I'm rated as one of the greatest ever. I know how to play the game, but I couldn't see certain things in certain situations. And a coach would tell me, hey, Mike, your toe is pointed straight ahead. That's why they're beating you on defense. But if you just adjust that much and spin your toe out, now you could slide and cut them off. Or Mike, the ball, when you're shooting, your hand is not cupped. And therefore, you're pushing it with your palm. If you just cup your hand, it'll be on your fingertips and you'll get that soft shot. He said, you think I don't know how to play defense? You think I don't know how to shoot a basketball? I've done it my whole life. He said, but I couldn't see those things. And that's what the coaches allowed me to do, was to see those things and become really good at correcting them and not letting them happen again. And Natalie, Goldie, I sat there and I thought to myself, as I'm taking notes, right in the front row, I thought, this is the greatest basketball player in the history of the sport, talking to me and 600 leaders about how he has coaches. And at that time, I didn't think I needed coaches. And I left there, and I never have not invested. Notice I didn't say spend. It's a mindset. Right. Invested in coaches to help me figure it out since that point. So greatest lesson I've ever gotten was stop being a silo. Don't try to be a lone wolf. Run with the pack. Get people who can see things that you can't see and let them coach you to greatness.
James, that is such a great piece of advice and a golden nugget. And I have a question for you, because I used to be that person years ago, and probably still am sometimes, uncoachable, unteachable, stubborn, people trying to give me advice. How do you find the difference between, and of course, we all know coaches and where to find them, like such as your class and what you're doing right now. What about the people that are kind of like our daily noise, giving us, constructive criticism? Like, do you take that? Like, do you not? Because I have a friend that's constantly saying, somebody told me this, and I just want to kind of tell them, I don't think you should be listening to that. Like, do you see what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Well, so a couple things. First of all, do they have what you want? I always say you never take financial advice from somebody that drives a Pinto, right? Right? Because if they were successful financially, they'd probably be driving something a little bit better, right?
Yes.
And so first of all, look at the person who's trying to give you advice, because a lot of folks try to give advice who have very low self-esteem, right? And they think like, well, I'll share with other people because I don't really want to like take my own advice, right? So I always say, look at, do they have or are they where you want to be? If somebody is jacked up and they're giving you advice, that's called a clue. You might want to find somebody not jacked up on that topic, right? So that's my sort of criteria. I always say, well, thank you so much for your opinion. I appreciate it. And then I just move on.
That's nice.
Right?
Yeah. And that's so true. We have people giving us advice all the time, figuring out who are the good people. So if you're talking about coaches and you're talking about finding the right ones, obviously you have a wonderful network. You have a great support team. How do you find the right people?
Well, and this is important because, with the internet today, right, everything's true. Right? Right. Oh, I saw it on Facebook. Must be true. Right. I Googled it and some blog came up. Must be true. Right. And so I always say, first and foremost is they must resonate with you. And a coach should prove to you that they can help you get what it is you want. You're not looking for information. You're looking for transformation. Right. And so when I'm looking to work with somebody who can help me, for example, because I still invest in coaching. I mean, I've been blessed. I've done 2,000, probably 2,500 now, one-on-one consultings and coaching sessions for people. Yeah. But I'm still investing in coaches. Why? Because that's what Michael Jordan said to do. Right. And when the best in the world says that he still invests in coaches, I listen to them. Right. I don't overanalyze it. If this is what, and here's what's amazing. You and I, we've all had coaches our whole lives. If you were a child and you did ballet, you had an instructor. That was your coach. Right. If you played tuba in the band in high school, you had a band, that was your coach. If you played Little League Baseball, you had a coach. You played piano, you had a teacher, a coach. Right. We had teachers and coaches. And then we get like older and we think, I'm good. I got it. I'm good. Right. And so what I say is you have to, for lack of a better way, interview that person in your mind and say, here's the result I want. Are they going to help me get it? Right? Can I feel like they can have that transformation, or are they just shoveling me information? Number one. Right. Number two, have they done it themselves? Right? And number three, this is important. Show me a track record of people they've done it also for. And then number four, if they're really good, give me 10 references that I can call. And here's the trick. Ready? Forget the first 1 through 5. Don't call number 1 through 5 because they're going to be the best references. Call 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And if they're not willing to do that, you might want to think about not coaching with them.
Okay. Now, I have a follow-up question for you, because we've got lots of people who are startups, right? People who are entering the coaching business. And of course, people who are starting to speak. And I couldn't agree more with you. It's important to have those references. Now, if you're new, you might be amazing. Sure. But you don't have the references. So what's your advice to those who are starting, who are looking for, who have invested in coaches, who have a coach, and yet they can't provide those references? What's your advice to them?
That's totally fine. But at least show me that you have produced results for yourself, right? That you're trying to advise me on. Right. Let me just put it bluntly. If you are overweight and you're trying to tell me how to lose weight, that's called a clue. Right. Right. If you're trying to tell me how to eat better and you're eating McDonald's bags every day, that's called a clue. If you are trying to advise me on finances and I have to set you up on a 24-month payment plan to cover a $100 bill, that's called a clue that you don't know what you're doing. So prove to me that you actually have had some transformation for yourself. Doesn't have to be astronomical, but prove to me that the ideas you're going to share with me will actually work for me because you've turned your life around. You've made that little pivot and it's worked for you. If you are going to teach me how to stop smoking and you stop smoking yourself, which I don't smoke, by the way, but if you stop smoking, okay, great. That's a transformation. I don't need to see 9, 10, 12 testimonials as long as you can prove to me that what you're going to teach me has actually helped you transform.
Absolutely. So important. And I want to take it in a little bit different direction, still with the amazing stuff that you do. But you've been named College Speaker of the Year, I believe, twice.
Very blessed,
so
yeah.
talk to me about, why do you care about speaking to, I'm going to call it the younger generation, even though we have older people in college, but why do you care about the younger generation? Why do you care about speaking to college students?
Oh, well, so, and by the way, I don't just speak for college students. I've done 3,000 talks in my career, so it's a bunch of them. But I started my career there. And one of the reasons I'm so passionate about speaking for college students, and not only college, but teenage students as well, because they're the future leaders of our communities, our world, our country, if you will, right? And they're so impressionable. Right. And it's amazing. I've been so blessed. I don't know, 1,500 some college and university campuses over the years I've spoken for. And there are some great students who just don't have what I call the real world advice, right? They get textbook advice. They get I always say, 2 things that'll make a student successful. You have your inside of school education plus your outside of school education. Put them together. That makes you successful. Pretty obvious what the inside of school education is. That's what they're getting for going to school. But so many times they're missing that extra ingredient, which is the outside of school education. And they're thirsty. They're hungry for it, right? And so why I get so excited and passionate about it is because, man, I just always realize we are training our future leaders. We're training the people who are going to impact folks the way the 3 of us are blessed to be doing it right now. There was a time when we were like, boy, that'd be cool to do, right? And so these are some of the folks. They might not be on a great summit like this, but in their communities doing different jobs and what they're doing, they're the future impactors.
Right. And that's what I love, because you started out talking about that we're lifelong learners. So it's like, you're really, I don't want to use the term attack. That's not the right word, but you're sort of like enveloping everybody who's willing to listen. Right. And that is so important. Whether it's the college students who are thirsty and normally don't have access, whether it's coaches, whether it's speakers. And in addition to all of that, you also care in general about people, because I believe you have a bunch of charitable organizations that you work with. And to me, that is always very dear to my heart, because a lot of people are out there impacting the way that you do in amazing ways by helping speakers become even better and coaching people like us. And then you're also doing things that are not necessarily highlighted, but so important. What charitable organizations do you support, and why do you do it?
Well, so the why, I don't want to go in specific ones that I support, right? Because I don't want to name certain ones and then forget 1 or 2, and then all of a sudden I'm getting letters. Right? Why didn't you mention us? Like, sorry, I'm in between things. I didn't think about it, and I'm jumped on this, and I meant to mention you, but I forgot. So I don't want to go into specifics, right? But let me tell you why I do it, okay? It's right here. You say this? I've been doing this for 20-some years in my talks. Everybody say this? This is a napkin. Okay, I just grabbed one off my desk. Happens to be a Valentine's Day napkin. It has a heart on it because it was just Valentine's Day. Okay, so but this is a napkin, right? And when I know you're looking at me, Natalie, like I'm crazy, like, oh my gosh, this is the guy kicking off the summit.
I love it. That's how I eat.
Like, I forgot he got a napkin. I used to see when I do it on stage, when I walk out on stage and I got this napkin and people are looking at him like, the guy forgot to take the napkin off from his lunch, right? But this is when we come into this world. This is how we come into this world. Most people don't understand this. We come into this world, we get a bib placed under our chin. And if you know anything about the conscious and subconscious mind, this gets embedded into our computer, right? You have your conscious mind, which what we're thinking with right now, and then you have your subconscious mind, right? Your subconscious mind is like the engine of the car, right? It's the hard drive on the computer. Right? And here's the thing that everybody has to understand. Things get embedded on that hard drive, right? A virus gets embedded on a hard drive, it crashes. You get negative stuff embedded back here, it crashes, right? So when we're born, we get this napkin placed under our chin because people, mom, dad, grandma, grandpa, etc., are giving to us, right? The problem, that gets embedded in the unconscious mind, and we get programmed to go through life that way, meaning this. people should be giving to me, which means, in essence, you're taking from folks, right? And so what I say is, if you really want to get ahead in life and you really want to live a wonderful, joyful, fulfilling life, you've got to metaphorically take that bib off from around your neck, and you've got to drape it over your forearm like you are a server in the finest dining establishment on the planet, and you approach people with, what can I do for this person? How can I serve them? How can I, make an impact in this group? How can I do what's called AIME, A-M-E, add value, make a difference, and enrich people's lives? And so there's an old line that's been around that when you are giving, you are living, right? And so you get a chance to impact people. And as you all know this, because you guys are great impactors, when you least expect it. Yes. And you just do it because it's just a good way to live. That's giving is living.
Yeah, so that is awesome.
I love that. I call it The Power of the Napkin. I have a whole new book coming out on it called The Power of the Napkin.
Jane, that is awesome. Yeah.
You get a clue from, so I was just looking up, and it's not your website that we can find more on you is just
bigmoneyspeaker.com. Big money right here. www.bigmoneyspeaker.com. Real simple.
I wanted to make sure I got the right one.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Can I ask one more thing?
Oh my gosh, I love when he put it. The guy put a quote. He said, buckle up buttercups.
Yeah,
love it.
Brighter Blonde raised her hand more quickly than me.
Hi, James. Such a pleasure to
have you. Hey, Sherry. How are you?
I love it. I love everything you're sharing. And I really like what you just pointed out on, and that is subconscious mind, conscious mind. And, it's so subjective, and every single person is really identifying their next level. And so one of the things that happens is we're struggling with that subconscious mind in the moment. And so can you share a little bit about how can people really become more aware of when they're in that struggle in the moment, and how they can shift that and really tap into that greater greatness within them?
Yeah. So understand that your moments don't define you, right? And the second thing, first part of all transformation is awareness, right? In anything. Like, you want to stop smoking, you want to grow your income, you want to grow a business, you want to, whatever, exercise, you want, fill in the blank, right? First part of all transformation is awareness. Yeah. When you are aware of something, like if we're making somebody aware of the subconscious mind on this little interview, now you can change that fast. People do it all the time. But if you're not aware of something, then you don't know any better, right? So the first part is awareness. When you are aware, literally, you could say, you know what? I get it. I'm in this situation. I'm going to push out and step out of it, and I'm just going to watch this thing go by, right? Because it was thrust upon me, right? And it may have me right now at this point, but I don't have it. I'm gone, and I'm releasing it and moving on. So the only difference, we all go through tough times, right? We all go through struggling times. The only difference is, and I'm very blessed for this, and so many people have done this as well, that you don't have to stay there for a long period of time if there's a certain thing that you're going through that's challenging. You can choose to, okay, I got it, I'm in it, boom, push it out, move it on, time to move on, onward and upward. So I think the first part is be aware of it. Second thing is, okay, I hate to say this, but I think I've really nailed down the secret to success. If I can be so bold. Okay. It's three things. Ready? Number one, mindset. Now, I know y'all heard that before, right? We've all heard that before. But the problem is, as many folks say, that's all you need is mindset. I'm like, no. It's a triangle. It's three parts. It's incomplete if it's just mindset. It's mindset. And I'm not talking about wishful pie in the sky thinking. I'm talking about changing the way you consciously think on a daily, weekly, monthly, yearly basis so it becomes habitual and it turns into different results. Okay, so number one's mindset. But that's not enough. A lot of great folks share mindset. Number two, second part of the triangle, it's skill set. You have to learn certain skills in anything you want to do. So you can have a great mind about buying real estate, for example, but you still got to go out and get skills on how to do it, right? If you want to be a consultant or a coach, you can have a great mindset about it, but you still got to go learn skills on how to do it. So the first part's mindset. Second part is skill set, but that's not enough. It's the third part that's missing. Mindset, skill set. Number three, Get off your assets and do something. Right? You've got to put it in action.
Incredible, James. And speaking of assets, that's a perfect segue to talk about. In just a few short moments, we're going to have an incredible guest joining us. And, thank you for that segue, James. I know that was not intentional, but it's a perfect way for us to introduce who we're going to have in a few minutes. Get off your assets and grow those assets with Sharon Lechter. Of course, the legendary Sharon Lechter, author of Rich Dad, Poor Dad, amongst so many other best-selling New York Times best-selling works, and with David Meltzer, who will be joining us in a few short minutes. And I know James Malinchak is such a busy man, and in the middle of a mastermind, he's joining us. And we asked him, we said, please, James, we want you to set the tone of this event. And folks, he has done exactly that, because with James Malinchak, we know that the tone of this 2-day event is set. And you did a perfect segue without even realizing it. Now, folks,
one last thing I'm giving to you, because this will set the tone. Here you go. Ready? This is an awesome event. So you got to go out and get the bubbly, baby. Life is lovely. Crack the bubbly at the summit.
There we go.
Woo! Go big.
Go big or go home. If you're going to do it, you're going to do it big. And folks, this 2-day event is all about helping you have quantum leaps. And something, James, right now we hear you talk. You're so vibrant. You're so confident. You're so busy. You're doing things. You're active. There are some people watching this at home that are stuck. There are some people watching this at home that are not moving, not progressing, not being active, because they have inner blockage. They have, something going on inside that's preventing them from doing that. I know you have just about 10 more minutes with us, but I'm curious if you could help those people have a breakthrough so they can have a quantum leap. What can you say to the people that are stuck, that are not moving?
Yeah, first of all, understand it's normal. We all go through that, right? Sherry, have you gone through that? Yeah, Goldie, Natalie, we all go through. It's part of life. Life's not fair. Life's not unfair. Life is life. And you wake up every day and you do the best you can and play the hand you're dealt, right? So that's the first thing, is understand you're not like abnormal for having it. And you have to have a breakdown to have a breakthrough. Okay, so one of my friends, actually, I'm getting ready to talk to him literally in 12 minutes on my mastermind. He's my guest speaker, but he's Joe Theismann, NFL legend, football champion. He's one of my best friends. He's coming on to talk to my mastermind group. And he says this. He says, I've never had a failure in my life. I've only had educational experiences that did not go my way, because everything I've learned about winning and succeeding, I've learned from going through tough times and failures. Man, that's a great way to look at things, right? And so many times, and I'm guilty of this as well. We go through a tough time and we think, oh my gosh, it's over, and it's just part of the process to move onward and upward. So if you're stuck, like I get stuck, we all get stuck, understand it's part of it, right? And you don't have to stay there. You could choose to stay there quicker. What can you learn from it? How's it fertilizer? How's it grow you, right? And then how do you go onward and upward? And how do you maybe possibly eliminate it from occurring again?
Yeah.
Incredible. Thank you for that, James. And you have so many gems of wisdom. The people in the virtual auditorium are going crazy. And I reminded everyone in the beginning of this 2-day event, have your pen, have your paper, because this is not something you play in the background while you're doing the dishes. This 2-day event, folks, is about doing a deep dive where we're going to get into the nitty gritty. There you go, Sherry. And Sherry's an example of multitasking. So that's a wonderful thing. And, Natalie, I want us now to just spend the last few minutes we have with James covering one subject matter that I know a lot of people from around the world are dealing with. Now, James did a great job right now of helping people have that inner breakthrough. But here's something that here's a reason that a lot of people are stuck, James, and that's fear, right? Fear of starting a business, fear of success, fear of, being criticized by others. There's a lot of people that are stuck in what I call analysis paralysis. Mm-hmm. And I know that a lot of people watching this at home can relate to that. And you are somebody that consistently has taken action, right? And you make it look easy. So for those that are stuck in analysis paralysis, what can we help share with them today, James, to get the ball moving, to get them, to get them going in the right direction?
Yeah. So first of all, again, I always say, understand that what you're going through is normal, right? Fear, being stuck. We all go through that. I go through it. Everybody goes through it, right? So first part is understand that. Second part, understand this. You as a human being, you were born with 2 fears and 2 fears only. The fear of falling and the fear of Boom, loud noises. You were not born with the fear of starting a business. You were not born with the fear of becoming a speaker. You were not born with the fear of fill in the blank. That is something you chose to focus on. And when you focus on what you focus on expands, good or bad, and you chose to blow it up into this big obstacle that is holding you back and putting you in park when you're trying to step on the brake. So understand, if you understand that you were born with the fear of falling and the fear of loud noises, and you know what fear stands for, this has been around forever, false evidence appearing real. It's not real because there's only two fears, fear of falling and fear of loud noises. So when you understand first part of all transformation, right? First part of all transformation is awareness and understanding that when you understand you weren't born with that fear of starting your new business, it's like, oh, okay. So if I go for it and I don't get it, I'm no worse off than if I don't go for it. So I've got a mantra for you to try. Everybody, here's your mantra. Ready? When you're thinking about, and I use this mantra, and I can't take credit for it. I learned it from one of my students and one of my dearest friends, Jack Canfield, co-creator of Chicken Soup for the Soul. When you're thinking of stopping because there's that fear dialogue that goes on, you repeat this to yourself. And I've used this for 20 years in my life. Oh, what the heck? Go for it anyway. And so what Jack taught me, did you have it before you went for it? No. So if you go for it and you don't get it, you're no worse off. So you might as well go for it.
Thank you for that,
you weren't
James.
born with it.
And you know, those that are here with me noticed I just stood up and put my hand on my heart. I thought you were about to sing the Star Spangled Banner. I had no idea where you were going. But luckily, I sat back down because it was a false start. And you know, I want to spend the last couple minutes that we have with you, James, to just give you the floor.
And seriously, I have 1 minute left because I've got to get on with my group again. I apologize,
perfect.
but
that's perfect.
No,
it's right on time. So what final words can you share with our audience before we head into the next segment here, James? The floor is yours.
Yeah, absolutely. Friends, it is not where you started in life. It's not even where you are right now, because if you don't like where you started, if you don't like where you are right now, beautiful, wonderful. You can change all that, because people make changes that fast. It's not where you started in life. It's not where you are right now. Hear me now. It's where you decide to finish. Now go do it.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's James Malinchak. Thank you so much for starting this event with us and setting the tone. What an incredible way to get the ball rolling. Get that champagne ready. And you know, up next, James, I know you're gonna like who we have next. We have some real powerhouses coming up next, folks. Of course, this event is all about bringing together people that have made an impact in pop culture, made an impact in the world, and we're bringing them together. And when you think about pop culture, what do you think about? You think about, you know, people that have been on ABC's Secret Millionaire. You think about the phenomena that is and was Rich Dad, Poor Dad. You think about the film Jerry Maguire. These are people that have gone out and made something incredible happen. So we're going to go ahead now and bring in the people that are going to be joining us. Thank you so much, James.
And Mo, two of my dear friends are Sharon and Dave. Please tell them I said hi.
Well, why don't you tell them hi before you step out
Sharon,
yourself?
hey, my man Dave, what's happening, buddy? Sharon, how you doing?
Wonderful. How are you, my dear?
Amazing.
I'm so good. Good to see you guys.
All righty, James. We'll see you next time.
Thank you for having me. You guys take care.
Appreciate you, James. And ladies and gentlemen, we have now two people here joining us, of course, David Meltzer, Sharon Lecter. I mean, what can I say? They don't need an introduction. We're just going to get into the nitty gritty. Look at them pointing at each other. Guys, don't worry. We have enough time for everyone. No need to fight. And let's just get the ball rolling. Sharon, David, you know, it's been a challenging 2020. Of course, the two of you joined us at the tail end of 2020 in September. And here we are now in February. A few months has passed since we last spoke. Quite a lot of things have happened in the world. Quite a lot of things have happened in the country. And from the perspective of leadership, from the perspective of being a leader, let's get the ball rolling with helping people have a quantum leap. Okay. And let's start with the subject of fear, because this is going to be a common theme of this event, helping people break through fear. So I'd love to start with Sharon on, you know, what is this phenomena of fear that is holding people back from their dreams, whether it's fear of failure, fear of success. And what can people start doing as they're taking notes right now to have a breakthrough and a quantum leap? The floor is yours, Sharon Lecter.
Well, thank you so much. Hello, my dear friend David. Hello, Natalie, Goldie, and Mo. I'm so happy to see all of you guys. And thank you all that have tuned in. And yes, fear has gripped a lot of us, and fear does one of two things. It paralyzes us. We want to kind of turn off the lights and get under the covers and hide, or it can motivate you. And too many of us allow it to paralyze us. So when there's fear, there's opportunity. If you can turn that fear into motion, because when you're actually taking action, it reduces the fear because you're moving towards a potential outcome. And it's so important. Fear is part of human life, but we recognize it and say, okay, I'm not going to let it overcome me. I'm not going to let it paralyze me. I'm going to take action. And certainly this year, I wrote the book Outwitting the Devil, brought it in Pauline Hill's words, and it talks all about how to overcome that fear, having that definiteness of purpose, mastery over self, learning from adversity, controlling your environment. So important this year, because when you're fearful, that means there's an opportunity. And when successful businesses do one of two things: solve a problem or serve a need. I think we have a few of those right now. And so go out there and solve a problem, serve a need, and you're going to see that your fear goes away because you're taking it outside of yourself and being of service to others. And so go for it, because this is your time. This is your opportunity to get out before the wave crushes other people. Get out there ready to serve and solve a problem and serve a need.
Amazing.
Sharon, a quick question for Sharon. I think the last time you were on, I remember you saying something about, I'm trying to figure out, all of those words are so fluid and beautiful. But like, if I'm really just, because I'm like, actually have a blanket on my lap, I'm like getting my popcorn and I'm listening to you and I'm forgetting that I'm a host because I'm really tuned in. But for people that really are just engulfed in fear, like you, if you were, not that you were, but if you are, what's the first thing that you would do? Is it go for a walk? Is it make a pizza? What do you personally do when you're just having one of those days?
Well, when you're in fear, you're looking down.
Okay.
When you adjust your fear to faith, you're looking up. And that allows you to identify the opportunities. You don't see them when you're looking down. And so when you're in fear, understand, if you're in that state of paralysis, you're not alone. Other people have been in the same situation. But you're still here for a reason, whether it was a death, a divorce, a financial setback, an illness. You've made it. You're here. And adversity can turn into opportunity if you learn the lesson. And so accept the fact that you've been through stuff, but you're still here. And there are other people that can benefit from what you've learned along the way. Right. And so take yourself out of yourself and say, I can help others. And in doing that, by taking that action, just changing the mindset. You heard James talk about mindset, from one of poor me, instead of poor me, say, why not me? Why not me? Why not get out there and help others and be of service to others and transform that fear into faith and action and an opportunity to help others that are in the same spot?
Amazing. Thank you for that, Sharon. I want to get the ball rolling and pass it to David. I know you guys caught the sports reference. We're going to pass it to David Meltzer so he can, take the stage. And I want to hear your thoughts on this, David, as someone who's lived a life overcoming this, as someone who's lived a life with quantum leaps, as someone that's actually had the breakthroughs, done the inner work to accomplish the outer work. I'm curious what your stance is on this. David Meltzer, the floor is yours.
Well, first, hi, everyone, Natalie, Goldie, Mo, and especially my dear Sharon. First of all, read Sharon Lecter's books, and that'll help you a lot. But for me, I've made a practice of ending fear. So acknowledging that fear is part of my being, part of my conscious continuum, so that we have primary fears and secondary fears in our lives. The primal fears are the Freudian fears, the need to flee, fight, feed, and the other F word that means to procreate. But more importantly, we need to know the secondary fears, because the secondary fears, regardless of accelerated change or not, like we are here in the pandemic, the secondary fears are what ruins our lives. That it takes us out of the paradigm that we are healthy, we are wealthy, we are happy, and instead it provides interference, corrosion between what and we already are. And so many people reverse that and think they have to go out and get happiness, wealth, and health. No, you're already all of those things. And through fear, we create interference to what we already have. And having that, try me attitude, not the why me attitude, is a great step. But I make a practice, I call it minutes and moments. And I only want to spend minutes and moments interfering with what I already have. Meaning that if I can spend minutes and moments with the need to be right, Imagine how much time, resources, money, relationships have been ruined in your life because you have a need to be right. If anyone's been married or are dating anyone, you know how much time, emotion, and resource and relationship is wasted on a need to be right. What about the need to be offended? This is one of my greater ego-based consciousnesses that I've wasted so much time, money, and resource on. I, always say that if you have a need to be offended, just walk out the door. I wish we could feed the world as easy as the need to be offended can be fed. It's incredible. There's also the need to be anxious and frustrated and angry and worried and guilty and resentful. So as we identify all of these needs, primary and secondary needs of the ego, all we need to do is put 4 steps into practice. And they are a practice. Just, I have spent days, weeks, as you mentioned, Mo, right? Days, weeks, months, and years in ego-based consciousness. I've lost hundreds of millions of dollars in ego-based consciousness, not following the wisdom of my great mentor, Sharon Lechter. I always say to my wife, I go, I just met her 20 years too late. We would have not had to go through all this if she was just my friend then, but it wasn't the right place or the perfect time. I had to learn my own lessons so that I could pay attention to what Sharon Lechter teaches. But here's the 4 steps real quickly. 1, practice identifying when you're in the ego-based consciousness. Too many people don't pay attention. I'm mad, I'm anxious, I'm worried. They don't pay attention. And then simply when you realize you're in that need, just stop. Too many people try to go over it, under it, back end sell it, oversell it, through it, around it, resist it. Instead, just stop. And then breathe through your nose, out through your mouth. I call this a practice of being a ferocious Buddha, because there's nothing more ferocious or courageous than you're going to have to do to stop when you're mad, angry, anxious, worried. So many of us have sat there and go, well, I know, just let it go, let it go. How many days and weeks and months have we all said, let it go, it shouldn't bother me? No, you got to be a ferocious Buddha. Stop, drop, and then you're capable of rolling in the right trajectory, a positive one, a try me one, not a victimized why me one. And so when you can practice ending fear, you're capable of understanding I have control of my mindset, I have control of my heart set, how I feel, and utilize the conscious continuum to get what I want.
Incredible, David. I want to hear your thoughts to piggyback off that, Sharon.
Well, he's brilliant. What can I say? The first thing, I tell people when they're in debt, stop digging. That's the first step, right? So you have to literally just identify your state, identify what's going on and say, okay, am I helping myself or am I hurting myself? And the answer is you're hurting yourself. And so, okay, just stop it. It's easy. Just stop it, right? And then identify what you can do. I love the breathing. For me, when I'm really stressed out, there's a definition of the word worry. To worry is to pray for what you do not want. To worry is to pray for what you do not want. And that has helped me so much because I happen to be a champion worrier, absolute champion worrier. But when I saw that definition, it allows me now to catch myself. I call it my personal rototiller when I get worried because it goes inside and it makes you sick. It doesn't help anybody. It just hurts you. You waste precious time today. When I catch myself, I stop and I go, okay, instead of focusing on what I don't want to have happen, that fear-based thinking, I retrain my brain to start focusing on what I do want to have happen. And when I do that, instead of looking down, worried, I'm now looking up, wanting something positive in my life. And magic happens because you're starting to breathe. And if I need a little extra push, I go out into the beautiful world of the ocean or my ranch to just get a little bit of realizing that God's beauty is so much bigger than my little problem, even if it feels really massive to me. And so again, changing your environment, changing what you're thinking about, environment, and realizing that you can make a contribution to help others and take it outside of yourself from fear, worry, to faith and contribution.
Thank you, Sharon. Of course, this is the Quantum Leap Forum you're watching right now live, presented by the Los Angeles Tribune. And David, I'd love to hear your thoughts off of those incredible words of wisdom that Sharon just laid out.
This is like a genius relay race. I love it. I'll just hand the baton off. Thank you so much, Sharon. What she says means to me is we can't find outside of us what we're not finding inside of us. And she's talking about looking within and finding the fact that, number one, I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be. You know, that's one of the things that I tell myself, and it's a foundational principle that a lot of people skipped. Yeah, they try to think about what they don't want, what's missing in their lives, or even what other people want for us. And that creates shortages, voids, and obstacles. But the minute you become whole in an abundant world of saying, I have everything I need or I wouldn't be here. I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be at the right place at the perfect time. But that doesn't stop me from angling with everything I have to what I want. And I say angling because too many people think there's a direct A to B route to exactly what we want. If you want to make God laugh, come up with an exact plan. He'll gladly laugh at you. So I create a preparation of adjustment that I'm angling to what I want. And then Sharon always resorts to my favorite asset, which is faith. You know, when we go outside and look at the mountains and the ocean, when we worry about things or think about things we don't want or what's missing or what other people want for us or laugh at us, scoff at us, I remind myself all of those things in front of me were made by what's inside of me. So if I see a huge mountain to climb, I'm not afraid of the mountain. I'm not worried about it because what made that mountain is in me. It walks beside me. And sometimes I have to go outside. I have to go take a deep breath. I have to remind myself of the unbelievable power that we are always connected to. You have more power in your pinky, enough power in your pinky to light up all of Texas. So if their electricity went out and we could harness that energy and you could get out of your own way, I promise you, that is how much power you have in your pinky. And we refuse to allow it to not only liberate ourselves to our own potential, but allow it to come through us with appreciation, our own values, to give it away to liberate others, to liberate their lives. And that's why I talk about empowering others to empower others, because that's how exponentially we can create a collective consciousness of change.
Thank you, David. And of course, you're tuning in to the Genius Olympics. Let's go ahead, pass that baton back to Sharon Lechter to see what she does with it.
Well, I actually want to like bounce back to David, because one of the things he talks about all the time that we both share, and I think has created the quality of lives that we both have, and that is a feeling of a grateful heart. Living in a spirit of gratefulness. When you live with gratefulness, then you're not saying, oh, if only, yeah, but. Okay, too many of us live in this if only mindset, or the yeah, but, or, victim, like below the line thinking, being a victim, laying blame, justifying. We're constantly trying to take it outside of us. When you bring it inside, above the line thinking, accountable, responsible, and gratefulness for what you have, who you are, who you have around you, your family, your friends, that gives you a extra dose of jet fuel to achieve what you want, because you're coming from a place of gratefulness. And David, you have such a beautiful way of sharing that. I'd love to ask you to share your thoughts on that.
I've been blessed to be born with quantum gratitude. And so I always said my grandfather was not an optimist. He wasn't even a toptimist. I called him Papa. So he was the poptimist. So internal within me is the ability to find the light, the love, and the lessons in everything. That's what gratitude is. Are you capable of learning to love what you do? Are you capable of learning to find the superpowers in other people? Are you capable of learning to find the light in pain? What does that mean? That most people see pain as a stop sign or a hurdle. It's not. To me, pain is an indicator. It's a turn signal. It's telling me I have a lesson to learn. Hey, dummy, find the light. Find the lesson, find the love in this, and I'm going to put you in a better place, a better situation, or make your situation better. It's all done through gratitude. And the best thing about gratitude and happiness is it's so easy to implement in our lives. But our ego resists it because it's so powerful. If you just say thank you, it takes 0.1 seconds to say it internally or out loud. By the time you go to bed and when you wake up in the morning, within 30 days, your life will change because your mindset, your heart set, and the conscious continuum changes. And if you complement it, like Sharon said, with forgiveness, which brings not only peace to forgive. I'm on a pursuit. I always tell people, only certainty I can find is pursuing the unforgivable and the capability of being able to forgive the unforgivable. Think about it. This is a deep one. If you can forgive the unforgivable, your life is certain. And this is something I'm just peddling with myself, but it's so powerful to understand how that peace and certainty and what it means in our lives, combined with accountability, which is simple. Ask yourself, what did I do to attract this to myself? And what am I supposed to learn from it? You'll go from living in a world of not enough as a victim, as Sharon said, where things happen to you, to this world of just enough, a world that a lot of Americans live in, right? Just enough. I just have more. Buy things I don't need. That you read Sharon's books, I'm telling you, buy things you don't need to impress people you don't want, and you're going to end up with where Dave Meltzer did in his 30s, I promise you. But once you shift the paradigm to live in a world of more than enough with gratitude, forgiveness, and accountability, you will see not only is there more enough for you, but there's more than enough for everyone and everything. And it's a beautiful place to be, an appreciation place to be.
You know, I often wonder, what would the world look like, David and Sharon, if everybody woke up and practiced gratitude? Because if every single human being, just, use your imagination and, entertain me for a moment, folks. But think about this. If every single person in the world woke up tomorrow and began their day starting with gratitude, how much of a radical difference would we see? How can you hate someone if you're grateful? How can you be envious of somebody, jealous of somebody if you're grateful? How can you attack someone if you're grateful? I mean, what these folks are talking about is literally world-changing material, and I hope that people are writing down with a pen and paper the gems of wisdom. Speaking of gratitude, quick housekeeping note, of course, after Sharon and David, we're going to be joined by Joe Vitale, who really focuses so much on the concept of gratitude. So stick around. We're going to continue this conversation of gratitude with Dr. Joe Vitale in a few minutes. But Sharon, thank you for opening that up. And I'd love to hear now your thoughts on the subject matter, now that we've heard David so beautifully put it out there.
Well, I love what you just said, Mo, about everybody starting the day with gratitude. But I was raised by a father that would ask me each night before I went to bed, Sharon, have you added value to someone's life today? So imagine if we combine getting up with gratitude with, at the end of the day, asking ourselves if we've added value to someone's life, how much a different world we would have. But each of us is where we are today because of the choices we made before today. And so if we want something different out of life, we simply need to start making different choices. And so you're listening to some great wisdom today and tomorrow. The question is, will you take action? All right, you have your passion and your talent. I have a personal success equation of your passion and your talent. And most of us stop there. We think we have to do everything on our own. But to be successful, you have that power of association. I so value my relationship with David. I so value my relatively new relationship with Natalie and Mo. I love it. So that power of association is so important, but also we have to take action. And so I challenge everybody to make sure they take action, and then plus faith. All right, having faith in yourself, having faith in what you're doing, having faith that it's needed and necessary, having faith that it will succeed. And when you have the right people around you, that faith is easier to keep, because when you have a bad day, they lift you up. So I'm challenging everybody who's tuned in here. Do you have the right people around you? Do you have people like David Meltzer? When I have a bad day, I just reach out and boy, does he pop me up. Just listening to him. Always, he lifts everyone around him. Do you do that for the people around you? Power of association plus faith and confidence in yourself. Looking up, not looking down in fear.
Well, the most common error made on Zoom, right?
Well, see, it's the year 2020, 21. You're mute. Maybe that was a sign. I don't know. So the power of association, knowing who to surround yourself with. Some of us grew up in a neighborhood with certain people, and it can sometimes be difficult to let go, even though we know that they might not be the 10 people who are lifting us up. What's your advice for lovingly releasing some of the people that actually are keeping you where you no longer need to be?
Well, I think it starts with having your own cone of protection. All right. It may very well be your own family, and they see you making changes in your life, and they want to pull you back.
Mm-hmm.
You just reframe how you think about it, and you say, okay, they don't really, it's not that they don't want me to succeed. It's that they see me doing something and they're not. So they want to stay comfortable. They want to pull you back. And once you recognize that, you can kind of separate the pain and say, okay, it's them, not me. And then limit the time you spend with them. Some of them, if it's your family, maybe you can't get rid of them, but you can certainly limit the time. Managing your time is a huge element for creating success. your environment and your time. Be around people who challenge you. Be around people who want you to succeed. That energy builds and you get exponential results. And you can't change someone else. You can only change how you react to them. And so when you identify somebody who's had a dampening, okay, not just a negative, but a dampening impact on you. Maybe you're very empathic. This happens to me all the time. I go in, I immediately know when somebody's in fear or scared or sad. And my instant reaction is to kind of go down there with them. And over my many, many years of life, I've trained myself to go in and put that cone of protection on and be a beacon of light. So that when they're down here, they come up a little. I don't go down to them. They come up to me. And that's also what David Meltzer does. And that's, for all of us, is recognize that cone of protection that you need to stay at the level and grow from where you are and allow your light. There's a saying, wait for the light at the end of the tunnel. I say, no, forget that. Become the beacon of light. And if you're the beacon of light, you're going to attract other people and they're going to light their lights from yours and you're going to create massive change. And I think that's exactly an analysis of how David Meltzer has lived his life. So
I've learned to live. Just to add real quick, I use a great chain of feeding. For me, I quickly evaluate people daily, whether they're feeding me or not. Because if they feed me, I want to feed them. If they're not feeding me, I fall away. And some of these people I call family and friends. And then there's people that I actually have had to fire from my life, and because they bleed me, they consistently, and I know they bleed me because of the way that I feel. And I let them know that this has nothing to do with you, but I don't feel good about myself when I'm around you. And so I am going to separate myself. I apologize, but I don't like myself when I'm with you. And I do want to know, as far as family, I have learned one repairing tool. Whether you have an overbearing mother who loves you too much or a parent that neglects you, there's 4 things that I've learned to tell the people closest to me that takes less than 1 minute a day, change all of my closest relationships. If you remind somebody that you're healthy, that someone that loves you, someone that you're close to, that you're happy, that you're healthy, that you love them and you appreciate them, meaning that they add value to your life. Very simply, if you do that, I promise you the healing nature of those 4 ideas, because at its core, no matter how overbearing or neglectful the people who love you are, those are the only things they really want for you, because at their core, they love you in a quantum way. And if you're healthy, happy, love them and appreciate them, it heals that connection and they feel whole with you, and they'll stop making you prove that you love them, that you appreciate them. They'll stop doing that and creating that void in your life. So it's one of the best lessons in the great feeding chain that I've learned, those 4 simple things to communicate. Hi, Goldie.
You're on mute too, honey. We're both on mute.
You're muted, Goldie.
Hold on. See, it's the big thing nowadays. There
It
you
was
are.
good that she was muted just now.
I was going to say, thank you very much. You're in your closet, Mr. David, Mr. Meltzer, which brings me to a story that you just told the other day that I was hoping you could just expand on for just a few seconds. You know where I'm going with this. There's a suit coat hanging somewhere in there.
Yeah.
But before we let both of you go to the next transition, I'm getting personally so much value from you and just everyone today that I want to make sure people know where to find you. So let me ask Sharon, where's the best place to find you for your coaching? Or yes, we can go out and buy all of your books, but where can we find you? And then
I would invite everybody to reach out to me, info@sharonlechter.com. Angela is actually watching the show right now. She can pop something in the comments if she wants. We are about to launch a whole new group mentoring program because people have been asking for it. So I'm very excited about it. So please reach out to us. Info@sharonlechter.com, and Angela will reach out to you. And then come to sharonlechter.com and let us hear from you. I'm on Instagram. Love to hear from everybody. I'm in Clubhouse these days. crazy times. So
Absolutely. And watch out for Clubhouse. It gets addicting. I had to, control myself the other day. There's kind of like a time warp when you go on Clubhouse. And I also want to encourage people to check out Sharon's latest book, of course, Exit Rich, which was recently released. It's an incredible read, and definitely want to check that out. And let's now take the floor to David and find out more about various ways that people can involve with you and your coaching program, David. I know you do so much for the community. You do so much as a community service. When it comes to this concept of giver's gain and just giving without expectation, you're really a embodiment of that. As somebody who looks up to the two of you and watches the two of you and admires the work that the two of you do, I can say that both of you are certainly living the example and practicing what you preach, which I think is a very important thing, particularly in the space of personal and professional development. And so, David, what are some things that you have in store? I know you want to impact 1 billion people, and that's the legacy that you're leaving behind. And how can we assist you in your endeavor? How can we assist you in making that happen? And when we talk about impacting 1 billion people, so many people have different things that come to mind, but what is it that you really mean?
Sure. Well, first of all, it's over 1 billion people. Don't limit yourself with the man-made construct of quantity. Don't limit me, especially. But it's happiness. We talked about earlier how you're going to change the world if everybody was grateful. Happiness is the greatest disease. I keep repeating it to everyone. You can share it simply by witnessing it. Strengthens you mentally, physically, emotionally, financially. It'll even strengthen your immune system. So it will protect you. So I am trying to find 1,000 people like Mo and Goldie and Natalie and Sharon in my life that I can assist in empowering them to empower others to empower others. So 1,000 Sharons in the world will empower 1,000 more Sharons to empower another 1,000 Sharons. 1,000 times 1,000 is 1,000,000, 1,000,000 times 1,000 is 1,000,000,000. We can get there, create a collective consciousness, and the world absolutely would change immediately with a collective consciousness of gratitude and forgiveness and accountability, which creates happiness. And so please reach out to me. I do, I have a great marketing team. I want to thank all of them. So when people say, where can I find you? I said, just turn on the internet. My marketing team is exceptional. But if you can't find me on any of the platforms under my name, just email me directly, david@dmeltzer.com. I've been over 20 years. When Sharon was 18, I started, and we do free trainings every Friday. I started with 3 people in my office at Lee Steinberg's to do a sales training. And now because of the pandemic, we have over 25,000 people registered every Friday and hundreds of thousands. I've made it a podcast. And I think my glamoring hope for everyone is that I have this extraordinary podcast with celebrities like Sharon Lecter, billionaires, millionaires, entrepreneurs, athletes, Cameron Diaz, Deepak Chopra. But my number one downloaded podcast now is actually my free training, more than all the superstars. So I think there's a hunger out there that people want to learn how to be happy. They want to make more money, help more people, and have more fun. And this is a wonderful opportunity to share with my friends on a Saturday. I told my wife I was going to make it through without crying. Every time I see Sharon Lecter, I get choked up because she means so much to me. Thank you so much for allowing me to be a part of this.
Well, we're not wrapping it up. We just wanted to give people, we wanted to give people that chance in the midway point, because there's so many people in the virtual auditorium that are asking, how can we get more of David? How can we get more of Sharon? And so because they asked, that's why we're doing it. But no, we're definitely not wrapping up. We still have about half an hour left with the two of you. and I have the tissue ready. I have the Postmates delivering a fresh box for you right now, David. So, but let's really take a deep dive into that, because one thing I know about you, David, is you're so transparent. And what I love about you, and what I can perhaps relate about you, is you've gone through the ego phase, as I have. And some of us were pretty good at that phase, some of us not so much, but I've gone through that, and many people watching have gone through that and come out the other end realizing that it's about service. And I want us to take a few minutes to talk about the work that Sharon did and the breakthroughs that you got from Sharon's work. One, because I know you're totally comfortable talking about it. It's part of who you are. And two, because I want to take this opportunity to inquire about what it was that sparked those breakthroughs for you with Sharon, so that the people watching at home can also have those breakthroughs. So please, let's get into it.
Well, and this is directed toward me, I assume. So, if anyone's read and listened to Sharon Lecter, they understand about abundance and a mindset of money. And so my mindset of money was one that money buys love and happiness. And it was reaffirmed because I made a ton of money 9 months out of law school. And then everything that happened after, from a huge exit 3 years later of 3.4 billion to the Silicon Valley raises to CEO of world's smartphone, and marrying, a girl. I always say this was the one that really, to me, was hard to overcome. I married my dream girl from the 4th grade, and she hated me all throughout my childhood. And in my mind, I thought because I had made a lot of money, that's why she married me. And all these things reinforced my relationship with money. And what I took away from everything I read and listened to and talked with Sharon about was that my relationship money was backwards. That even the fact that I would give, I was very philanthropic. I'd give to receive acknowledgement, recognition, favor from my mom. Every single thing that I gave, millions of dollars, had some sort of trade, some sort of negotiation, some sort of scarcity, which a good intent was tied to it. Well, through different lessons in life, I learned that money doesn't buy love or happiness, but it's very important. And this is something that really attracted me to what Sharon teaches, is that so many people are afraid of money. They don't feel worthy of it. They're afraid to say, I want to make a lot of money. You know why? Because they're not sure what they're going to do with it. When I got sure about my purpose with money, meaning what I shop with my money for, not what I didn't need, different things I didn't need, people to impress. When I started shopping to change lives, then my relationship with money changed so that I could feel worthy of everything I could receive. And I actually say all the time, I don't give to receive. I receive as much as I can so I can give. And I want everyone to think about that and go read especially this last book that Sharon wrote about receiving and giving, and coming in with a plan of receiving by building a business. These are mindset and heart set things that are actually putting you in your own way. And so for me, I will tell you that I didn't learn my lessons from losing my money. I lost over $100 million in 2008 and have been blessed to live my life the right way and create abundance again. It was 2 years before I lost everything, when I started studying people like Sharon Lechter, that I realized that I was lonely, fearful, angry, anxious, empty, and my bank account was full. I had realized that I defined myself by my bank account. And thanks to people, why I tell you, I can't go through one of these without sharing, without crying. And I now am blessed to be in a position where people, when Sharon met me, she had no idea how she had impacted my life. And she probably still doesn't understand why I get choked up when I hug her and see her. And I now am blessed the same way by writing books and speaking, that there's people out there, as Dennis Waitley said, right? Sharon, she's planted seeds under trees that she'll never sit under. And I am just glad that I actually became a tree that she can sit under. And I hope I make her proud.
Amazing. I wanna go to Sharon.
You're making me cry.
Well, this is a great moment, folks, and this is an authentic moment of leadership. And we're going to give the floor to Sharon. And I'm curious to hear, because what David just shared with you, Sharon, is not just David speaking. It's millions of people, yes. Right? It's me speaking through David. It's people that you will never meet that are speaking through David. So we want to give you the floor in your reaction. The floor is yours, Sharon Lechter.
Thank you, David. I want to put it to the people watching and listening, because it's not about me. It's about you. It's about living your legacy. And your legacy is created with every heart you touch. And a lot of times you touch hearts that you don't know. Last Sunday, I went to an investment seminar with Tarek El-Musso, and one of his partners came up to me and he said, Sharon, you don't know me, but 17 years ago, you came to teach a class in my entrepreneur class at the University of Arizona. Only time I went down there. And he says, from that class, I read the books. I started investing in real estate. Now he's a multimillionaire in real estate. I had no idea. So you don't know what seeds you're planting. And so ask yourself, and when David and I talk about happiness, happiness is is not something that you can touch. You feel it, and you can see it when you look in the mirror. You can look at it when you see your family, they're your friends. Happiness is contagious in a very positive way, and we don't need a vaccine for happiness. But happiness needs to be intentional, because we have way too much negativity in the world. And so when you think about planting seeds, I love the fact that I get incredible feedback. But people will come up to me and say, Sharon, you changed my life. And I go, no. I thank you so much. I'm so happy that I wrote something or I said something that inspired you. But if your life changed, it was because you took what I shared and took action. So stand in your own power. You are the CEO of your life.
Yes.
And we have mistakes that happen along the way, things that stop us in our tracks. And we can allow them to stop us, or we can learn from them and keep going and realize that that makes us stronger because of what we've been through. I was reminded of a sword. My husband and I love all kinds of, he collects edged weapons, but a sword is heightened and sharpened in a fire to make it soft, and then pounded to make it strong. And so we go through fire in life to bring us to our knees, but then we stand back up and it makes us stronger. And whatever we've been through, someone else is going through that. And we have the opportunity to help them through it as a friend, as a mentor, as a business owner, to support them and give them a pathway to make their life better. But we have to acknowledge what we control and what we do not control. And you control your thoughts, your actions, your words. And so analyze yourself by looking in the mirror and saying, what do I need to do to bring more happiness into my world so that I can share it with others?
Amazing. So powerful. And I think we're all just so blown away. And I know the folks watching this are taking notes and experiencing a transformational event, because when we started this 2-day process, we said this is not just about education or information. We have more, everyone has more access to information with their smartphone than the president of the United States did 30 years ago. And that's a fact. It's not about information. It's about transformation. And I want David to touch on that point of the distinction between information and transformation, because I know a lot of the work that you do, David, is about transforming lives. And there's this common misconception out there that someone that's a speaker or an author is just interested in providing information, when that's simply not the case, especially at the level that the two of you operate on. So I'd love to hear this distinction between transformation and information, and how the two of you are focused on transformation as opposed to information. Please, let's start with David.
Sure. There's billions and billions of variables of data out there in order to access information. And one of the key lessons I learned at 18 years old, when I wasn't more interested than interesting, right? I was 18 years old, thought I wanted to be a doctor, and I didn't realize doctors had to be in hospitals until my older brother looked at me. Are you insane? Thought I was going to be a sports doctor. That meant I'd be in locker rooms and sidelines. I was not more interested. And it's more important today to understand expansion, growth, and acceleration through being interested. And, I live my life in the what, the who, the how, the now, and the why. And that information is critical for how I transform who I am today, angling to who I want to be tomorrow, and having faith I'll end up somewhere better. And that comes through what I believe, taking inventory of your values every day so that you can acknowledge change. So I take inventory of my personal values of what. This is where the what is. What I want personally, what I want experientially, what I want to give, produce, give value, and what I want to receive. All weighted in different balances according to what I want that day. And then here's the magic of transformation. And this is where, it's very difficult for young people to gather this, because it takes a lot of lessons or pain in order to learn this. But I am radically humble, meaning I institute all the time the law of hypocrisy. I am not afraid of being a hypocrite, of telling people I don't know. I don't know what I don't know, and I don't know what I didn't know yesterday, and I was wrong yesterday. I changed my mind. Think about the word change. How many people admit I changed my mind? You sit there and it's like, no, why are we embarrassed to say I changed my mind? Because to me, that says I'm improved. I learned something. And we're so scared to tell people, and then we're not sharing the dummy tax with those people, and we're allowing them to make the same mistakes because we're so egotistical. We have to hold on to the original Dave Meltzer, and the new improved one, we're afraid to admit the old one was full of shit, that we didn't know what we didn't know. So I think it's really important to understand in this information age that we have to utilize the information with attention. And as Sharon keeps saying, intention, what we think, say, do, and believe. You know, John Asseroff, one of our good friends, he always talks about the law of Goya. Get off your ass. It's not just going to be high on your mom's couch dreaming about what you want with the law of attraction. You got to have the law of Goya. Attention plus intention equals coincidence. It's the mathematical equation of luck. So institute that in this quest, not just to get information, but to transform and learn from the information. And don't be afraid of being a hypocrite.
Always raw, always real, always authentic, always straight to the point. David Meltzer, not interested in telling you what you want to hear, but telling you what you need to hear. And let's flow now to Sharon Lecter to piggyback off those points that David made.
Well, absolutely. I think there's a difference between motivation and inspiration. Motivation is from the external. Inspiration is from inside. Inspire me, right? Inspiration. And when you want transformation, all right, if you stay in the same environment around the same people, it's really hard to transform because you're in a pattern of complacency or comfort. So you truly want transformation, you need to seek out that power of association, seek out new opportunities, new education, new people, and understand that there is something better for you. But you have to make the choice to go out and seek it. Too many people today want it to come to them. They're waiting for it to just fall on them. All right. You know, the movie and the book, The Secret, hugely powerful. But a lot of people think, well, I'm just going to think good thoughts. Well, Napoleon Hill first wrote about the law of attraction in 1919. And in it, he talks about you got to get off, you know what? You know, you got to actually take action. So yes, mindset, thinking good thoughts, but take action. And so if you truly want to transform your life, you need to be around the right people. You need to put yourself in the right environment. You have to make a choice, right? In Think and Grow Rich, one of the chapters is decision. You got to make the decision. Too many people, in the book Outwitting the Devil, he talks about drifters versus non-drifters, all right? And drifters go with the flow, you know, whatever, the ones that really don't have control of their thoughts or their actions. And the devil says they're the ones he messes with. And he talks about there's only 2% of the population that are non-drifters. They know what they want. They have a plan, and they're going to go that way. But yes, no, a straight line is not possible. And this year, a lot of people have been saying pivot. I said, no, not pivot. If you know what you want, this year you just need to adjust and adapt and then recalibrate and refire, because it's like a sailboat, all right? You know where you want to go. Well, the wind changes. You better make a few adjustments if you want to end up where you were planning on going. Same thing. This year has thrown us a lot of wind changes, but we just adjust, adapt, recalibrate, and refire to get to our destination. But we want transformation. It's up to us. That's where people fall into this lay, blame, justify. The world is changing, therefore I'm a victim. No, the world is changing, therefore there's opportunities for me to seize the moment and make different choices and create the path to reach this level of success that I deserve. Get rid of the scarcity mindset that comes from when we're little. We hear things like we can't afford it, save for a rainy day, money doesn't grow on trees. Until we get financial education in the school systems, we're not going to level the playing field. That's the only way we're going to level the playing field for young people. But once you acknowledge that that's where it came from, you can kind of make it a little humorous and say, okay, release the scarcity. You're going to realize we live in a world of abundance, tremendous abundance. So you can make a choice to go out there and add value. And as David says, receive more so you can give more. Go out there and solve a problem or serve a need. Build that business around what you're doing so that it becomes an asset. I can't believe this is the first time I've used that word on this show. Asset, all right? An income producing asset, which becomes an economic engine that provides financial well-being for yourself, your family, and for your future. And it allows you to serve many instead of one at a time. And so think about how you can structure a business that's going to serve more people, become an economic engine, an asset that income generating, because you're financially free when the income from your assets exceeds your monthly expenses. And I had to get something about financial education into this interview.
Of course.
Absolutely. Well, folks, David Meltzer told us all to get off our asses, and Sharon Lechter told us all to get off our assets. Either way, you got to get off and make something happen. And of course, this has been such a beautiful conversation, and we have a few minutes left here. And I know David is running short on time, from my understanding. David, do we have a few more minutes with you?
Yep, we're good.
Perfect. So let's continue this conversation for about another 15 minutes or so. I want to delve into something that Sharon brought up, and that is the 2% of the population. This is very important. This is very powerful. Okay, I'd like to finish off this conversation by us talking about what that means, because some people are a 2%er, okay, and may not even realize it consciously. But let's go to David. I want his version of what does that really mean to be a 2%er. My version, the way I look at it is essentially you're creating. You're not sitting back and letting life happen to you, but you're creating life. You're looking at life as if it's an empty canvas and you have the paintbrush, kind of like an artist. That's how I see it. But I'm curious to see how you see it, David. And then after we define it, let's talk about what people can do to get there. So please, the floor is yours.
Sure. So for me, I actually look at the 2%ers as the 1% of the 1%ers. I think it's a far smaller group of people than even Napoleon Hill had stated 100 years ago. For me, the reason it's the 1% of the 1% is that people do not know how to create temperance in their life. And the temperance that they have, and temperance is used when we cure metal, right? There's a perfect blend of hot water and cold water. In other words, there has to be a perfect blend of persistence and patience. It took me so many years to allow things to happen because I thought that was the chicken way out of things. I thought, what do you mean allow things to happen? I got to have goals. I couldn't figure out the temperance blend. And the reason is math. And I know Sharon's going to like this, but studying Einstein and compound interest and acceleration and exponential growth, what I started to realize to be the 1% of the 1% is that if a goal or an objective or a vision should take a certain amount of time, we expect to be halfway there in half the amount of time that we expect. Mm-hmm. Listen to what I said. When we set a goal and we put a time to it, we expect to be halfway there in half the amount of time. And what happens is that not only creates resistance, which lengthens the amount of time that it's going to take, but worse, you are not 25% of the way there until you're 90% of the time done. Because things double upon themselves. When you have consistent, persistent behavior, exponential growth or compound interest takes place. And things compound on themselves. So 2 becomes 4, 4 becomes 8. In fact, when I built my brand, I was blessed to be around probably the greatest digital media kid, Gary Vaynerchuk. And he laughed at me. He said, so what's your goal, Dave, year 1 with me? I said, I want 2 ambassadors. He said, what the heck are 2 ambassadors? How many followers? I don't care about followers. I want 2 ambassadors. He said, what's an ambassador? I said, I want 2 people at the end of the year, after all these videos and books and TV and everything I do, I want 2 people to tell everyone to see and do everything that I taught. And I want those 2 people to be able to tell 2 more people. And I said, if I can do that every year, by the time I'm 70, 20 years from now, I'll be the most popular 70-year-old on the internet. And he's looking at me, I don't understand. And I said, that's because of compound interest. But the problem is, in 18 years, I would only be 25% of the way there. And the really frustrating thing is about after 5 years, when you only have 64 ambassadors and you spent thousands of dollars or millions of dollars and everyone's laughing at you, scoffing at you and making fun of you. And you have the voice in your head going, you idiot, quit, 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 quit. You're never going to get there. You're not even close to getting there. You actually are close. So I want everyone to be a 1% of the 1%er, to enjoy the consistent, persistent pursuit of their potential. And the greatest part about it is instead of creating resistance, you create allowance, and it actually speeds up the process of the compound interest. You actually get there faster as well. And it's the hardest thing for people to do.
I love that because you keep referring to math. And a lot of people don't necessarily equate what we do with math, right? For a lot of entrepreneurs, it's about the vision, it's about the mission. And that's when they forget how it all adds up. And I know Sharon talks a lot about finances and how it all adds up, but it's about math. I want to twist it just for 1 second, because there's also something that we call heart math, right? Or achieving things through the heart. And both of you sell, but you don't sell, you serve. You have changed the mathematical equation of sales into service. How do you do that, and how does that add up in everything that you do, and how you impact the world? David, I'm going to let you go first because I know you have to go soon. But Sharon, of course, you'll be up too in just a second.
You know, that was the hardest thing about what I do, is to provide value, and so without asking for the return. And so what I decided to do is put faith in what I was doing to provide value, so that people would ask me to provide more intimate value or greater access to what I do. And what made it easy for me to feel good about charging for things is I simply said, I will charge for what I do, but it's always guaranteed in month to month, meaning, and I put a quantitative analysis. Nobody wants me to sing, but I think the problem in business is there's a bunch of purple dinosaurs doing business in America, especially on the internet. And they literally live in subjective value. I love you, you love me, nobody makes any money, you know. And so I shifted that paradigm and said, look, I'll do everything for free, but if you want to spend my personal time one-on-one with me, then let's come up with a price. I'll guarantee, let's say it's $50,000 a month. I better make you more than $50,000 a month, or don't pay me. And this is from Marshall Goldsmith, who went into the biggest companies in the world, and they would say, how much are you? And he would say, at the end of the year, after I coach your executives, you tell me what I was worth and pay me whatever you want. And he gets paid millions of dollars because he understands the value that he provides and he guarantees it. And when you come, whether you're selling a product, a solution, or a service, and can feel internally and externally. So what do I mean? Internally, you have to carry the energy that I'm going to be a profit center for you, and believe it with all your heart. But you also need one other factor. Most people don't know how to articulate the quantifiable value they're asking for to exceed. They can't articulate the quantitative value they give to be more than that which they're asking for. So you actually have to practice articulating that energy and belief you have. So many people believe they can do something, but they can't articulate the value of it to exceed what they're asking for, and then it all falls apart. So those would be the two things I think, that how do you monetize your community effectively with a good conscience to help more people? It would be to guarantee it and to provide more value than you're asking for.
Absolutely. Sharon, you're nodding. I know you're agreeing. I've heard you talk about how well you serve as well.
Well, David and I both believe that value is more important than price. And so value is what you're going to get from both of us. And that's so important. When you talk about sales and service, when you sell, it's a transaction. It's a one-time thing. So once you sell something to somebody, you got to find the next person. All right. But when you serve them, you create a relationship. And when you're serving them, that relationship can generate a lifetime of sales. And when you're thinking about, I have to sell this person something I don't like selling, I go, well, ask yourself, is your product or service something that will make their life better? Yes. So shame on you for keeping it to yourself. Right. Share it with them, create a relationship, and they will see that what you have can make their life better. So you're serving them, you're not selling. And yes, everything we do, we have some online courses that do have prices, but there's always a guarantee. You got a no questions asked guarantee. Look at it for 30 days, we'll refund your money. We want people to get value. We have mentoring clients that come to us for year-long mentoring that we say, you're not ready for us yet. We don't want to take their money. Right. We want to prove that where you are today, we can take you from here to here and monetarily determine that we can support you. You know, one of my clients just said her income increased 500%. I like that measurement. So you want to make sure that you can quantify and the value inherently in what you provide. Both David and I come into a relationship with lots of experience, lots of successes, and lots of learning opportunities. And that's the power of a mentor, because they've been where you want to go. They can steer you around pitfalls. They can accelerate your success. And a mentor should not tell you what to do. You should hear them say, have you thought of?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Have you met?
Absolutely.
Can I interrupt before I have to go? I want to add one thing about Sharon, and for people that they ask all the time, what's the difference between a mentor and a coach? And I used to make a joke. I used to say it was $500 an hour, and people would laugh. But I have learned this year, and when Sharon's speaking, I think about why it's important to know the difference and to seek what you need. A coach is someone that brings the best out of you. And that's a different skill set. And there are mentors / coaches. Sharon's one for me. She brings the best out of me, but she's also a mentor. She gives the best, like she said, of herself, her situational knowledge, relationship capital, the dummy tax that she's paid, all of those things she pours out of herself to you to learn from. But a coach is someone that truly may not even have close to the knowledge or skills that you have, but they have an uncanny ability of bringing the best out of you. And I think if you're looking out there for self-improvement, development, make sure that you know what you're looking for. Am I looking for both or one or the other when we seek that type of help?
Wow. Thank you for that, David and Sharon. And, as we wrap up the last couple minutes, I just want to quickly remind everyone that this 2-day deep dive event is about building a legacy, having quantum leaps, whether it's Rich Dad, Poor Dad author Sharon Lechter, whether it's affecting over 1 billion people with David Meltzer, or whether it's who this 2-day event is dedicated to. Because what many people know is that one of the people that were going to join us for this 2-day event, I had spoken with him just a few weeks ago, was Frank Shankowitz. And we are dedicating this entire 2-day event to the memory of Frank Shankowitz because of the legacy and the impact that he made on this planet. And, as we wrap up the last couple minutes, I would love to just hear, Sharon, I know you were a close friend of Frank's, and I know you recently were part of a tribute of Frank Shankowitz. And what can you say about the legacy that Frank left and how he's an example for people in the world? Because this 2-day event is dedicated to Frank. Frank, wherever you are still part of this event. And you're still part of our lives and still part of our hearts. And Sharon, what was the impact that you can say Frank made for you personally and for the world at large?
We just did a tribute for him, and my black cowboy hat is like 20 feet this way, so I won't go get it. But imagine me with a black cowboy hat. Frank Shankowitz was a cop and was introduced to a young boy who was dying, and all he wanted to do was become a motorcycle cop. And that opened his brain and his opportunity to help other children as well. And he was one of the founders of Make-A-Wish Foundation, helping hundreds of thousands of children around the world. And he and his wife, Kitty, were two of the co-founders. He never took a dime from the organization. He served as its president for many years, continued to work as an ambassador for it. Most humble man. He, from his cowboy boots that walked thousands of miles and supporting other people, to his jeans that were well worn on his ranch, and his buckle, whether it was a patriot, something with the U.S. flag, or a cowboy rodeo buckle, always humble, always fiercely loyal, and a huge patriot for his country, and a heart of gold. And his smile was just, you can see the smile on the screen. Sometimes it had a little bit of a smirk to it, but we were travel buddies. Our spouses knew we were supporting each other when we were on the road speaking. Incredible man, and truly the most perfect example of one person can make a difference.
Amazing, amazing. Final words, David, and then we'll wrap up this wonderful segment that we've had with the two of you. David, just what can you say either about Frank or just in general, the power of legacy?
I shared a men's group with Frank and David Corbin and Greg Reed, the very first men group I ever was in, and what a mentor he was. And I'm just going to close with a line that I was taught, one that I speak of often, that represents Frank Shankowitz, especially. And I participated in the Make-A-Wish Foundation with all the celebrities and athletes, at least Steinberg, that we had. But Frank Shankowitz, to me, represents this piece of advice: be kind to your future self and do good deeds. That's what he was about.
And what a perfect way to wrap this up. I want to thank Sharon and David for spending time with our audience and giving powerful gems of wisdom and being authentic, being vulnerable, and really just being the true leaders that they are in the world. Sharon, David, thank you. Until next time, God bless you guys.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate it. And for anybody that wants to support Frank, they do have a special website, frankscharity.com, to support the charities that he was invested in. So thank you so much.
you.
Love you. Love you, David.
Love you. Thank you. Invite us back. We love you.
Yes.
Thank you, David. I appreciate you, brother. Thank you, Sharon. Love you too. Thank you.
Love you.
Take care. And, I'm so excited for the next segment because, this is a real highlight of this event. This is a moment that I've been looking forward to, particularly because this gentleman who's about to join us, and we'll get into how we're going to be honoring him in a moment here. But in my mind, he's probably one of the most brilliant writers because of the attention for detail that he has, because of the skill set that he has to make you move with the power of the words that he chooses to place together. Most people know him because of the work that he did on the ground, the big Hollywood film Secret. But those of us that are in the copywriting field, those of us that appreciate the ability to write, those of us that are fans of people like Dan Kennedy, have known this man for, the work that he did even before The Secret. And we are so excited to honor Dr. Joe Vitale coming up next with a Lifetime Achievement Award that he will be receiving. And we're so excited to honor him as an institution of journalism, particularly and specifically for the works that he's done to preserve the legacy of a gentleman who has really been forgotten by history. And if it wasn't for Joe Vitale, I think that this person would have just been completely lost in history. And that's Bruce Barton. The work that Dr. Joe Vitale did to preserve the legacy of Bruce Barton, and the work that Dr. Joe Vitale has done to preserve the integrity of the legacy of P.T. Barnum are the main reasons that we're honoring him with this year's Lifetime Achievement Award. But of course, he's a multiple-time New York Times bestselling author. He's a seasoned musician who is always busy putting out music, putting out albums, writing books. And we're so honored to spend some time with him over the course of the next hour to hear his voice, hear his message, hear the way that he can contribute to the world. Of course, earlier we were talking to Sharon Lechter and David Meltzer about the power of gratitude. Gratitude is a subject matter that Dr. Joe Vitale is a preeminent expert in. So we are going to talk a little bit about that. But first and foremost, we want to take a couple minutes to really honor him with this Lifetime Achievement Award for the work that he's done around the world. And let's bring him in. Dr. Joe Vitale, welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune Quantum Leap Forum. First of all, thank you for spending some time with us. And, you heard the reasoning behind why we decided to honor you from a journalistic standpoint. Let's talk a little bit about what Bruce Barton and P.T. Barnum meant for you, for those that may not be familiar with that side of your work. Of course, you're a household name for the work you've done in The Secret and Law of Attraction, but there's so many more layers to you, Dr. Joe. There's so, you're like a fruit. There's so many more layers as people uncover. And so I want to welcome you to the Quantum Leap Forum, first of all, and excited to have you.
Thank you very much. I've often been referred to as a fruit, so that it's entirely appropriate.
Well, there we go. There's a first for everything, Dr. Joe. Right. And let's get right into the nitty gritty. Not a lot of people know about Bruce Barton. Of course, you wrote this amazing book called 7 Lost Secrets of Success, which is one of my favorite books. And usually when people ask me, Mo, what's the book you recommend? I say, you got to read that book. You got to learn about Bruce Barton. I honestly, Dr. Joe, I've had a tough time finding other stuff about Bruce Barton other than the book that you wrote. So what was it about this gentleman that attracted you to write that book? And why is it so difficult for us to find anything else about his mindset, the tools of success that he used, etc.?
Well, I think like anything else in the world, as soon as somebody stops promoting it, it disappears. Mm-hmm. Bruce Barton, when he was alive, was a best-selling author. He was the founder of BBDO, one of the largest advertising agencies in the world. He was a congressman. He was suggested to run for president. He influenced the masses. He was a celebrity business person. He was a recognized name, like maybe Richard Branson today. But when he died in 1967, there was nobody to champion him anymore. Mm-hmm. There was nobody to promote him anymore. And a bottom line principle in business is you have to market yourself, or somebody has to market you, or you will be forgotten. once he passed on, there wasn't anybody around to do anything, and he's pretty much been forgotten, except for, as you pointed out, the book I wrote, The 7 Lost Secrets of Success.
Which to me is one of the greatest books because it's condensed. It gets to the point. It's really not the most appreciated book as far as notoriety, but it's one of the most powerful books. So I recommend that. I want to do my little part I can in preserving the legacy of that book. And another book of yours that I'm a huge fan of is, of course, the book you wrote about P.T. Barnum. Yeah. And, the story that you have about how you were attracted and to his gravesite, what a story that is. For those that may not have read the book, can you please delve into that story and the spiritual connection that you feel you had with him, which to me is so fascinating. I'm just so blown away by that idea of being connected to someone that was here before us. And I'd love for you to delve into that a little bit.
You know, what's interesting is in both accounts, I felt like I was guided there by a mystical, invisible hand. There was something guiding me to Bruce Barton because I didn't know who he was any more than you did before my book, and something guiding me to P.T. Barnum. And I know when I was doing the research on P.T. Barnum, which most people think of him as a circus man, but he was a politician, he was a author, he was a speaker, he was a marketer, he was a publicist, he was an entrepreneur, he was very spiritual. I mean, there was so many sides to the man. It was fascinating to me. And I went looking for his grave site in Bridgeport, Connecticut. I knew he loved the city, and I knew he was buried in the giant cemetery there. And I was driving all around, and I couldn't find it. And I thought, this is really bizarre. There should be a giant tent of a monument for the man, and my GPS in my soul should take me right to his grave site. Well, I ultimately ended up at his grave site, which was a tiny little concrete marker. You can step over it, you can stumble over it. It was practically invisible. There's a marker across from it that's 5 feet tall, and it's for Tom Thumb, who he helped make famous. But P.T. Barnum himself, being more humble, especially at the point of death, didn't have any sort of fanfare, and there's no real marker there. But I was led to it. I really felt like some esoteric, ghostly hand took me to that marker. And I looked at the marker, and I was compelled to touch it. And I remember, I get buzzed right now. I put both hands on that concrete marker, and on it is engraved the words that led him. And those words were, "Not my will, but thine be done." And I held that marker, and I felt, my hands are shaking right now, I felt like there was electrical energy shooting through the bones of the man, through the dust, up through the dirt, up through the concrete, and into me. And I used that energy. I used that moment. I used that power to write my book, There's a Customer Born Every Minute. So it was an unforgettable experience. I'm so touched that you brought that up, and you know both of those books. But it was unforgettable for me, and I wrote about it at length in the book.
Well, thank you, Dr. Joe. And, definitely those are the 2 books out of your entire, number of great books that are my personal favorites. And I think that they're just the power that's condensed in those two books is remarkable. And the story that you shared in the book and now you touched base on is just a crazy story because, it's something almost unexplainable. And I was hoping that today we could have a better understanding of it because of how the nature of it. But let's instead dive into those words because someone may hear those words and I think it goes over a lot of people's heads. Of course, it's a little older English. But what did those words mean to you?
Actually, let's go deep dive into this. I had no idea where we were going to go with this moment in time that we have together. Thank you so much for honoring me. But what's fascinating to me is that we get to explore this very concept. I have a music album. My last singer-songwriter album was called The Great Something. And what it's referring to is that there is a great something that is guiding all of us if we allow it, if we pay attention to it, and if we act on it. And you can call the great something all kind of different names that might make sense to the individuals that are watching here. For me, calling it the great something is a nod to Joseph Campbell, who called it the great mystery. It is that great something, that great mystery that made me stumble across Bruce Barton, get this bug in my soul that would not let go, which caused me to pursue researching him, finding material on him, traveling around, digging up his journals so I can write the book that you mentioned, The 7 Lost Secrets of Success. The same thing happened with P.T. Barnum. Lots of people know who Barnum is. There's been movies about him, one just a couple years ago. There's been other books about him, other biographies about him, but something, the great something, was kicking me, gnawing at me, pushing me, inspiring me to look at Barnum from a different angle. And it's this whole idea that not my will, but thine be done is referring to not Joe's will, not Bruce Barton's will, not P.T. Barnum's will, but some sort of spiritual will that is nudging us to do something. We're almost like we're taking orders. When I got the idea to write the Bruce Barton book, believe me, I was broke. I was unknown. There was no internet at that point in time, so I wasn't known as an internet copywriter or internet pioneer. And here I am receiving this order from the universe, from the great something, to write a book about somebody nobody knows anything about. I mean, it's insane. Yet at the same time, I was compelled to follow, not my will, but thine be done. Same thing with P.T. Barnum. I wrote the only business book on him because I was following what I'm going to call marching orders from the divine. The great something, the divine said, go and do this research on P.T. Barnum. Yeah, everybody thinks he said there's a sucker born every minute. He didn't say that. He didn't write that.
You cleared that up right away in the book. Right away in the book, you cleared that up.
And I needed to, because so many people dismissed him thinking he was just a huckster.
Yep.
He was a hoaxster. He wasn't a huckster. He was a hoaxster because that was a form of entertainment in the 1800s. And that's part of what the spiritual directive was to me, is tell the truth about P.T. Barnum in a way that people will relate to and they'll be able to use. So in that particular book, I found 10 different techniques he used, same 10 techniques that the titans in business use to create their legacy and basically live forever. I was compelled to do that. Where'd that all come from? The great something. I don't know. The great something.
Is it our job to understand the great something, or is it our job to just live and not think too much about what or why it takes us where it takes us?
That's a great question. No, I don't think we're ever going to understand it, not till we close the door on this life and gone to the next entry point, whatever that happens to be. But I do think it's crucial for us to follow it. We have free will. And what that means is you don't have to follow those orders. If you get an idea for a book, a business, a product or service, whatever it happens to be, you are entirely free to dismiss it. And most people do. What I found in my life, and this is what really took me out of homelessness, out of poverty, out of obscurity, and started putting me on a road to great success, and to be here in a moment with you. This is phenomenal. What is wiser is to follow the great something's nudges. When they don't make sense, when there's no evidence for their going to be a success, it's more important to follow it because the passion for life is there, the adventure of life is there, the gusto of life is there, the synchronicity of life is there. All of life comes together when you follow the great something, even when there's moments when you're confused going, I don't really know where this is going. It's so much happier, so much lustier than just kind of saying no and doing what the rest of the world does, which is pretty much living a life, as Thoreau said, of quiet desperation.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. I was watching this documentary of Timothy Leary and Ram Dass. And what struck me about it was that they called each other soulmates, and they used it in a different context. But they called Timothy Leary and Ram Dass towards the end of their lives, called each other soulmates. And it made me wonder, how many soulmates do we have? Could it be possible that one of Joe Vitale's soulmates is Bruce Barton? Could it be possible that one of Joe Vitale's soulmates is P.T. Barnum? What do you think about that, diving in the rabbit hole with that distinction?
Well, I'll tell you, P.T. Barnum, P.T. Barnum, I probably was him. and in some sort of metaphysical, confusing, don't ask me to explain it kind of way. But I feel so attuned to him. I actually, on the wall over there, I know you can't see it, but is a signed photo of P.T. Barnum. Photo he signed. He signed it. It's his Matthew Brady photograph with his signature on it. And I swear to God, I feel like I signed it. I signed it. So whether you want to call that a soulmate or the same soul, or I am reincarnated, I know this starts to go off the charts a little bit depending on what kind of logic we use to understand life. But I feel like, yeah, I'm them and they're me. They're still alive because of me.
Absolutely, and that's a remarkable thing. And the lessons though, and thank you for really getting vulnerable and delving into a little bit of the backstory, because I know not everyone like myself read and loves both of those books, right? And so I'm glad we got into the context a little bit. I'd like to spend a little bit of time and go into the lessons, kind of the juice of what is it that people watching this at home all around the world can learn. Particularly, let's start with Bruce Barton, because I know even though no one has created a book like the one you wrote about P.T. Barnum, he is a household name, but Bruce Barton is not. And so let's spend a little time about the lessons that you learned in your research. And what's inspiring to me is that you were guided to do that in a time in which you knew you could not market this. You knew that it was not going to be marketable. It was not going to be a New York Times. I mean, we always wish for the best, but you knew that the shot of that being a New York Times bestseller was slim to none, since nobody knew who the hell he was. Right. And yet you still wrote the book in a time where you needed money. And so that tells me that it came through you and not from you. And, so I'm curious to hear, what were the lessons that you learned when you did your research, when you wrote that book, and the biggest lessons that we can all learn today from Bruce Barton?
Okay, so first of all, I think the biggest lesson for me, and this is the biggest lesson I want everybody to get, follow the mystery. Follow the mystery. And what I mean by that is, not only did I not know the book would be a New York Times bestseller, I didn't know it would be a book. When I started doing the research on Bruce Barton, I barely understood who the guy was. I did not know what the research was for. All I knew was something in me, the great something, was compelling me to dig him up, to research him, to research him even when I didn't know what was going to come of this. I was doing it out of intense curiosity. Like, who was this guy? Why is this guy forgotten now? My mind even thought, well, maybe there was a conspiracy. Maybe there was some sort of cover-up. And what I learned was, no, there was no conspiracy. There was no cover-up. The man died, and there was nobody to promote him anymore. But as I followed the mystery being Bruce Barton, and the mystery being my assignment coming from the universe to explore this man, it unraveled that it would become a book. It unraveled that I would meet a man who wanted to be a publisher who published the book. It unraveled over time that not only did I write a book, find a publisher, but I did a couple radio shows where they were all new to me at the time. I was green. I didn't know what I was doing, but I authentically, sincerely told my story, much like I'm doing here, and people rushed to get the book. There was one guy, one man who heard me on a radio show, and he bought 19,000 copies of that book. Stop and think about this.
We've got to hear why. You can't just tell us that.
Yeah.
What did he do with 19,000? So he basically put you on the bestseller list.
Well, he did in his company, because he was with a multi-level marketing.
Got it.
And there were 20,000 or something like that. People, and he bought it for everybody. Everybody. I went around the world on that paycheck at that point. But back up, when I get the idea to write this book on Bruce Barton, I don't even know who he is. I don't know what this is going to be a book. I don't know it's going to be published. I don't know anybody's going to buy it. I don't know that 25 years later, I'd be talking about it to the Los Angeles Tribune. I didn't know anything. I just followed the mystery. That's the first thing I want to say. In the book itself, there were 7 remarkable lessons that I got from Bruce Barton, which is why it's called The 7 Lost Secrets of Success. And I'm going to tell you one of them. And it's one I've been practicing right now with everybody that's watching. And it's the idea of sincerity. And you might go, oh, sincerity. We all know about sincerity. No, we don't all know about sincerity. Read the news. We find out that most people are not being sincere. They're not being sincere in business. They're not being sincere about their lives. They're not being sincere about their goals. Bruce Barton found that sincerity was one of the lost secrets to success. Even as you've been asking me questions here, I have been totally transparent. I don't, there might be people thinking I'm crazy because I'm talking about the great something and I'm talking about reincarnation and I'm talking about being P.T. Barnum today at this point. And there's some people going, man, that guy, what's he doing here? Why are they honoring
that
him?
doesn't look like P.T. Barnum to me.
And so, and here we go. But the whole point is I'm being sincere.
Yes.
I am being sincere. And that was what he found was one of the missing elements in business. So there was quite a few. Those are a couple of the lessons right there.
Thank you for that. And sincerity is something that is so overlooked, underappreciated, and misunderstood. And particularly in today's world with social media and everyone having a personal brand. I mean, there was once upon a time, Dr. Joe, you had to be a public figure to have a personal brand. And now everyone from a plumber to a poet, needs a PR specialist. So we live in very unique times where, this idea of sincerity and authenticity is really diminished. It's kind of strange when you think about it, how people have really are living in these shells. So thank you for doing a deep dive with us on Bruce Barton. And I highly encourage everyone to purchase at least 19,000 books of that copy right now. I think it's still available, but, you're going to have to do some digging to find it. And, let's now shift gears and talk about the second name that we brought up, and that we touched base about it, and that's P.T. Barnum. Now, we know what most people think about P.T. Barnum. A lot of people, I think, have this impression of P.T. Barnum the same way they have an impression of Don King, right? A bombastic, eccentric promoter who knows how to get people's attention, knows how to put on a good show, and knows how to monetize and capitalize on it. And certainly those are attributes and qualities that he had systematically, and those are not attributes that should be frowned upon. I think that that's a very powerful skill set in and of itself. But let's go a little deeper. What is it about P.T. Barnum most people don't know? What is it about P.T. Barnum most people have no idea about? What is it about P.T. Barnum that most people would be surprised to hear about?
Well, a lot of things to begin with, which is why the book took me an entire year, half a year to research it, half a year to write it, because he was overwhelming in everything he did and everything he accomplished. But I'll tell you, 5 days before he died, he basically left one of his biggest secrets. 5 days before he died, he's on his deathbed. He knows he's going to die. And he said he owed his wealth to the newspapers of the world. And what he meant by that, because it'd be extended today, is that publicity was his best friend. And when people have come to me for consulting, especially in business and especially in the early days when it was all about marketing and all about copywriting, and they would come to me looking for advice on some things maybe they weren't doing, the number one thing that P.T. Barnum did that virtually everybody in business is not doing is he befriended the media. He knew that the media, back then largely just newspapers, but he knew they were starving. They were starving for news. He provided the news. He provided stories, it's interesting that stories is one of the lost secrets from the Bruce Barton book, telling stories about your business. P.T. Barnum knew that not only do they want stories, but they want those stories fed to them on a regular basis to make their job easier. Meaning the newspapers at the time would write about Jenny Lind, which was the opera singer he brought over, or they would write about Jumbo, which was the giant elephant he brought from London. They'd write about General Tom Thumb, which was the 3 foot high little boy who would never grow up, because these were stories that Barnum fed the media, and the media wanted a good story. When the media ran the story, it was free advertising for the man. And so one of the things that most people don't know is that he leaned on publicity. And one of the things most people don't think of is that you can use publicity for your own business. And I don't care if you're a plumber or if you got a Fortune 500 company, you can use publicity. You have to think like a reporter. You have to think like a journalist. You have to think in terms of stories and what interests their audience. But if you can match that, then P.T. Barnum's success can also be yours. The other thing I think that P.T. Barnum had that most people did not realize is a deep faith in life. Some of his closest friends called him Reverend Barnum. There was a spiritual, if not religious, side to him that the average person who watched the musical that was about P.T. Barnum or read some of the superficial books that are about Barnum, they don't have a clue. That this man had a spiritual side to him, that he had a deep trust in the great something, that he actually, he had tragedies take place in his life. His museum burned to the ground twice. The second time, he was having breakfast at a hotel, and they handed him a telegram saying, your museum just burned down. He put the telegram down, finished his breakfast, and then went and started rebuilding his museum. He had a deep faith that everything was going to be okay. I would have had a fit, and I wouldn't have finished breakfast.
Hey, maybe it was good. Maybe those were some good waffles. You know, I think that is something powerful that I'd like to delve into a little bit, because a lot of people this past year, Dr. Joe, have had breakdowns. A lot of people this past year have emotionally gone and broken. Not everyone has had the strength to deal with the problems that life has hit them with. And, people that have read these kind of books and have done inner work have probably dealt with it a little easier, generally speaking. But for those that, and I'm going to bring in a couple of our associates in to continue this conversation. We're joined by, of course, Goldie and Dr. Natalie Forrest here. And I want to, talk about having breakthroughs for people, Dr. Joe, that are dealing with fear, that are dealing with being, in a rut, mentally, emotionally, and what is it that they can start doing to kind of get out of that, especially after a challenging year?
I have a few things to say. First of all, I want to say hi to Goldie. She's a longtime friend. I love her. Great to see your face there. You look beautiful. And I also want to say hi to Natalie, who set all this up. Thank you, Natalie. You're very kind and very professional. I loved working with you. Thanks for making all this happen. Okay, so we're talking about people going through rough times. Right now, at this point in time, I'm in Texas. Texas just went through the ice age. The ice age just hit. Texas was not prepared for it. You're talking about 5-6 inches of snow. That doesn't sound like anything if you're in New York or in Canada. In Texas, it collapses the state. And there have been a week-long power outages, water outages, food outages. The whole thing has been miserable, including for us. With Lisa and I, we didn't have water for 3 days. And some of it felt like we were back in the 1800s. But let's stop there and just even forget that happened. We're all still in COVID right now. My biggest income, my travels, my speaking engagements, the things I would do on stage, they're all canceled. And they've been canceled for over a year. We're doing more and more of what we're doing right now, all virtually. But let me take it even closer. Personally, I just went through a 2-year divorce that should have been easy and effortless because they basically offered the farm. Just take it and we're done. No, it became a persecution of my life and business and drained me financially, emotionally, energetically, and brought me to my knees numerous times. And I'm the guy who is considered to be the self-help guy who knows how to buck up and get through and put a smile on your face. There are plenty of days when I didn't have that. Plenty of days. So given all of this, how have I gotten through it? And how can other people get through it? One of the things that helped me was the ancient Stoics. Marcus Aurelius, Seneca, Epictetus, those guys, that gang. And I remember Marcus Aurelius saying, and he was saying this to himself. He said, if you can endure it, then endure it and stop complaining.
Good.
And there were days when I would look at myself in the mirror, basically, and say, can I endure it? And the answer would be, I don't want to, but I can. I don't prefer this, but yes, I can endure it. And with that kind of a motto, I can get through the day. The other thing I started to say to myself, which anybody can say, is one day at a time, it's all fine.
Mm-hmm.
One day at a time, it's all fine. If I get caught up in thinking about what about next week? And what if the shelves don't have food at the grocery store next week? No, one day at a time. Focus on now, which is actually a spiritual experience. Get back into the moment. The more we can do that, the better we are. The third thing that I found is focusing on the future. And that means, what do I want to create? Yeah, maybe right now I'm kind of limping a little bit because I, had some bumps in the road. And maybe I'm cold because Texas just got hit with the ice age. But what do I want to create next? Where do I want to go? So I find those 2 or 3 things helps me get through and keep going and keep building.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, Goldie.
I was just going to say, am I feeling good? Oh, that's not good. How am I now? Better?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay. I was going to say just the creation part. When everything just seems like it's going to hell in a handbasket, and I saw the pictures on your Instagram of the snow in your backyard and your pool. I think, we talked to Sharon Lecter, we heard from David, and they were talking about all the math, which is great because I don't think like that. So it's a good reminder. But then I see you coming along, and I think instantaneously music. And just, would you share with us just a little bit about your journey of just like basically just deciding, like, because some people are like, oh, I'd like to create, but I don't know how. Like, you taught yourself all of this stuff, and you have how many albums that are out. And for people that, might be hearing all of our words and thinking, okay, that's great, but like a real concrete thing is to create. And there is an artist in all of us. Mo is an artist, and you're an artist, Natalie. But you are really an artist. Like, can you talk to us a little bit about how music and how writing and how all of this incredible art that you've contributed to the world helps you now during COVID, helps you get up off of your assets, and could even help with success with your business? Like, let's hear from an artistic side of things.
Yeah.
Thank you. That is a great question, because I keep forgetting that a lot of people may be sitting there with desires to do things, but aren't doing anything. They talk themselves out of it. Right. I decided, as Goldie knows, about 7 years ago is when I turned 60. And I turned 60 and said, well, what else do I want to do? What's on my bucket list? And I said, I always wanted to be a musician, but I didn't know how to sing, didn't sing in the shower, didn't do karaoke, didn't do any of that stuff. I had guitars, but I knew 3 chords. I didn't know how to write a song. Been on stage, but never as a singer-songwriter. Didn't have a band. Knew musicians. And I said, I actually want to learn how to write songs, sing songs, play guitar, go in a studio, and make an album. Mm-hmm. Okay, age 60. No musical experience. This is plain boldness or, badness. I don't know what it is. It's just out of the sky. I just decided to do it. So this is why I like telling the story, because I want people to hear this part. What happened next? I almost gave up. I almost quit. I was terrified. Mm-hmm. It's one thing for somebody that, Goldie has the music experience. Lots of people have music experience. I didn't have that. And here I am at age 60 going, I'm going to go in the studio and I'm going to record an album. Who am I to say that? All of my self-doubts came up. All of my limiting beliefs came up. All of my excuses came up. And I almost gave up. The only reason I didn't is I had enough skill set from all the other areas, whether it was writing, publishing, speaking, and everything, to go, wait a minute. I could probably learn this. I could probably find people to teach me how to record and sing and play guitar and all that kind of stuff. And I sort of pep talked myself and fortified myself. And I did get past that hump. And I have 15 albums recorded now. 15, 6 of them singer-songwriter albums. Some of them are used in movie soundtracks, which still blows my mind. Some of them are bestsellers. Rolling Stone did 2 different mentions of them when they first came out. And so, Goldie, thank you. But what I want people to get is, I hope they don't hear it as bragging. I hope they hear it as, if Joe can do that with no skill set, what can they do when they pursue it? And it's the same thing when I say I pursued the Bruce Barton book. I was broke. I was unknown. I was scrambling. I remember I took a bus from Texas to Wisconsin because Bruce Barton had left some of his journals at the University of Wisconsin. I took a bus. I didn't have a car. I didn't have car money. I didn't have plane money. I took a bus, and when I got there, I froze because I didn't take a jacket, and it was winter in Wisconsin. So all of this is to say, whoever you are, wherever you are, your circumstances are temporary. They're where you are at this moment. But with choices, decisions, intentions, and certainly with action, you can create a new future, as Goldie pointed out.
Well, and then I have to say, so last I'm feeding back a sec. The whole Los Angeles Tribune was talking about, you know, not only your writing, but Mo and Dr. Forrest, just about all of the music and the contributions. And, you know, I just want to make sure that we want to make sure everyone is just well aware of all of that.
Thank you. Wow.
Yeah. And Dr. Joe, for me, music has so many different aspects as well, right? So number one, you're almost talking like mind over matter. It is the part of you, the manifesting in spite of the odds. And there are two questions I have about that, wondering whether you did it alone. But if we're sticking with music for a moment, not just that you are now known as, I think, the world's only singer-songwriter in the self-help industry, but it is also interesting because music impacts us, right? It's the language of the soul. It's the language of the heart. So how important is music in general, in your opinion, for creating the world that we desire, for creating the life that we desire?
Great question.
It is profoundly and mysteriously important beyond belief. The instrumental side, where I have a half a dozen or more albums that are all instrumentals that I did with guitar monk Matthew Dixon, who started as my guitar teacher. And then we just started collaborating and made some music that has been orgasmic to create and heavenly to listen back to. And I think part of your question, Natalie, is where that came from, or did I do it alone? In those cases with the instrumentals, when Matthew and I went into the studio, we received the music. I would often go in with, I now have a guitar collection. I go in with a unique guitar and say, hey, look at this. And I'm kind of fooling around with something. And next thing you know, we're playing something that is coming from the great something, because we didn't write it out. We didn't have this thought through. It wasn't logical. It wasn't strategic, but it certainly was felt. And it's that music that moves the performer. You know, I'm feeling the emotions, I'm feeling the ecstasy, but the people that listen to it, they can be transported. They can be transported to mystical experiences and to healing experiences. That's the instrumental side. The singer-songwriter side, I set a goal for myself. And that was, I had listened to a lot of music that I thought was programming people innocently and unconsciously for lack of limitation. And I remember telling people, I said, hey, do you believe it's hard for you to get what you want? Because most people will say, yeah, it's really difficult to get what I want. And I'll think, you know, and I'll point out, the Rolling Stones has been singing that into your head since the 1960s when they said you can't always get what you want. And you're nodding your head and you're dancing and you're tapping, but you're not filtering it. You know, and they didn't think anything of it. They weren't trying to do anything negative. And so I said, I want to write self-help, feel-good music that has the memorable beat of the Rolling Stones, for example, but has the positive words. And so the self-help singer-songwriter side of me has intentionally done my best to orchestrate or craft songs that have positive messages and positive stories. And I've done half a dozen albums or so, including, I'm real proud of the one called The Great Something. I studied with Melissa Etheridge in her house, in her studio, and she helped inspire the whole album and a couple songs, including that one.
Wow.
So the music is just incredible.
Well, I mean, yeah, I think we see it often. The music that we listen to can change our mood, right?
Absolutely,
Now, what
yes.
you
Yeah.
just said, I often like to call society and social media the big boogeyman or boogie woman, however you want to call it, right? But you just referred to the music. So most music that we listen to is about the writer's experience. And most of that, what we can relate to is the heartbreak, the hardship.
Mm.
It's all the stuff that we're going, like you just mentioned your divorce, right? So I don't know how many songs there are about divorce. I don't know how many songs there are about being broke. And then that, of course, influences the whole universe, as you just mentioned. So, how do we, other than with your singer-songwriting music and other meditative music, how do
Oh,
we get out of that rut?
oh, that's brilliant. I love the question. These are, oh, you guys are good. These are great questions and everything. When I was first starting to write songs and I was getting expertise and I was reading books, doing all the things I would normally do, getting coaching, getting mentoring in a field I wasn't used to, they would say basically there's three categories of songs. There is, I fell in love, I fell out of love, let's party.
Yeah.
That was it. And I thought, no, that I'm going to make another one. I'm going to make another category. And that category is a self-help message.
Mm-hmm.
And so there are a lot of self-help singer-songwriters out there. I didn't know it when I held up my hand and kind of shyly said, hey, I'm a self-help singer-songwriter. Turns out there's a bunch. Jason Mraz, for example. I think Jason Mraz is an ambassador of love.
Mm-hmm.
Some of his songs, what was a Auspicious Day? I forget what one of the big hits that was fairly recent. They were just contagiously happy. They're contagiously happy with a positive message. I think if I had to give everybody watching a particular message, I would say you've got to become very sensitive to the fact that you're being programmed by everything.
Yeah.
Mhm.
What you're watching, what you're listening to, what you're reading, the people you're hanging around, the music you're attuned to. You've got to be aware. I'm not saying turn off the Rolling Stones. You can listen to them as long as you have the awareness that that is a song that I don't want programmed in me, but I'll dance to it.
Mm-hmm.
And it's the same thing with everything else. You just start picking and choosing because you want to feed your soul, feed your brain intentionally the right music, the right songs, the right lyrics, the right books, the right movies, and all the way down the road.
Yeah.
Give us one song, one album for people that are stuck right now, feeling a little funky in fear that you have that we can go look up and find.
That I've done?
Yeah, that you've done.
Oh boy, The Great Something.
Okay.
The Great Something was my last singer-songwriter album. I dedicated it to Melissa Etheridge. There's a song on there called Melissa Said, which is all about my experience with her. The song called The Great Something is about what I'm referring to as the divine, the great something that's influencing us. And I think it has some of my better work on it. So thank you for asking. Wow.
Oh, thank you for that. And it's so much value right from the get-go when Mo brought you on and you said, first off, you said, follow the mystery. And then you said to be sincere. And then you just looked point blank at the camera and said, I didn't really know what I was going to be doing here today. Just like you did on my podcast. Like you're so open to sincerely following the mystery. And people need to hear that because we've got so many great speakers today and you can get bits and pieces that are congruent and they keep flowing. And then you come in here with something completely different. And there's so much to learn from that. So I really get what you're saying about following the mystery. It's huge. Yeah. Thank you, Mo, for asking the questions that you did to get to that.
Absolutely. And thank you.
Yeah. I would like to follow up on something that is one of the, I think, continuous things that I keep hearing. And to me, it's very important because I'm a big believer and practitioner of that. You keep referring to receive. You keep referring to, I, like Goldie just said, I just followed the mystery and then I received a message. When I wrote the book, it just came through me. So I think a lot of people, the ones I work with at least, they've unlearned how to receive, because children still receive, they just get everything, right? So what's your advice for those who are listening who may feel like they have something, but they're like you when you wrote your book about P.T. Barnum, you had no idea what would come through, right? So if they have an idea but they don't know how can, and I know that's part of what you do, how do you help people reopen their access to receiving?
Good, Natalie.
Yeah, that's a great question. There's 2 or 3 things I want to say about this because it is profoundly important. And I think it's one of my secrets to success. If there is something I can lay out there, it's not what I have personally thought of or personally created. It's what I personally received and acted on. And I think those are 2 parts. You have to receive it and you have to act on it. So the very first thing I would say is you have to make time to receive. We're so busy. We're looking at our phones. We've got distractions. We got appointments with, the internet, social media. We're totally abuzz with all kind of things just pulling our attention. We have to disconnect. One of my favorite things to do, and I haven't got to do it too much recently, but is to get in the hot tub, no phone, and kind of stare at the sky, often saying thank you for my life, which we should say all the time. I don't care what's going on. We should be saying thank you because we are overwhelmingly blessed, even in our struggles, with more than we can account for, and we take it for granted. So making time to receive, that's the first thing. You got to take the phone off the hook. You got to sit down and just kind of close your eyes and be available. That's the first thing. The second thing is don't judge what comes. Because what comes could be really bizarre. Like I still remember the book I was reading and where I was when I read a line about Bruce Barton. And I remember thinking, who was that? I wonder who that guy was. It all could have stopped there. It all could have stopped there because I could have said, well, I'm not going to do anything about that. Who cares? Never heard of Bruce Barton before. Why would I go and do that? I'm busy anyway. I got to go get a job. I got to go pay for meals, whatever. I received and I could have stopped, but I said, let me pursue this. Let me follow the mystery and see where it goes. Most people don't. So most people don't make the time to receive. Got to make the time to receive. Most people talk themselves out of their ideas. They say, not me, not now. I don't have the experience. I'm too young. I'm too old, too fat, too thin, too single. We go on forever with the excuses. We have to have trust. Another word would be faith, and take action, even when you don't know where it's going. I would say, I'll give you a quick example here because you're probably going to run out of time. So I'll give you a quick one. When I was learning how to write songs, and I really didn't know what I was doing, but I was reading books and I took a songwriting class and I was trying to attune my brain to how songs work. I was sitting on a treehouse deck. So I'm in the trees, squirrels all around me. I'm having a cigar. I'm relaxing. I'm looking at the sky. And I just started to free associate. And I remember getting the line, everybody's going through something. Everybody's going through something. I don't care who you are. Everybody's going through something. And it's kind of stuck with me. And I said, that sounds like a lyric. So I kind of drafted a song, didn't know where it was going, didn't know it'd be anything. I ended up recording it on my first album. It's one of my better songs for the very first album, but me being totally green. It's called Everybody's Going Through Something. Ended up making a music video of it. The music video has over 1 million views.
Wow.
And the song is one of the ones that was used in one of the movies I've been in as part of the soundtrack. And it all came from receiving and then not judging. Because I could have said, yeah, of course everybody's going through something. Who cares? Give me a better song. But I just went with, okay, that's the song coming through. Let's mold it. Let's write it down. Let's see what comes. So make time to receive. Don't judge what you receive, and take action on what you receive. I'd say those 3 things.
Awesome. Now here comes the kicker in all of that, though, right? And that's a question that I think that we've asked just about everybody because it's so common. I may not judge, but sometimes when something comes through, it might increase our fear level. So how do we deal with the fear of either, oh my gosh, I can't do this, or why me, or how would I ever impact 1 million people? Because immediately that socially conditioned fear sets in, right? So I want to follow the mystery, but I'm afraid.
Yeah. Well, that's another great question, another $1 million question. What I've learned to do is to explore the fear.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, to say to myself, is there truly something dangerous there for me?
Mm-hmm.
Because I don't think anybody is being asked to go stand in traffic in a LA freeway or something.
No.
You know, we're being told, oh, go write a book or go open a business or go write your poem or write your song, whatever it happens to be. That's nothing dangerous. That's nothing physically dangerous. So knowing that helps. The next thing is to know, okay, what's the worst that can happen, and play it out.
Mm-hmm.
If you really feel like, okay, and believe me, I went through this. And some of my songs are not that great. So I kind of expected to write songs that I'm going to get some whiplash. They're going to people, it's not going to like me, or not like my voice, or not like the songs, or not like the style. Okay. Can I live if that happens? Can I still go on? Yes. I've done the same thing in the early days when I was first starting out as a speaker, and I'd be terrified before going on stage. I would ask myself, look, if this is the worst moment of your entire speaking career and you totally bomb, you just did the worst of whatever you think the worst is on stage, and you make it back to your hotel room, can you still love yourself? Can you still go on with the next day? And when I could answer yes, it was like, well, then who the hell cares? You know, go do your best.
Right.
So dissecting the fear often helps us get past it, and realizing it's not a fear of death. We're not going to be crucified. We're not going to be harmed in that way. And focusing more on the benefit. What if this actually works out in a way that's a turning point? You know, what if the book or the song or the poem or the business is the one that actually puts you on a map in the way that you want to be on the map?
Mm-hmm.
And focus more on the benefit of following through than the fear.
Right. Right.
Love it.
I'm going to take you down the rabbit hole just one step further.
All right.
Because you said, you made that comment, which, you know, I obviously agree with. It's like, at the end of the day, do you still love yourself? Right? Mm-hmm. And that is another one of those key aspects nowadays. I think a lot of people have forgotten to love themselves.
Mm.
So if you're asking yourself, you're exploring the fear, and you're like, well, you know, can I still live? Yeah. Do I love myself? It's like, bam, stop sign. What do you mean, do I love myself? No, because when I love myself, I'm egocentric, I'm a maniac. Yeah. So what about that self-love? We know it's important. How do we get back to that?
Yeah, I've seen that before. Thank you for bringing it up. And I usually change the word from love to appreciation.
Okay.
And I say, can you appreciate yourself?
Mm-hmm.
Can you like yourself?
Mm-hmm.
Can you respect yourself for trying?
Mm-hmm.
And those are all doable. Those are all believable. I still think we want to love ourselves, but I understand that depending on where people are when they hear it, it could sound like they're egotistically falling in love with themselves and just missing everybody else. And I don't mean that. I mean, can you appreciate yourself in the same way you might appreciate everybody else on the planet? Can you love yourself in the same way you might love everybody else on the planet? At least as an ideal. So looking at it from an egotistical viewpoint is not where I'm pointing. Mm-hmm. I'm looking at it as nurturing. I'm looking at it as self-care is probably a good phrase. It's self-care to appreciate yourself, to mm-hmm. nurture yourself, to pat yourself on the back and actually say, you're trying. Most people aren't even trying. You're trying. You deserve a medal for trying. And so that kind of appreciation, nurturing, nourishment, and self-care is what I mean. But love is still the answer.
Yeah, always. Always. I want to bring in, I know we've sort of covered that. I want to bring in just a comment by Angelica Muniz. I hope I'm pronouncing her name correctly. She's, pointing out that she's surviving every time. She's saying, I've been homeless. I was in an immigration camp. I've survived being homeless in Belize. And then her last statement is, yet I am still in fear. So has survived everything, believes in survival, and any pieces of advice there? I'm going with what you said. You know, do you appreciate yourself? You've survived it, but you're the expert.
Mm-hmm.
Dr. Vitale, you have so many. I remember I just bought a few of your books, and you know, this woman is saying that she's overcome all of these things, and then I'm thinking practically, and I'm thinking the advice that you have with just taking action, and then it's like, well, that's easier said than done, right? But like, even the last book that I bought of yours, I mean, you just outline like all of these, just, hey, right now, like right when you start your book, like if you are broke right now and you have nothing, you can do this. Like you've got some really great advice for that. And I've gotten I haven't made it through the whole book yet, but I've gotten value out of it already. So just bear with me because I've got a bunch of your books to read. But, you know, you really are the king of, if you are just like screwed right now, do this. Like, let's hear a little bit about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you're referring to a book I wrote called Money Loves Speed.
Yeah.
Money Loves Speed. It has a lot of different ways to get past survival and move into thriving and prospering. Because as I mentioned earlier, I was homeless, I was in poverty, I know what that's like. And so this was to help those people being there. But the person, Natalie, that you just said wrote that question, I think there's something different going on. And we're talking about the psychology of living in a memory that they fear is going to be recreated.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And Money Loves Speed could be part of the answer to that. But I just read the book called The Gift about a woman who was in the concentration camp during Auschwitz and so forth. And she's still alive. She's 93 years old, and she's a therapist at this point. And in her book, she talked about still getting trembles of fear when she goes by like a fenced in parking lot.
Wow.
You know, because it's being triggered. And who knows what that experience was like for her, because she was like 15 years old when she was in that camp, and her parents were killed while she was there. And she and her sister survived, and they both have the same kind of trauma to share and to get past. So I'm kind of telling this person here, it's okay to be afraid. It's okay. And as it's okay to be afraid, you might want to consciously remind yourself you're safe now. And then do, as Goldie so wonderfully pointed out, maybe pick up the book, Money Loves Speed, and look at what's applicable to you right now so you don't fall back into homelessness or into poverty or into that kind of struggle. So there's a little bit of work to be done, but I'm going to tell you another one of the secrets, and I want this person and anybody else that's relating to this to do it. Surround yourself with a support system.
Yes.
I'm telling you that the people you are around are going to elevate you or pull you down or just leave you right where you're at. There's a rule of thumb that says your income is going to match the average of the 5 people closest to you. And so you want to move to a group that's all trying to be a high achiever. Napoleon Hill called it a mastermind. You want to create or join a mastermind. I wrote a book called Meet and Grow Rich with Bill Hibbler, which is about how to make your own mastermind. There are Facebook groups, there are other kind of networking groups. I don't know where this person is, but I would say look at who you are with, because the sunny people can help you feel sunnier. You know, a happier person is going to help you feel a little happier. Depressed person is going to make you feel a little darker. So you want to watch who you're being with. And then, of course, what we were talking about earlier, Natalie, look at what you're feeding yourself. What are you reading? What are you watching? What are you listening to? All of that input is going to bring you down or take you up.
What was the woman's name, Doctor?
It was Angelica Muniz, I believe. Yes.
And Angelica, just to expand on what Dr. Joe was saying, you know, maybe you don't have people right now in your life, and just remember tomorrow is a new day, and to ask and to, you know, look at who is showing you a little love, girl. Like, look who has spoken to you on the street or at the store, and ask. Don't be afraid to ask somebody that, like, they're saying that's, you know, doing better. Ask them, like, could I help you in some way? I could do this, I could do that. Girl, I've cleaned toilets to help people that are in a higher vibration than I am to get close. And then they've discovered like this girl has something more to offer than just that, or I could do graphic design, or I could do photography, or don't be afraid, follow the mystery, like Dr. Joe is saying, and don't be afraid to ask for help in a kind, humble way, but show your value and strut your feathers. You've got to have some beautiful qualities about yourself and talents, and start reaching out to people that you see connecting with you and making eye contact and seeing if they could be your new friend. Because I know a lot of people listening, watching, you might not have the same amount of friends as we all do or hope to have, but that doesn't mean that you can't. So ask.
Yeah. And I want to ask you, Dr. Joe, to encapsulate some of your many years of wisdom, because we've talked about receiving, we talk about manifesting. A lot of people didn't know about some of your journalistic endeavors or your music. One of the things that, of course, you're known for initially was The Secret and the idea of manifesting, create what you want. At the end of that, enormous hit, of course, a lot of people believe that manifesting meant, and you've sort of addressed this already, putting your mind to it, saying, I really want this. So the secret of manifesting, because that's what you do, what you have done in your life, what you help people with, the secret of manifesting what you desire. What is that other than I want?
Well, the very first one would be, what is it you desire? Because so many people don't even know. And there's ways of finding out. I have all kind of different exercises, and if there's time, we can come back to that. But knowing what the desire is, what is the goal? What is the intention? What do you want is the very first answer there. The second one is to actually feel what it's like to have it. And that's one that most of the manifestation people don't know about. They might say, imagine having it or visualize it, which is good, which are workable. And science proves that works as you're programming your brain. But I'm giving you a skip ahead. I'm giving you a hack that'll accelerate this. And so if you know what you want, and then you can pretend you already have it and get into, I recorded a song with Grammy-nominated singer Ruthie Foster called Feel It Real. And if you could imagine feeling it real, whatever it is that you want, and it's already taken place. So I'm a car guy. So sometimes I'll say, okay, you want a new car. Imagine you went for a drive this morning. How thrilling was it? You know, and you parked it downstairs. You got the keys in your desk, and do whatever you can to make it a third dimensional, holographic, feel it real kind of reality. And then the third thing, and this is the thing that drives me crazy, take action, folks. This is the one. People watched the movie The Secret, and some of them got real critical and said, oh, the movie is all about magical thinking. There's nothing in there about taking action. And I was appalled. It's like, I'm in there. I'm in there saying take action. And they pretty much gloss over it. Like, let's go get something to drink. Joe's speaking right now.
That's right.
And so I would say the third thing is you have to take action, because nothing happens until something moves, and life is a co-creation. So, I mean, that is a scaled down Cliff Notes dummies version. But
Absolutely.
Know what you want, feel it real, take action. And I guess a PS would be expect miracles, because your mindset is creating a perception, and that perception will help you be on alert to what you need to do to create it.
Absolutely. And Dr. Joe, as we step in the last 10 or 15 minutes or so with you here, since you brought up The Secret, the virtual auditorium would kill me if I don't at least ask a couple questions about The Secret. Right?
Okay. Sure.
And so, I remember in that film, there was a moment where you kind of looked at the camera and you said something about those that attract the negative in our lives. And you said, well, I'm here to kind of get in your face and tell you that it is kind of, you are attracting the negative. And I think a lot of people either misunderstood that or had mixed feelings about that or just didn't really grasp it. I'd love to hear a little more, because the way that film is, you know, soundbite after soundbite after soundbite. It doesn't really let anyone for too long stay on one point. So I'd like to go back to that statement that you made in the film and hear a little bit of an elaboration, since we do have a few more minutes with you left, to maybe hear that in a context that those that watch the film are not privy to hear.
It's funny. I've always defended the movie The Secret, because I would say, come on, people, there's only a movie. It introduced an idea. That's it. It introduced the idea of the law of attraction. It wasn't the be all and end all. It wasn't the graduation course. It wasn't even supposed to be an educational film. You know, it's a freaking film with talking heads introducing a basic idea. So if you don't get it from the film, it's because you're supposed to go read some books afterwards, or go watch some other films, or go take some classes. As for the line about you attract everything in the movie, yeah, you do attract everything. And I've been standing my ground saying that since day one. I was on Larry King the second time, and he asked me about that. And I said, you attract it all. A lot of people hated me for this. And what I was trying to explain, and again, even on Larry King, it's soundbite world. You don't really get to acknowledge or explain anything, which is why this is such a great gift. We are attracting everything, but we're not doing it consciously.
Oh, nice to say. Thank you for that, because I felt bad.
Yeah, that is the big difference. Because people think, oh, I'm thinking about $1 million. Where's my $1 million? No. What do you believe about $1 million? What's in your subconscious mind about it? Most people think money's bad or money's evil. They're not attracting any money because of that belief, or they're attracting just enough to survive. And then they say money's a necessary evil. They don't even hear their own beliefs being spoken. And so this is why The Secret is a wonderful movie. Everybody should see it. It's a basic introduction. But to understand how the mind works to create reality, you have to go deeper. Actually, I recorded an audio program with Nightingale Conant, and they have sent me a letter saying this program is their #1 bestseller out of everything they've ever done, including Zig Ziglar and Napoleon Hill and Earl Nightingale and everybody else. Why? Because the audio program was called The Missing Secret. The
Amazing.
Missing Secret.
Incredible.
Explained what wasn't in the movie The Secret. And it's what I'm explaining right now. It's
Very good.
It's what you subconsciously believe that is creating your reality. So a shortcut way to find out what you are believing is to look around and see what you got.
Absolutely. And, you know, absolutely, Dr. Joe. And you've been so generous with your wisdom and with your time. And you have really gone above and beyond serving this community, both for those that are watching right now and the thousands that will be watching this after the fact, as this stays and circulates online and is all over the web for many years to come. I know people will come back at this event, come back at this conversation, and hear so many gems of wisdom. So I want to be respectful of your time, because you have spent so much in the nitty-gritty. And Dr. Joe, just as a final statement, what is it you would like to say just to wrap up this incredible segment that we've had with you? I'm going to give you the solo layout so you can speak directly to our audience and those watching at home, and let you give some final words. Go ahead.
I would say what's really important is that you follow your passion. Each of us has a unique mission. We have a piece of the puzzle to contribute to life itself. And that piece of the puzzle doesn't have to be curing cancer or curing COVID. If that's your piece, then please step up and deliver. But it could be being a great parent. It could be writing a great book. It could be doing something with your own restaurant business. It could be anything. Mine is speaking, writing, music. Yours is something different. Tune into yourself, find out what that is, and pursue it. When you don't know where it's going, follow your passion. And
thank you for that, Dr. Joe. I appreciate you. And of course, we at the Los Angeles Tribune appreciate all of the work that you do. And I hope that this is the beginning of a long and fruitful relationship where we can come together as leaders to continue making an impact around the world. So Dr. Joe Vitale, a living legend, a man who still, I think, Dr. Joe, your best work is yet to be seen.
Yet to come.
I mean that in the best sense of the word, the way, by the way.
I love you all. Thank you.
Love you too, Dr. Joe. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. And of course, coming up next, guys, you know, anyone that knows me knows what my favorite film of all time is. And, anyone that knows me knows that I'm a huge fan of the film The Godfather. In fact, I don't think I know it's the greatest film of all time. And if you watch that film, you know anything about that movie, you know that that film cannot happen without the character of Carlo. Okay, and coming up next, we do have a living legend, somebody who I would consider to be actually a national treasure, and that's Gianni Russo. He, in addition to being an actor, he's done so many other incredible things over the course of his life and career, whether it is stories with Marlon Brando, whether it's stories with Marilyn Monroe, whether it's owning casinos. I mean, this man, Gianni Russo, has lived, I would say, at least 60 to 70 lives in one. And the fact that we get to spend some time with him and discuss not only the film The Godfather, but a lot of other things is really a joy for me. So I'm going to go ahead and bring in Gianni Russo now, who's coming with us live. And Gianni Russo, welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune Quantum Leap event. It is an honor and privilege to have you here with us, and welcome aboard.
Thank you. Thank you for having me on, man.
It's a true pleasure. And Gianni, most people know you because of the role that you did in The Godfather. You have a best-selling book called The Hollywood Godfather. You have an incredible podcast that's at the top of the charts on iTunes. And I'm more interested, before we get into that, in all the other incredible things that you've done. Because like I said in the intro, you've lived at least 60, maybe 70 lives in one. I mean, I see right behind you, you have that incredible artwork of Marlon Brando. And we're going to talk about the...
Without my father-in-law, it's funny, I always remember the line from the movie when Michael said to me, "No, Cole, you're out of the family business. Now I own it."
That's right. That's right. I often wonder what would have happened if Carlo didn't confess in the end. If he just kept a poker face, we would have, had a whole different trilogy. But I digress from that point. I want to talk a little bit about all the other incredible things that you've done in your life, Gianni, because I know that you're a seasoned actor. You've been in more hit movies than just The Godfather. I mean, the other day I was watching Any Given Sunday, and I'm like, hey, there's Gianni Russo. I didn't even know you were in that movie. And so it was a big movie, and you got to work with Al Pacino again, which I'm sure was a lot of fun. But what are some
movie stars? I can't believe it.
Yeah, absolutely. And so what are some of the other things, Gianni, that some people may not know about you? Because I know you've done so many things in Vegas, and you've done so many things in the gambling and entertainment industry. And what are some things that people would be surprised to know about Gianni Russo that very few people know?
You know what? The world is surprised at. My kids are finding out about it. That in 1995, Rupert Murdoch from Fox Children's Network and Fox Network got in touch with me because I had, at that time, 11 kids. And he was having problems with Jaime Saban with the Power Rangers. And all these parents were coming home after school, and these kids were karateing their sisters and brothers. So he said, you got to have a friendly show. I said, I do. And I produced, wrote, and was the executive producer of the AJ's Time Travelers, which was a children's show. It stood on for 4 seasons, and I won the educational award, and I never went to school. So nobody knows about that.
Well, there you go. And one thing that's interesting about you, Gianni, is every time you do, and I know it's hard to get you to do interviews, you do very few of them. And the few interviews that you do just explode on YouTube with hundreds of thousands, millions of views, because you have such a rich life with so many incredible stories. And I know you've had some very unique encounters with Marilyn Monroe. And, I would love for us to just touch base on that a little bit, because the story that you have with Marilyn is really something not a lot of people know. I mean, even before you became famous with The Godfather, you yourself were doing so many powerful things. You were involved in so many incredible things very few people know about. But let's talk a little bit about what kind of a person Marilyn Monroe was.
Well, me meeting Marilyn Monroe was entirely by accident. I got caught on the streets of New York selling ballpoint pens because I was still a gimp from polio. And then a truant officer said, "How old are you?" And I told him I'm 15. He said, "Why aren't you in school?" I said, "I don't go to school." So he gave me a ticket, and I had to go then to some kind of vocational school till I was 16. So I never wanted to get my hands dirty or anything. I was already a clean freak. So part of my route for Frank Costello, as I was a runner for him early on top of Lindy's was Wilfred's Beauty School. So I went to Wilford's beauty school only for a few hours a day. And the lady liked me. But I got there the first day at 9 o'clock in the morning. There's 20 or 30 beautiful girls there. So I hung out there 2 hours a day prior to going to see Costello at the Waldorf. And one day, Mark Sinclair and Kenneth came in, who were the top hairdressers in New York at the time. And they needed shampoo boys. And the teacher said if I went over there, I'd get the credits, but the difference is I can make tips. And that was Lily Daché, 56th and Park. And I knew it because all the limousines and high society women always going in and out of there. So the fourth head of hair I shampooed was Marilyn Monroe's.
That's incredible.
Because, I used to sleep, and it's ironic that I've done so much work with Paramount now, and I'm partners with them, Paramount and Viacom. But I used to sleep in the Paramount Theater in New York City on Broadway because it was open 24 hours a day. And I saw something like it hot 10 times. And I don't want to tell you what I was doing in the balcony at 15 years old, but use your imagination. Every time she came on stage. Now I'm washing her hair. And
amazing.
And it said, she wants a strong massage. And I'm massaging her head and she's moaning and I'm fantasizing.
Wow. Well, that's an incredible encounter that you've had with Marilyn. And she's just one of incredible celebrities that you've met and worked with and that are friends of yours. I mean, let's talk a little bit about the late, great Marlon Brando, because, of course, I see him right behind you. So it's hard not to think about him. It's hard not to see him because as I'm talking to Gianni Russo, I'm talking to Marlon Brando right behind him. And I know it was really interesting. You have this remarkable story about how, when you were new on set, you had this real nice luxury car and people didn't really know who you were. And he just assumed that you were either someone's nephew or, the next thing from the studio. And he didn't know that you were actually acting. He didn't know that you were being real. He thought you were acting in that encounter. Let's talk about that story because I think the audience would love to hear it.
Well, you're talking about the first read on 119th Street was up in Harlem, and I used to go to Patsy's all the time. So I got up there early just to say hello to Pat and a lot of the mob guys that hung up there, the Genovese family. So, and I was wearing a Brioni suit, and I had the car you're talking about was a 65 Bentley with a Chinese chick driver. And I'm watching all these actors come in like Sterling Hayden with combat boots on. Even Diane Keaton, they were disheveled. I'm wearing a Brioni suit, all dressed up. And I'm sitting at the bar and they're all passing me thinking I must be one of the mob guys from the neighborhood. And then I joined the cast and they told us, don't approach Mr. Brando at all. No eye contact, nothing. So after the first half hour, they take a break, and Brando walked over to me. And he said, "You're a big TV actor." I said, "No." He said, "You got a big movie coming out." I said, "No." He said, "Well, you're not on Broadway. I know everybody on Broadway." I said, "You're right again." I said, "Is this a quiz show?" So he said, "Who'd you study with?" I said, "Study what? What are you talking about?" And he called Coppola over. Because I didn't break down the script. My ego, I just wanted to be in the movie. I'm 25 years old. I got pockets full of money. I want to be an actor now. So he says to Francis, this guy's playing my son-in-law. And Francis rolled his eyes because he had nothing to do with casting me. The heads of Paramount gave me the part because of my union connections. I straightened out a lot of things for them in New York. And I'm listening to this guy trying to get me fired. Now, all my friends, including the guys I just saw at the bar, wanted to know what I was doing there. So I'm here for the rehearsal. They said, "You're in the movie The Godfather?" I said, "Yeah, get out of here. You're not in the movie." Nobody believed I was in it. Now I'm having this guy fire me. If I got fired, I would never be able to go back to the neighborhood. So they said, "Don't look at Brando." I put my arm around him. I said, "Come over here a minute." And I dismissed the director because I didn't know protocol. I can't tell Francis, "Go over there a minute, I got to talk to him." So the whole room went silent, saying like, "Who the hell's this guy?" So out of courtesy, I walked Brando to the back where there was a zig and egg game at night, but nobody would be back there now. As soon as we got out of earshot of everybody else, I turned him around. I put him face to face with me. I said, "Let me just tell you something, Mr. Brando. at all due respect, I know who you are, but you get me fired. Listen to what I'm about to tell you. You get me fired, I'm going to suck on your heart. You're going to bleed out. You hear me? He stepped back. He said, that was brilliant. You could do this part. He thought I was acting.
Well, that's a great story. And, you did such a great job in The Godfather. I always thought that Carlo was really the pivotal character in that movie. Because if you think about it, Gianni, without Carlo, there is no movie, right?
I didn't know that, man. Thank you for that compliment. I appreciate it. But here we are now, 50 years later, and we're still talking about this movie. It's crazy. And, to be a part of it, that's why you'll see Brando hanging on every house every one of my houses is a portrait of Brando. People say, he's really not your family member. I said, no, that guy's a family member, believe me.
Well, yeah, I mean, look, that was his best performance. And the story of getting him, and the story of the casting is really remarkable, because Coppola had a fight to get Pacino, and Coppola had to really jump through hoops to get Brando. And, I'm sure he was so methodical about the casting. Coppola knew that the casting is the most important part of that film. So without Gianni Russo, without Marlon Brando, without Al Pacino, there is no Godfather. It's the chemistry. It's the actors that make that film what it is. It's not a special effects movie like it is today. So how careful was he and methodical was he with all of the casting?
No, a lot of it. And I mean, Francis is a genius, especially at that age, to have the vision he did, because he never saw Michael as a tough guy. And most of your audience don't know, James Caan was cast as Michael first. And Carmine Caridi was cast as Sonny, because he was a big guy, and he was a big star on Broadway in a play called The Man from La Mancha. And the only reason I got the part of Carlo, they never cast Carlo yet. So when I was in the meeting with Joe Colombo and all the mob guys trying to straighten out the unions in New York for these guys, that's the only reason I got the part, because they said, no, Michael was cast, Sonny was cast. So I asked, who's playing Carlo? And they said, well, you didn't cast him yet. So I went to Joe Colombo, who was sitting right next to me. I said, Joe, I want to play that part. So he looked at Al Ruddy and Bobby Evans, and he said, he's playing Carlo. They said, okay. That's how I got it. I mean, there was no audition. They didn't know if I could chew gum and walk, let alone act. Forget about it.
Well, you did a great job. And especially, in that final scene where you get emotional alongside Al Pacino. Well, you showed your chops as an actor.
No, but I have to be honest with you. I was in the makeup room almost every day, because Brando and I stayed friends until he died. In fact, I bought the house next to him up on Mulholland, and between him and Jack Nicholson. But Brando was so, he's such a thespian, and he wanted the movie obviously be great for everybody. And he knew that, like you're pointing out, Carlo was such a main character within the family. So he gave me acting lessons every day. Like he told me, when Michael hands you the ticket, what are you going to do with it? I don't know. He said, I want you to look down and make sure there's a ticket there.
Wow, he told you that.
Yeah.
Wow.
You already read the script. You're going through the windshield in 5 minutes. But you can't telegraph that to the audience.
Right.
So he gave me all those little nuances. And he told Pacino, Pacino, ask one of Nero, one of them to give him a drink. And when he gives him the drink, he can't even take it. That's how afraid he is.
Amazing.
That's when he puts it in my hand. So all of that, I got to say. And then he also said, you're so petrified, you got to call on something from your past so you can get that emotional. Because like most lay people, even myself, I didn't know they do a mask and then they do an over the shoulder, a close up. You have to do this about 15, 16 times and keep crying. But because of Brando, man, I think I've gotten tremendous recognition for that closing scene and the emotions and the fear, but it's all Brando.
You're probably the only living person, Gianni, that's coached by Marlon Brando.
Well, I have three great things that I don't think anybody else can say. My only singing teacher was Frank Sinatra. My only acting teacher was Marlon Brando. And Marilyn Monroe took my virginity when I was 16.
Well, that certainly is a fruitful life, Gianni. And, I got to tell you, it's really exciting to listen to you speak about so many awesome things. You have this incredible podcast that is just so awesome. And you have this wonderful book, The Hollywood Godfather. What inspired you to write that book? And where can people check out the podcast?
Well, why I wrote the book, I waited till I was 75 years of age. And to be honest, when they read the book, or a lot about me already, I had to wait for a couple of mob guys to die because I didn't write about them. I wouldn't be on this show right now.
Yeah.
Because I revealed an awful lot. And the book is called Hollywood Godfather, My Life in the Movie and the Mob. And so is the podcast. So anybody goes to iTunes, Spotify, whatever, we're all over the place now. But I wrote the book because I'm blessed. I have 9 sons, 2 daughters, and 10 grandsons. And none of these kids, and I'm sure some of your listeners, these kids are not motivated. They think they're entitled. So
Absolutely.
I wrote this book to show you where you can get in life. Maybe I'll inspire somebody. I've made fortunes 3 or 4 times over, because you mentioned my nightclubs and gambling halls that I've owned, and I have like 6 major corporations right now, but I'm 78 years of age. I'm not going to stop.
Knock on wood.
Yeah. Hello. Yeah. Knock on wood and great doctors.
That's right. Knock on wood and great. And Gianni, you're still in the prime of your career. I mean, it's remarkable the things that you're still doing, all the way from The Godfather to today and everything in between, not only in motion pictures, but even, just with life and business. And I recommend everybody check out your remarkable book, listen to your awesome podcast, because you do such an incredible job of really getting authentic with people. And, have you checked out this new Godfather 3 cut that just came out? I think it's called The Death of Michael Corleone. I haven't checked it out yet. Have you had a chance to see it?
No, I haven't. I didn't like 3 at all. They brought me in originally, which I thought was a great idea, for me to play my son.
That would have been remarkable.
Because now, what happened to Santini? I even had the nerve to name him Santini.
That's right.
See this kid. What happened to this kid?
Yeah.
So when I had a meeting with them, they wanted me to play my son because I aged well enough, and I was going to avenge my father's death when Michael gets that medal. And then all of a sudden we went to Andy Garcia, which was Sonny's bastard son, and the whole thing fell apart. But no, I'm again, I'm doing something right now that I have to attribute and give credit to Nick Vallelongo from Green Book. He wrote a 10-hour Bible for a 10-hour miniseries that Colin Wilson, who just got 15 nominations for Andalorian, is producing. I mean, I got Chaz Palminteri as a director and writer. Nick is directing and writing. George Gallo, who did Midnight Run. These are the people. So you're going to see 10 hours now of Hollywood Godfather.
That's awesome. And Gianni, we're gonna wrap this up in just a couple minutes here, just last few minutes to have you with us. And I'm so excited to have you make an appearance, because we at the Los Angeles Tribune consider you not only to be a legend, but actually a national treasure, because the work that you've done, and we wanted to take some time to really honor your career, honor the work that you've done. I mean, look, The Godfather is the greatest film of all time. I tell people to stay sharp. You got to watch it once a year, at least, for the rest of your life, because every time you watch it, you see something you didn't notice before. What's your favorite scene of that film?
Well, I would have to say the closing scene that you just mentioned, because it's really my acting. Not all the rest were very physical. This was something that, and thank God for Brando taking the time and Francis's direction, that I'm acclaimed for that scene by great actors. They always say to me, man, that was great work. So I have to say that's my favorite scene, my favorite movie. And I really thank you and the Tribune for inviting me to be a part of this. And I'm available to you anytime you want.
Thank you, my brother Gianni. It's a pleasure to have you here, sir. And we're definitely going to do a special edition where we're going to spend a lot of time and go into the details of your life, of your career, because as a journalistic institution, we want to preserve your legacy, and we want the details of everything that you've experienced to be preserved. So 200 years from now, when people are doing research on The Godfather and the Hollywood Godfather and all of the incredible stories and experiences that you have, it's a part of recorded journalism. And we're going to go on to our next segment very shortly here. Before we do that, I want to just have Rhonda Swan come up next. And Gianni, you'll spend just a few more minutes with us alongside Rhonda. Rhonda Swan, who of course many of you know, she is a internationally recognized and known person, the CEO of the Unstoppable Branding Agency. I'm so excited to have Rhonda, who's going to join us right now live. And Rhonda, welcome. Of course, you're live right now with myself and Gianni Russo. Good to see you, Rhonda. Pleasure. I know in a few minutes, Gianni and myself will leave, and you're going to do an amazing keynote speech. But before Gianni and myself step back to let you rock the house, tell us where you are, Rhonda, because you're one of our international speakers here, and I'd love to hear a little bit from you. And then Rhonda meet Gianni, Gianni meet Rhonda.
Look how pretty she is. Hello, Rhonda.
Absolutely. I'm going to play the Beach Boys song in the background in a little bit. Help me, Rhonda. Help me.
Well, I was named after that song. I didn't have a name for like 3 days because my name was going to be Jim Morrison. However, I didn't come out as my dad thought I would. So I didn't have a name for 3 days, and Help Me, Rhonda came on, and they said, that's her name. So
Thank you, Al Jardine. Al Jardine, one of the guys not that known in the Beach Boys. Everyone talks about Mike Love or Brian Wilson. Al Jardine's a hell of a songwriter himself.
Well, every time I hear that song now, I'm going to look at her. Hello.
There you go. Well, I want to say Selamat Pagi because I'm actually in Bali, Indonesia. So it's about 5:10 right now in the morning. So it's a little darker than normal, but it's beautiful nonetheless. It's good to be here to see you guys this morning. I lived in San Diego for 11 years before I moved in 2008 and started to travel the world. So it's kind of nice to feel a little bit of a California vibe in Bali this morning.
Well, speaking of California vibes, when you're done with your speech, Rhonda, we have Kato Kaelin from the O.J. Simpson case, who's a remarkable actor, who is a world-renowned guy, who, I'm looking at him in the green room dancing. I mean, this guy's personality is so awesome. I love this Kato Kaelin, man. I'm so excited to talk to him after your speech. But, Rhonda, what is it that you're going to be speaking to us about with this remarkable speech that we can listen to in a few minutes?
Yeah, well, I'm really going to tap into where people are right now and talk about expiration dates and how we can change the perception of our lives and take quantum leaps in our lives and in our business if we start thinking in terms of expiration dates, making decisions. And I'm going to give some very strategic steps that business owners can take right now that can help pivot their businesses and help elevate their brand and really help them bring a lot more, not only impact to the world, but also revenue to their business.
And guys, I got to tell you, Rhonda Swan is a true icon in what she does. I mean, when it comes to branding, when it comes to understanding the things that we got to do to lead your life, lead your business, there is nobody that I know that is as skilled, as qualified as Rhonda Swan. If you're really looking to take your career and life to the next level, this is as good as it gets. You have 100% of the MOROC stamp of approval, the Los Angeles Tribune stamp of approval, and that's not easy to get. So we're going to go ahead and let you speak. Gianni, question for you, sir. Yes. Do you want to stick around and join us again in about 15 minutes when Rhonda is done with Kato Kaelin?
Whatever you want to do. I mean, it's up to you.
Okay, let's let Rhonda give her speech. And if you want to hang out with me backstage, I would love to have you and Kato with me in the next segment after Rhonda. So we're just going to take a quick break backstage. And Rhonda, we're going to give you the floor so you can do a deep dive into this remarkable speech. And folks watching at home, have a pen, have a paper, take down notes, because Rhonda is going to really educate us on some major things with life and with business. So Rhonda, the floor is yours. And we'll be back in about 10, 15 minutes with Gianni Russo and Kato Kaelin.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. All right. Well, everyone, Selamat pagi. Like I mentioned, I'm from Bali, Indonesia. My name is Rhonda Swan, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Unstoppable Branding Agency, where we work with our clients and helping them create, like I like to call, a sexy brand and turn them into profit-making machines. And there's a lot of things that are happening right now in the world and in the platform, not only of business, of social media. So I want to give you some insights on how you can take and elevate your businesses. But also I want to start somewhere a little bit different. I want everyone right now to think about the date, August 20th, 2021. What does that date, August 20th, 2021, mean to you right now? Now, many of you might be going, I don't know, maybe it's 6 months from now, maybe you have a birthday. However, I want you to think about something differently. Imagine yourself right now, and you're sitting in the living room with your family. Maybe your kids are there, your partner, maybe some friends, and a phone rings. And you pick up the phone, and it's your doctor. And your doctor says, I want you to have a seat real quick before I share this with you, because I just need you to know something, that the test results came in. And I'm sorry to say this, but you've got 6 months to live. Now I want you to ask you, what does August 20th, 2021 now mean to you? That's 6 months from today. It takes a completely different meaning, doesn't it? Whereas before it had nothing. You were still thinking about the normal things that are going on in your life. But now, this day has meaning. You have 6 months to live. Now, I share this story with you because this is exactly what happened to my husband's father about 31 years ago. He got that call and he was told he had 6 months to live. And his life changed on that day. He literally went from, some fear, anxiety, worry, stress, maybe arguments, and all these things that we allow to lay on us or that we allow to affect us. And he started living his every single day completely different. See, he found out he had an expiration date. He found out the day that he would be leaving this world. He woke up every day with a different outlook. He had, more presence with his children, started to travel the world. All these things about debt and worry and all these troubles that you had with other people, they started to completely fade away. And so he started to live his life differently. But I want to ask everyone, because why would all of us, I probably assume that most of us right now have a lot of burdens going on, right? There's a lot going on in the world, and there's all these things that stop us from actually getting what we want or what we deserve. There's relationships that get blocked because of maybe the negativity that we've got. But why is it that if we found out, if we had an expiration date, chances are most of us would probably do things completely different in our day, wouldn't they? So I want you to think about right now, what are you doing right now? And ask yourself, if I found out I had an expiration date, would I be doing the exact same thing? Would I be acting the same way? Would I be fearful? Would I rekindle relationships that I might have with friends or family? Or would I completely pivot what I'm doing? See, it's a really crazy question when you start to think about how one thing can completely transform our life. Right now, we are in a global pandemic. There's a lot going on in the world, and I give so much, empathy out to those that have lost loved ones and have had and found themselves in some deep traumas. However, many people are going into panic mode. But can you imagine if you started to shift the way you looked at things, and instead of being in panic mode, started being in awareness? See, the difference between how we act is whether we react or it's how we respond. See, reaction and response is the decision we get to make right now with everything that's happening in our lives, especially right now during this global pandemic. Now, I've got clients that come to me and today's topic obviously is about success and happiness and how to find that. And I've got clients that will come to me and go, I don't know what to do. My business is completely failing. I mean, I've been shut down, or no one's buying, and things aren't working. And I asked them and I shared them this scenario. What if you had 6 months to live? What would you do? What would you do if you wanted to leave the most impact on the world? If you wanted to leave the most impact with your gifts, what would you be doing? See, Tony Robbins talks about we don't run out of resources. Typically, it's because we run out of ideas. Most people right now are struggling with what is the next idea that I've got to make? And what I want you to start thinking about is, if you are in, let's say, if you're in a business right now, and maybe it's a brick and mortar, or maybe you are looking for decisions and ways to make pivots. See, this is how we start to look, and we transition what people are doing, especially with your branding. Like my company in 2019 was working with clients and helping them develop their brand, develop their product line. And then what I started to see as a trend, it started to slow down, and then we hit into 2020, and then what happens, right? Literally everything exploded. So for about a month there, we were in complete struggle. What do we do? But we had to stop. Instead of reacting, we stepped back and said, how am I going to respond? How am I going to see this? So you look at what are the trends that are taking place right now in the world? Like, what is happening right now that you can look at your business model, what you do, and either add on to it, like improve your model, right? Or make a pivot. Google or GoDaddy just announced over 1 million domains were bought probably in the last 3 months. That's a lot of people going online. So that means there's a lot of people adjusting and seeing that there's a shift happening in the world, right? That there's a shift that needs to happen for their business. They're either trying to figure out how to reach the global audiences, or they're trying to find how to bring their business online. But what does that then mean for you? See, my really good friend and mentor, Russell Brunson, he's the founder of ClickFunnels. It's like a $100 million company. And he talks about the Red Sea and the Blue Sea. So you have to ask yourself, in your niche or in your business, are you swimming in a Red Sea? That means there are people everywhere, and they're competing for price. They're competing for space. They're competing for brand messaging. Or are you in the Blue Sea, where you're literally floating above and your competition irrelevant? See, that's the difference in the ways that we need to make pivots in our business. And we ask ourselves, how can I become competition irrelevant? What our company did and pivoted is that we help our clients get published in top tier publications, like Forbes magazine, like New York Times, LA Tribune, right? GQ, all these really big publications, so that they can increase their brand positioning. They can showcase themselves as credible experts in their space. But print went away pretty much in 2020. Started to shift to the digital magazines. You're starting to notice that we were picking up trends early on and placing our clients in the digital publications, because that's your online footprint. So I want to give you, before I close today, because I only have a very limited time, is how can you start pivoting in your business and making the biggest impact? But more importantly, what are the specific things that you need to do? Because social media may go away. It's being censored constantly. So who knows how long social media will be there? A lot of us have rode that ride, right? However, there's ways that you can be doing things right now that can not only expand your brand, allow you to start really thinking differently. And I want to give you three of those options right now. Number one is start collaborating with others, right? Like, collaborate, start finding others, and maybe they're in your same niche. Can you imagine if you had someone that does similar things that you do, and you came together and you did a summit like this, or you did an offer? It doesn't matter what kind of a business that you're in. And now you're expanding into their audience. See, when you're collaborating, we're in a new era. And the new era is not about fighting against each other and competing. It's about collaboration. That's the new energy that's in this new earth, in this new world. It's collaborating and helping bring new goodness together for others and new companies together. So collaborate with others. Start looking at who can add to my business and add to my clientele. Second, this is the big one. You need to start creating a footprint online. You need to start creating an SEO or Google indexed footprint. Now, many of you are going, what is she talking about? This right now is becoming one of the biggest tickets, if you will, of credibility, right? So we help our clients get into top tier publications that helps tell their story. Third party publications like LA Tribune or like other publications, magazines, niche marketing forms of publications, not you on a soapbox going, look at me, how great I am. It's got to be someone else talking about you. But you've got to start Google indexing your name. I want everyone right now to think about it. When you Google your name, what is it that you see? Do you see on the right-hand side a box that's got your name, that's got all of your what you do, your books that you write, all the things that you do? That's called the knowledge panel. That's actually generated from all of the effort that's been placed, all the footprints that are online for you. That is your ticket to showcase that you are credible, that you are a high ticket resource. Like, you know, we just had Gianni here. I know he's probably got a knowledge panel, right? It's only was before for celebrities and for those that have done grand things. But now speakers, authors, experts, coaches, trainers, those that are building companies that are even working online, a knowledge panel is going to get you from being in the Red Sea to being in the Blue Sea, competition irrelevant. You also want to make sure that you tag on your on the news link on when you're Googling your name. If you don't see things being talked about you and you're just, there you go, Jeremy just said, time to hire my SEO guy. That's it. You've got to tap into this because what if Facebook goes away? What if social media does go away? Right? You have to have that footprint. And the SEO guys back in the day, they had it. However, what happened is we all got really cocky and started to be marketers, started to use social media because it was easier. So you need to start SEO indexing, Google indexing, and get a knowledge panel built for you and your brand and your company. And last, if not least, you really want to become competition irrelevant through creating what I like to call as a sexy brand. That means you know what you do, you know how you do it, and you have a brand image, message, and strategy that's congruent throughout the whole process. It gets a little wild, right? We jump around and we try to do so many things. Find one offer, one main thing you could do so well, nail it, know what it is, and then really go for it and expand it to the world. So it's such a vital piece right now for all of us. So does that bring you, there you go. Hey, Mo. And I want to really thank you guys because if we start thinking in a different way, Mo, about what if I had an expiration date? What would I do now? And then what am I doing now? Boom, now we've got the perfect combo.
You're absolutely right, Rhonda. Thank you so much for sharing so much wisdom, so much value. I want everyone that's been taking notes to write down the name Rhonda Swan, because one thing about Rhonda, even though she's always in demand, she's very accessible, she's very humble, she will get back to you. That's one thing about her. No matter how big she gets, she's down to earth. That's what I appreciate about her. And I'm a huge fan of the Unstoppable Branding Agency because of the work that they've done, because of what they're capable of doing, and because if you're looking for next level results, you've got to contact Rhonda with Unstoppable Branding Agency. I'm going to bring back, I said earlier, not just a legend, but I consider him a national treasure. That's Gianni Russo, of course, one of the stars of The Godfather. And before I let you go, Rhonda, I have to ask you, what's your favorite movie of all time?
Come on. Are you talking to me? Really?
Amazing. So absolutely. So I want everyone to go back and rewatch The Godfather tonight in honor of Gianni Russo, one of the stars. The film cannot happen without the character of Carlo. There is no Godfather without Carlo. There is no plot line without Carlo. Sonny doesn't get whacked without Carlo. Nothing happens in that movie without Carlo other than a conversation, a boring conversation. Carlo made the film The Godfather. And Rhonda, final words before we let you go and we bring in another icon. Anything you'd like to say just in closing?
Yeah, I want to send some love back to, my home state, California. But more importantly, everyone, really just tap into you, tap into your heart, know that you're worthy, right? And what you have inside of you is can actually help change someone else's life. Get out there, start talking about it. And I always leave this with everyone. If you're going to create a brand, create a sexy brand. And if you're going to be anything, be unstoppable.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Rhonda Swan. And folks, we appreciate you. And Gianni, did you enjoy Rhonda's speech?
Yeah, I learned an awful lot. I have a new definition for now, expiration date.
Amazing. Thank you, Rhonda. And folks, we're going to hear a lot more from Rhonda in the near future. She will be returning to one of our Monday Night Live shows, and you're going to keep an eye out for her in our upcoming material as well. So, Rhonda, thank you for making this awesome appearance, and we'll see you next time.
Thanks, guys. Cheers.
Amazing. Thank you. And next up, I'm going to have two icons, two legends on the screen at the same place at the same time. Why? Because this is the Quantum Leap Forum. This is the LA Tribune. And we're not going to just give you anything small. Of course, you remember him he's a 1990s living legend. Okay. You cannot think about the 1990s in American pop culture, in American history, without thinking about Kato Kaelin. It does not happen. And so we're going to bring him to join myself and Gianni, and we're going to have an awesome conversation here. Welcome, Kato Kaelin.
I love Kato. I love Kato. Gianni,
Awesome.
Gianni, Sonny, I love you.
Kato, I met you. It's so funny.
You know what? I bet you we met at the late Hugh Hefner's Playboy Mansion.
Many times.
I think that's it.
Wow, you guys must have forgot my invitation in the mail.
Well, you were there. I always thought Playboy was getting a little bit.
I was not there, Kato.
I know you would. I always thought Playboy losing it when they start doing different magazines like the girls of the AARP. I said, no, it's not.
Absolutely. So Kato Kaelin, I mean, look, when the premise of this 2-day event is bringing people that have a connection to pop culture history. When you think of pop culture history, you think of the film The Godfather. When you think of pop culture history, you think about the O.J. Simpson case. And we're gonna talk a little bit about that. But before we delve into that, what a lot of people don't know, Kato, is, and right before we brought you on, someone spoke about branding. You have done a brilliant job of building a career. And in many respects, you're kind of one of the first people to go viral. You went viral before people would go viral because people just had an affinity to you in that case. And let's go back to 1994, 1995, when you exploded in popularity and you were like the first Justin Bieber, right? Where you just went viral without going viral online. What was that like?
Justin Bieber without the talent. Thank you.
What was that like?
You know what, the late Larry King, who I became a very, very, very good friend with, Larry on one of the shows said, Kato, you are actually the first reality star. And I said, wow, you know what? I thought about that. I said, I think it's right, because it was right before social media and everything was TV orientated. And I look back and I go, my gosh, I guess there's opportunities for me to always make lots and lots of money. I didn't really do that. I didn't follow the form of, like, I didn't think it was that. I mean, it's always important, but I always thought, I'm going to show people that I had a talent before this. And I bring up a story that the week before the actual O.J. Simpson murders happened, I was brought in for a movie, and I got to the third callback. And Gianni, callbacks, you do the whole thing in movies. Oh, yeah. And my hair was long, as you know. And a gentleman who was my dear friend was the producer on it. He gave me a script. He says, "This is for you." The film was called Dumb and Dumber, and I was up for the Jeff Daniels role. And that's a true story.
Did you smack him when he gave you the script?
I was laughing. I was reading it. No one even knew about this movie. I was reading it going, this is hysterical. Obviously, the talented Jim Carrey and Jeff Daniels, I know they're the best choice for that. But I was just like, my gosh, I'm getting close. And you know that feeling, Johnny, when you're getting really close to stuff happening, you go, boy, I'm getting called in for all this stuff. I'm getting called in. And then my life shut down, and the trial started. I became a caricature, and it was sort of tough because I went to an academy, I went to acting, and I couldn't get really anything. And the worst part about it is I'm from Milwaukee, Wisconsin. That's a great part. I come from the most loving, my late parents, the most loving, large Catholic family. I never saw mom and dad, if they ever had an argument, I never saw them not kiss each other. I never saw them during a Packer game. We had a long hallway. When a touchdown, they'd run into each other. There was like Mr. and Mrs. Santa Claus. So I had an incredible upbringing. So I always had that zest of, I say it, we have a semester on earth. So I've always had that thing that I know life is short. I say, I'm going to have fun no matter what. And I've kind of held that true to myself, but the court of public opinion started to pick on me, and I couldn't, you defend yourself, but the more it kind of snowballs and gets bigger and bigger. And 25 years later, everything's kind of going my way now. But
well,
it forever.
Thank you for sharing that, kid. Everyone knows my favorite film's The Godfather. One of my favorite shows is actually the O.J. Simpson show they did a few years ago. What did you think about your depiction? I mean, you were there. You know, there's that scene of you walking in the sidewalk, and you're like, "Fame is complicated." Was it really like that for you, or what did you think about your depiction in that show?
Well, Billy Magnuson, the actor, he's terrific. You know, he's Into the Woods, what Meryl Streep he did, tons of other films, and we became, social media. He said some really, really kind things. I never got to meet him, which I thought was his mistake. I thought no matter what, you want to meet the person you're going to play, you make your own choice. But he went on to meet other people that knew me, and he said some very kind things. The depiction was sort of like Spicoli in Fast Times at Ridgemont High, which wasn't what I was like. But, he made the choice. I'm true to myself. I noticed but really, literally, very gregarious person. I couldn't go out probably for a year and a half of becoming an introvert, and I hated it. So back in the 90s, it was sort of like having COVID back then. I couldn't go anywhere.
Wow.
And it was, and then certain people loved you, and then some hated you. Some people just wanted to fight. I mean, I could tell you numerous times people just would come and spit at me and put gum in my hair. I was like, I'm just a witness, do my public servant. I'm doing what I have to do. But everybody in Los Angeles especially had their own opinion. They wanted to be part of something. And I don't know why they wanted to. They just wanted to be part to say, this is what I think. This is what I think. And
well, you're limiting yourself. The world had an opinion about that.
Yeah, exactly. And that was the first
world.
of its kind. Very Shakespearean.
Yeah.
What do you think, Gianni, about that time in American history, Gianni? Does this bring up where you were?
OJ used to come to, he was partners in a bar, which you knew about, with the kid from I forgot the name. It was called it was on Pico. In fact, Kardashian was a part of it also. So I knew, and OJ and I had the same agent, Jack Gelati. So I've known OJ most of his life, and but it's a sad situation because I think I'm one of many people who really believe he did kill her.
Well, I said my opinion. I think he's a guilty man. I've said that many times on different shows. It's my opinion. But the jury had
Well, guys, it's going to be 2 against 1 because I know this is not popular. I don't think he did it, and we were not even going to get into this with Cato.
Yeah.
But I think he's innocent. That's just me.
Grapefruit juice now, so let's forget the OJ.
Sure. But Cato, you have this awesome clothing company that I think is really great. That you took that notoriety that you had and you turned it into a successful business.
Can you share a clothing company? That's interesting.
Well, what I did a long time ago, I did a show with the hostess her name's Rhonda Shear, very funny comedian. Rhonda and I stayed friends for over 25 years. And I called her. I saw that she was in Forbes top millionaires, and her company is Shear Enterprises. She invented the AAH bra, AAH bra. It's a bra that's more popular than the Wonder Bra from Victoria's Secret. And I said, Rhonda, I've got this great idea. I said, for years, people have called me a slacker. Michael J. Fox was slacker in Back to the Future. I said, let's make a slacker line. And I have the slacker spelled with the K backwards because my life has always been, you've got to pay it forward. And I was always going back, but trying to go forward. And every pants comes with a TV remote, so you never lose that in the pocket. And we started writing these funny bits to it. And I got the robe. I said, you don't have to have your own mansion and smoke a pipe to have a robe. So I made fun of certain things with the slacker sort of line. So Ron and I are still running that company. I wish it would, like I said, it's difficult because sometimes, Mo and Gianni, no matter what I do, people will find a negative, like he's cashing in. So it's sort of like it's a double-edged sword in my life. But look before the trial, I've been around forever. I've had my SAG card for almost 38 years. I've been around.
Wow.
But I was thrust into the spotlight, and then people have made their opinion of who Cato was. And I hate no one. And if they have hate to me, I see on social media, I don't hate. And
Cato is
love
such a positive guy. I mean, your energy, Cato, is so awesome. I got to tell you. And I'm going to bring in one of my co-hosts, Goldilocks, who many of you remember. She, of course, was one of the hosts of TNA Wrestling. And she spent a lot of time with Chris Rock on national television. And welcome, Goldie. And, you know, I wanted to bring her in this conversation that we're having. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, we have Gianni Russo, star of The Godfather. We have Cato Caitlin, you know, star of the 1990s. Is that fair, Cato? Can I say that? You're the star of the 1990s.
Star of the 1990s and working on the present.
And working on the present.
You, baby. Where's Goldie?
Yeah, but Mo, I like your style. You always come up with a pretty lady.
You know, Gianni, I learned from the best. You're one of my mentors. You're one of my idols from afar. And, you know, I picked up a lot from Gianni Russo over the years. So thank you for that. And I got to say, this is a fantastic lineup because everyone here has had experience being under the limelight, whether it's Goldie, my lovely co-host and columnist at the LA Tribune, whether it's Gianni Russo, whether it's Cato Caitlin. And, you know, what are some lessons that you guys have learned being a part of such iconic things, whether it's TNA with Goldie, whether it's the O.J. Simpson case and the career that you've built before and after that, Cato, or The Godfather, Gianni. Let's start with you, Gianni. Just what are some lessons you learned kind of being in the limelight, the pressures that come with that, and things that you can teach the people at home watching to take with them?
Well, you know, I'm not one of the normal people because of the fact that I love the pressure from it. I caress people. I like the fact that, you know, I'm successful and I've never shunned away from it. I mean, I'm good friends with Bobby and Al. I mean, we did a lot of movies together and they run away from it. I always wonder, I even said to Pacino when we were doing Any Given Sunday, because we were staying at this hotel and this little kid's waiting for him for hours. And he tried to sneak away from the kid. I said, why don't you become a monk? Anybody wants my autograph or see me, I want to give you a hug, man. I'm not a normal celebrity. I love it. I mean, I'm now in it 50 years and I'm capitalizing on it yet.
Amazing.
I love celebrity.
And Goldie, you're muted, by the way, Goldie. Let's go to Cato. How do you feel about it, Cato? I mean, it's been 25 years for you now.
Yeah, I think that, like I said before, life is short. And I never take anything really too serious. I love having fun. One sec. Hello?
Hey, Cato, we're on the air.
Hold on. It's Whole Foods.
Okay.
It's Whole
I'll
Foods
talk
produce.
to Cato. Just talk to me on StreamYard.
Banana phone number.
Buddy, just talk to me on StreamYard,
I'm talking to Mo and Gianni and Goldie. Call me back, baby.
Okay. Thank you. Bye-bye.
He's cutting a promo, Mo. Look out.
Love it. That's my thing, Mo. It's just I really look at you know, life is short. It's a short. Have fun. Don't take anything too serious. Always work hard. And nothing's ever given for free. And I continually always will write down jokes. I don't know if you know, I host a show for the last 4 years called Wizard World. It's the world's largest traveling Comic-Con. So I'm with the actors of Marvel, DC Comics. You know, we traveled the world, and with COVID, we'd go to convention centers and you get 100,000 people where I'm hugging and emceeing. And I love like Gianni, I love people. I love, you know, you hear the greatest comments coming from these people. They don't even care about the OJ trial. So the last 4 years, I've been so fortunate to travel every great city in America. We did a Renal in Saudi Arabia, and we were just on our way to Shanghai before COVID. And now we have to wait for our 2021 season. Right now, we're closed to the third quarter. And it's really affects me because I'm a people person. So we're hoping that goes, because Wizard World, like I said, we have every famous actor. We have every star from TV, pop culture, anime. It is so successful. And, you know, the late Stan Lee was a huge part of our show.
That's amazing. And Gianni, what do you think about folks like Stan Lee and this kind of new wave of movies? Because it's really different from the era that you really exploded in. Back then, films were different. When Coppola was directing films, when you were in movies like Godfather, I mean, stylistically, films were so different. You know, now it's all about the big budget, the Marvel. You know, what do you think about that distinction? How has Hollywood changed?
I'm about to produce my 49th film. And I'm still doing big films.
Woo!
Nothing with blowing up or sci-fi or anything like that. I'm doing a 10-hour mini series based on my book. So, I mean,
amazing. I can't wait for that.
Genre I've been successful with.
Awesome. Guys, I'm about to bring another special guest in to join us here on this panel. And, she is such a remarkable person. You guys may remember her from the Megyn Kelly show. You guys maybe remember her from multiple national television appearances. You might know her from when she was on NBC. You might know her from her best-selling book. Of course, Amberly Lago, who has such an amazing story. And I want you guys to listen to this story because it's so remarkable. So let's bring her in. Amberly, great to have you with us here on the Quantum Leap Forum.
Hey there! I am so excited about being here. I'm like pinching myself right now, Mo. So good to see you. Hi, Goldie. And look at these two superstars here. So grateful to be. Kato?
Hi.
I actually told
He's a
Mo a
legend.
story when he told me that you were going to be here. And I met you. I used to be a barista at a little coffee shop called Eagles on Lankershim Boulevard. And I was so embarrassed because you came in the coffee shop and I was like, I think I know you. You look so familiar. Maybe we went to school together. And it was during the OJ trials. And of course, I'd seen you on TV. And you were so kind not to say, oh, you dummy, I'm on TV. And so I first met you, and I can't believe I'm getting to see you here today. So I'm so glad Mo put us together.
Oh, you know what? I still got your phone number. Thank you.
That's smooth. You know what we call that, ladies and gentlemen? We call that playing hard to get. He's just waiting about 25, 26 years.
Yeah.
He's letting it marinate.
I
Smooth,
said,
Kato.
He wanted to see where she was going to go in life.
That's right. Smooth. And Amberly, I'm so excited to have you here, and you're so humble yourself because you yourself have accomplished so much. And I'm going to shift the tone a little bit. We're having a good time, and we're going to continue to have a good time. But I want people to hear your story, Amberly. And I can say it, but really it should come from you because you can go into the details better. And I think there's a lot of people watching this that obviously know who you are. Maybe they remember seeing you with Megyn Kelly on TV, but maybe some people internationally didn't have that kind of television exposure. So please go into your story and share it with us because it's something real remarkable and something that people. Yes, Gianni.
Before she starts, I didn't block this much time.
You got it, Gianni.
I don't want to embarrass.
Appreciate you. It's all good.
But I'm going to send me a tape or something.
You got it, Gianni. I appreciate you. Final thought, though, Gianni, just where can people check out your podcast and this new book? Where can people go to get in touch
Amazon, the book is a bestseller in 7 countries. The podcast is on Spotify, iTunes, Hollywood Godfather. And that's it. But thank you all.
Thank you. Appreciate you, Gianni. Thank you. Till next time.
Gianni.
God bless. Stay
God
care.
bless. Thank you.
And so, Amberly, I really want to hear this because I know a lot of people, it might be the first time they've come across your work and you have such a powerful story. I'd love you to just get into the nitty-gritty with us.
Well, thank you. When I said I'm like pinching myself to be here, it's literally because there were just a few years ago when my life was completely different. I was stuck in a hospital bed. I was covered in bed sores. I didn't know if today was going to be the day they were going to amputate my leg. I couldn't even get up to use the bathroom on my own. And all I wanted to do was be able to chase my 2-year-old daughter at the time. I wanted to get back to work. And so I want to share that transformation is possible and share my journey a little bit and what I've learned along the way, because it has definitely been a journey. I was hit by an SUV while riding my motorcycle home from work. And when I woke up out of a coma, the doctors said I had a 1% chance of saving my leg from amputation. And being a professional dancer and athlete and fitness trainer, and I was sponsored by Nike, and I was doing infomercials for Body by Jake. And I had, there were vitamin labels like, company and vitamins that had my picture across the label. And to wake up out of a coma and be told that you are going to have your leg amputated was one of the worst things I could have, heard. And when they said 1%, I hung on to that 1%, and that was my glimmer of hope. And I think all we need sometimes is a little glimmer of hope to carry us through some of the hardest, circumstances or adversity. And I know so many people are going through some hard times right now. And I hung on to that 1%. chance and found a doctor, and it took 34 surgeries.
Wow.
Took months in the hospital, thousands of prayers, and excruciating hours of physical therapy, but they were able to save my leg, and that was really the beginning of my healing journey. I was then diagnosed with a disease called complex regional pain syndrome, which is dubbed the suicide disease because it's ranked highest on the pain scale. There's no known cure. So after trying dozens of treatments, from a spinal cord stimulator, ketamine infusions, spinal blocks, I was on 73 homeopathic medications along with 11 prescription medications, and nothing was working. And I was really giving up on life. I mean, I knew about grit. I grew up in Texas and I worked hard to get to where I was and build up my career. So I thought, well, if I just work hard, things were going to get better. But when I had a doctor tell me, you will never be able to work again, you're going to be permanently disabled, you need to just go home and get back in your wheelchair, I felt like I had been given a life sentence. And so it was probably at my darkest time where I had a moment like, I think, the quantum leap. And that is really the belief and wanting something more out of life, because I went from having this big life. And I think sometimes when we're in pain, whether that's emotional pain or we're going through a hard time or it's chronic physical pain, we feel like we're the only one going through it. We feel like nobody's going to understand our pain. Nobody's going to get it. And for me, I didn't want people to see that. And so on the outside, I was trying to pretend like everything was okay. And on the inside, I just felt like I was dying inside. And I had a moment where I thought, my husband could find a better wife. My kids could find another mom. And it was at that moment I said, no, this is my chance to really decide whether I want to continue down that road of despair or I want to reach out for help. I want to hold on to the little glimmer of light that I had, because I think we all have this light within us and we have to find ways to make that light shine brighter. And I think that really the transformation came when I thought, I want my kids to see an example of resiliency, not a victim. I want them to see an example of a victor of their life. And so I'm here today to share like tips and tools that have helped me along the way and show you can get through anything.
Amazing, Amberly. And as you shared some of your story, and we'll definitely get into your tips and tools, but as you shared that story, I noticed Cato, I could just tell that you were moved by her story. I'm curious, Cato, what your thoughts and feelings are as we all heard Amberly share this.
Well, I mean, just the passion of Amberly going through pain. Who likes pain and the a 1% chance of how you, it's just a great story. And I didn't know your story, but it's compelling to know and how you are. And look, I don't know what the state of what you are, but obviously you're healthy, and how you beat these odds. It's just it's a beautiful story. It's a movie of the week, or better yet, an Academy Award-winning film. I just think I think in today's times we need your spirit, and people need to overcome any kind of whatever they're going through. Hear a story like yours. So I love listening to this sort of story of how you overcame things, and you're obviously a winner.
Oh, thank you. Well, you know what? I'm not unique. I'm just a regular girl from a small town in Texas who, once I realized I had a choice, I felt like I took my power back. And I think that when any of us realize we have a choice, that's when we take our power back. And I'm so grateful for your kind words, Cato. Thank you so much. And I think pain has been my biggest teacher, because it gives us the opportunity to, it can get the best of us, or it can transform us, and we can turn that into purpose. And, I used to be so embarrassed of how I looked. I'm completely scarred and deformed from the hip down. And sometimes I walk with a little limp. And actually, my daughter told me the other day, I guess I was limping, and she goes, "Mama, I don't think you have any lives left. I think you've used all your 9 lives." And I said, "I know, baby. We got to live full out every day. We got to live full out."
Now I'm going to come back to Amberly and let you dive into tips and amazing things you have for our audience. I want to be respectful of Cato's time. So Cato, just to wrap up with you, unless you can stick around for a few more minutes, I'm going to give you the floor, Cato, because the audience here really wants to hear leadership lessons. So if you have anything in closing you'd like to share with our audience, Cato.
Well, I Amberly, I think it's kind of nail on the head. I think that you just got to, when you are at the most down moment of your life, I just think you've got to think of the greatest moments of your life. I think that really brings it out. And I was really blessed in my life because I came from a large family, and when you're growing up with a family, you don't realize the moments with little fights, your brothers and sisters, how much that matters in your life. So when I moved from Milwaukee to California, and then I saw people that came from families that didn't have a mom or a dad and divorces and all that, the older you get, obviously you look back and you go, my God, this is really a blessed life that I'm leading. And I owe everything to my mom and dad because their spirit is in me, and they always were laughing. And when we lost both my parents, it's sad, but I really believe that they look down every single day on me and our family because I'm a survivor and I'm surviving. And I think it's all because of how I was raised. And that's a great thing. And I know Mo's waiting for that joke. No, Mo, I was not raised in a 4-bedroom guest house. That was a long time ago.
You can read my mind, Cato. That's exactly where I was going, and I was going to give myself the original person of the year award, because what I know about you, Cato, is in the last 25, 26 years, you've heard 0 OJ jokes, none. I was going to be the first one, and I was going to think I'm so clever for throwing an OJ joke.
Mo, I still go to the supermarket and I still buy things in trial size. I'm serious.
So I'm not going to bug you about OJ, Cato, but before we let you go, I do want to ask you to share a Johnny Cochran story.
I guess I could say that they brought me in. I was a witness, and I gave my time to the prosecution and the defense. Both. I wanted they interview you. So I think the Johnny Cochran thing is, I think it's sort of like meeting him. He was very much like, I like this kid. I like this Cato kid. I like this Cato kid. So I always remind him, sort of like a Don King thing, but he was very, very flamboyant and very, very powerful with his words.
He's very bombastic.
Very, very. And, gesticulating a lot with his hands and doing this. I like this.
That's right.
I think that's the one. But, I'm so glad that's in the past, and I'm so forward now.
And we appreciate you. And we appreciate you. And we admire all of the work that you've done, because, of course, this is a leadership summit. And when we announced that Cato Kalin is going to be at the summit, people were excited, but people also are not accustomed to seeing you speak alongside, some of the lineup that we have here. But I reminded everyone, Cato Kalin, whether he's conscious or not, he might not even, label it as such. He's a remarkable brander, and he's a remarkable person that saw an opportunity to take this thrust into the spotlight and turn it into a career that has lasted over 25 years. And so there's a lot of lessons that entrepreneurs can learn from Cato Kalin, because Cato Kalin didn't ask to be a part of the O.J. Simpson trial. He didn't wake up one morning and say, I want to be one of the first people to quote unquote go viral. Because literally that's what happened to Cato.
Thanks a lot. And I'm still seeing the same girl I met in the trial. Her name is juror number 6. I'm kidding.
Well,
No more. You know what? I appreciate the time you've given me, and what wonderful people. Mo, thanks for checking me out on Instagram to give me this opportunity.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate you, Cato.
And I'm always doing positive things on Instagram, Cato_Kalin. If you want to laugh, follow my stuff, and it's what I do.
Cato is the real deal, and this is the beginning of a relationship with the LA Tribune and you, Cato. Lots of amazing things. We have a celebrity golf tournament that we're doing in Orange County in a few months. I would love to contact you about that. I think you'd be a wonderful asset. And no OJ golfing jokes. I'm going to tell everyone, don't make any jokes about OJ golfing. You can't bring up Twitter. Okay.
Mo is on fire. I may not be tall, dark, and handsome, but I am handsome in the dark. Hey,
There
what
you
happened?
go.
I love you all.
Okay, Cato, thank you so much. Appreciate
Bye-bye.
you, brother. Thank you. Okay, and ladies and gentlemen, Cato Kalin, as you know, we promised we're bringing people from American pop culture history at this event, whether it's Joe Vitale of The Secret, whether it's Sharon Lecter of Rich Dad Poor Dad, whether it's Gianni Russo of The Godfather, whether it's Cato Kalin of one of the most important cases of the 1990s in American pop culture history, and whether it is a current modern day legend in Amberly. So we're going to give you the floor, Amberly. We're going to give you the solo floor because I know you have so many gems that you can share with us with this remarkable keynote. And coming up after you, I'm very excited because we do have another remarkable speaker who's going to be speaking right after you. And of course, we're talking about Sherry, who is such an inspiration in and of herself. So please stick around for that. But for now, we're going to give you the solo floor, Amberly. And everyone grab a pen, grab a paper, because you want to write down the things that she's going to be sharing with us. And you want to stay laser focused. So Amberly, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Well, like I said, I want to give you some tips and tools that you can apply to your life to tap into your superpower of resilience. Because I think more than ever, we need some resilience to get us through some of the most difficult times, whether you've lost your job or you're home and doing virtual school and being the lunch lady like I am and trying to do a million things at once, or whether you have constant chronic pain like I do. There's something I have to do every single day, and that's tap into my resilience. And we all have that available. I had a friend of mine ask me, she said, what is it that you do every day that allows you to walk, that has allowed you to get through your fears, to get through the sadness, to get up and go speak at conferences when a doctor told you that you would be wheelchair bound for the rest of your life? And she said, you need to really think about that and then share that with people. So that night at home, I was having dinner with my husband, and he looked at me and he was like, you really need to pace yourself. And I said, you know what? I mean, I knew he was right, but I kind of hate it when your husband's right. And when somebody tells you to pace yourself, you're just kind of like, ugh. And I thought, you know what? I do pace myself. And these are the things that I do to get through the day so I can thrive and do a lot of things and find joy. And so I started writing everything on a piece of paper, and I came up with the word pacer because I needed something that's going to stop me dead in my tracks, that is going to be a sign when I'm feeling that fear, when I'm feeling like the pain's too much and I can't get up, keep going. And so PACER stands for perspective, acceptance, community, endurance, and rest. And so perspective is something that I use every day. From the moment that I wake up, I shift my perspective. And how I do that, and the quickest and easiest way to do that, is to get grateful. And I know you hear that a lot. I know you hear, oh, get grateful, it works miracles, but it really does. Gratitude is alchemy. Gratitude turns what you can't do into what you can do, and what you don't have into what you do have. And so for me, before my feet hit the floor, and I'm going to be real with you, like this morning I woke up and my husband was snoring, and I'm like, oh, good God, he's snoring. And I had to switch my perspective and say, good morning, God. He's snoring. He's breathing. And that shifted everything for me. So something as small as from the minute you wake up and you have a limiting belief or a negative thought, it's not necessarily your circumstances, but how you view them. And so if I'm having a hard day, I mean, there has been so many times where it was hard to get up and walk. And I thought, well, I can stand. What can I do? I'm alive. I'm breathing. So by hunting for the good, by getting grateful, I have a morning ritual where I write in my gratitude journal. Then I text my accountability partner and I share what I'm grateful for. And so not just writing it, not just praying about it, but feeling that gratitude and expressing it is life-changing. And the A in PACER is probably really the beginning of any healing journey or any transformational journey is acceptance. You have to have acceptance and awareness so you can make the next steps and the best steps to have the best version of your life. So that is easier said than done sometimes. I mean, for me, acceptance was so hard. I did not want to accept that I was going to live with an incurable nerve disease ranked highest on the pain scale. I did not want to admit that I was scarred and deformed, and I was so ashamed of the way that I looked. And I certainly didn't want to admit that I had some really bad habits going on. But when we really take a good hard look at ourselves and at our lives and what is working and what's not working, we're able to make better decisions. And for me, you know, growing up, I always heard the truth will set you free. And I was like, what does that mean? And it is freedom. When we can be in acceptance, and sometimes we need someone to maybe help us along with that. For me, what changed it was when I went to a doctor's office, and this is after 34 surgeries of saving my leg. I was going in to say, you know what, doc, the pain's too much. It's too hard. I can't do this. I need you to go ahead and take the leg. And he looked at my leg so differently, like it was a work of art, like it was a masterpiece. And that shifted the way I looked at it. And so I was able to start to accept it and love it. And I think that when we can do that, we can move forward. And when we also share our story, we create a community of people. And community may be the most powerful part of PACER, because when we have community, it's powerful. Yes, we are stronger together, but community and having something like this that Mo has created, we get to connect with like-minded people. And when we're feeling down, we've got people that can lift us up. So I think it's really important. The E part in PACER is endurance. And oh my goodness, this whole pandemic, we have needed endurance, whether it's been for our business, whether it's been in our household or our health. And so that takes grit. And man, that's where your passion and your perseverance come into play. It's where you focus on your why. And when you know your why, you can get through almost anyhow, but it's really focusing on that every single day. And it's not just about grit. It's not just about endurance, but it's giving ourselves the grace to rest. And that's the last part of PACER. So resting and recovering and finding time to refuel yourself and reboot. And so if you really want to be resilient, you can strategically stop and plan times to take care of yourself. And so I hope that you take PACER and it helps you no matter if you're having a hard day, if you're feeling anxious, because it has really changed my life, and I know it can change yours too.
Thank you so much, Amberly. And we are going to do a full hour with you very soon. Natalie and myself are going to bring you on as a special guest so we can go through all the details of this, because I know a lot of people watching at home are just getting a little bit of time with you. But we're going to do a deep dive, and I have gotten so much positive feedback from the conversation that you and I have had. So I highly recommend everybody check out your amazing podcast as well, which you graciously had me on. And please let people know the name of your podcast and the name of your book that they can go check out.
Oh, yes. Thank you for being on the show, Mo. It's called True Grit and Grace, and y'all check out his interview. I've had so many people say how much they loved you. And actually, Mo, so many people have reached out to me and told me it was their favorite interview. So you rock.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Amberly. And you're so amazing, and you have brought such a magnetic level of love to this event. And you're just, I can talk about you for the next 4 hours. We don't have time to do so. So I'll leave it at that. And you're going to be back with us very soon. And I hope you enjoyed the time you got to spend with Cato Kalin, letting him know about that encounter. I wanted to make sure I timed everything to make sure that moment happened.
I love it. Thank you for doing that. And thanks for letting me be a part of this amazing event.
I love you, Amberly. Thank you so much. God bless.
Thank you, Amberly.
Appreciate it. And, Natalie, we have someone coming up next, and I know you're going to introduce who this is. And before we get into that, I want to remind everyone, look, folks, this whole event is about bringing some of the greatest leaders from around the world. And it's also about bringing people from pop culture. And people that have made an impact in pop culture, made an impact in the culture of the world. People, whether it's the author of Rich Dad, Poor Dad, whether it's stars from the movie The Secret, whether it's Cato Kalin from the O.J. Simpson case, whether it's the stars of the movie The Godfather, or whether it is infomercial kings, people that you remember seeing from TV shows like Oprah and David Letterman. Because after Sherry and you're going to do an intro of Sherry, Natalie. But after Sherry, we have someone that I'm really excited to talk to. So you guys definitely want to stick around because we're going to have Sherry speak. And then you remember him from the 1990s. You couldn't flip through the channels without seeing him. Of course, I'm talking about Matthew Lesko. How many of you guys remember Matthew Lesko, legend from the 1990s? I mean, do you guys remember the commercials that he would have on every single channel? So we're going to have a real powerful conversation with him in a few minutes as well. But Natalie, go ahead and let people know what they can expect from the next speaker. I'm going to leave the screen and let you go ahead and manage this, but we'll leave this up so you can go ahead and give a proper introduction.
Well, I'm very excited because right now I have the pleasure of introducing a lady that I personally know and call a friend, and her name is Sherry Leopold. But she is really better known as Dream Big with Sherry. What that means is she is not just passionate. I don't like using that word, passionate, about helping you. She is more than passionate. She is on a mission to help you in one area particularly so that you can dream big and be big. And that area has to do with bullying. Now, often when we hear bullying, we think about, students, we think about social media and all of that. But really, what she's talking about is self-bullying. It's that self-talk that we engage in. Now, she has not just gotten there overnight, just like everybody else. She has a story to tell. So now she is ready to help people stand up and stand out. She has a history of high success, over 20 years in network marketing, direct sales, coaching. She has a book out that she has written herself. She just also participated in a collaboration, and that book went, I believe, Amazon and everywhere else to #1 as well. So today, we are going to welcome Sherry Leopold, who will just shine and help all of us dream big. Hi, Sherry.
Hi, thank you so much, Natalie. I adore you. I appreciate the opportunity to share with this amazing group of people. And I've been inspired all day and been watching. I'm just so excited to be here. Thank you.
Well, thank you. And I don't want you to forget to talk about wow either, because there's something about being wow and dreaming big. But I'm going to give the stage over to you completely so that you can share your insights, your leadership, and how to be successful.
Awesome.
Take it away.
Thank you so much. As Natalie said, I'm here to talk to you today about self-bullying. And so this is kind of what it sounds like. I'm so stupid. I can't believe I did that. Or I wouldn't be caught dead in a bikini. People would run screaming. And you might have chuckled at that. But that's what I'm here to talk to you about today. My friends, that is self-bullying. I have a lot of titles with network marketer and Dream Big with Sherry, but today, and host of Outside the Box with Sherry, actually, but today I'm here to encourage you to stand up and stand out as the unique individual that you are. No qualifiers. You're amazing just as you are. And I'm going to talk to you about this because this is a really, really important topic, and it affects every single possible area of your life. It either, depending on where you are, it helps you stand up and stand out, or it keeps you playing small. And so I want to first define self-bullying because it seems like it should be obvious, but self is one's nature or character, right? So that's pretty simple. Bullying, I think we all have an idea of what that is, but it actually means by definition, a blustery or quarrelsome person who is overbearing, who habitually badgers and intimidates a weaker or smaller person. So self-bullying actually means I am the one who is the blustery, quarrelsome, overbearing person who is intimidating the weaker person. That's me. And your first thought is like, what? Who in the world does that? But I'm here to tell you, we all do that. I do that. You do that. And if you were in the room with me, I'd ask you to raise your hand if you do that. And I can affirm for you that you do that by telling you what it sounds like. Saying, oh, I'm so fat. Oh my gosh, I weigh as much as I did when I was 9 months pregnant. I'm actually telling you things I've heard while I've been out speaking. So, I'm so stupid. God, I can't believe I did that. I attract the worst people. What's wrong with me? I don't know why I can't move faster in my business, that kind of thing. And those are all self-bullying statements. They are designed to keep you low and keep you from becoming what I call an ace. And I'm going to talk to you a lot about being an ace. So what is an ace? An ace is the highest deck in the or card in the deck, right? It is the above all else. But the interesting thing about an ace in the deck of cards is it also has power at the low spot. So it can be ace 2, 3, right? So it's a really powerful card. And this is what we want to be, is that powerful card in our own deck in our life, right? So an ACE is an acronym. It stands for A is acknowledge, C is change, and E is evolve. And how this works is we have to acknowledge that we self-bully first. We have to say, okay, I'm aware, I do it. Yes, I just went and picked something out of my closet, didn't fit, and I just berated myself and said I'm fat. So that acknowledging that we do it allows us the space to get to the C, which is the change. And where that change occurs, it becomes about choices, right? And if we can't acknowledge it, we can't change it. So we've got to get to that C point, because that's the transformation part, right? That's where we begin to, I guess, if you want to say power up, right? This is where we begin to stand up and stand out. And the C is the most critical spot. And I always say nobody's immune from self-bullying, not the Pope, not the president, not you, and not me either. We all do it. But the thing that we can do is we can acknowledge it. We can change this behavior because we have choices. And I'm known for saying this phrase, but choices create change. So I always say, change your choices and your choices change. I'm going to say it again. Change your choices and your choices change. That's a really important sentence. And if you remember anything I said today, I hope it might be that one of those things. But you have to choose to love yourself and to stop that self-bullying behavior and have a different behavior pattern to be able to evolve. That E is evolve, the evolution of you. And that evolution looks like you standing completely in your own personal power, standing up, standing out, being proud of who you are. Okay, if you're 10 pounds overweight or 10 pounds underweight, or if your hair is gray or it's this or your nose is crooked, it doesn't matter. Loving yourself exactly as you are. The interesting thing about self-bullying is that there's actually a thread of truth usually that runs through self-bullying. And I'm going to share a quick story with you about when I was working in a preschool and I was an assistant teacher, and I was standing there with the lead teacher and Miss Jenny, and one of the little girls came in. She was all excited in the morning, and she was 3 and she was turning 4. And she said, Miss Jenny, Miss Sherry, she said, I'm going to have a princess swimming birthday party and you're both invited. And I said, awesome. I said, I'll come and I'll be the Princess of Wales. And the other teachers started laughing, right? And I know that was self-bullying. At the time, I didn't actually even realize what I was doing. But the teacher and I both laughed. So the little girl laughed and she said, silly Sherry. And actually, the thing was, it was funny, but there was a thread of truth in that, of what I was saying, because I am curvy and I actually don't mind that. But the reality is the teacher that I worked with was an athlete. She was a runner. She was very slender, and that was her build, not my build. But she's who I was looking at 5 days a week. She was my comparison for a body type, right? So I was body shaming. I was judging myself harshly with her. Now, seriously, if I had one cookie, she had a whole row. But the reality is that was her and I am me, right? Now, I knew I was okay being with me. So I think maybe I had a little bit of an advantage. I felt good about myself regardless. I didn't feel like I needed to be her. But the fact is, I still was self-bullying. And I don't have a lot of time to go into a lot of the details on this, but I will tell you that a lot of times these patterns that get developed, they develop really young. And I know because I watched them being developed. I could hear them in the preschoolers. I would see them on the playground. I would see them in the classroom. And I have a story that I want to share with you. It actually comes right from my own family. Someone in my family who has a daughter, when she was 6, the daughter said to her grandmother, she said, "Grandma, I don't ever want to be fat." And grandma said, "Oh, honey, you're fine just the way you are." She said, "Oh, but I can't be fat. I can't get fat. It's not good." And grandma said, "Why are you worrying about that?" She said, I can't be fat. It's not good." So she had very specific ideas at 6 years old already about her body image. And that came from her mom, who is always saying, "Oh, I'm so fat." So we think this doesn't have an impact, but this was impacting the next generation who's going to grow up. And if at 6 she's worried about her body and not being fat, number one, what does she think about somebody who's overweight? Colors that perspective, right? Also, how is she going to feel if at 25 she decides to have a baby and gains 40 pounds? I don't know about you watching, but I've had 3 children. I'm pretty sure that my body doesn't look exactly the same as it did pre-children. So how do I jump over that hurdle if I come in to the experience already worrying about being fat? So that being said, when we are what I call broken and bleeding from our own self-bullying, we wrap our arms around somebody, we just transfer our mess to them. That's exactly what happened in my own family. I saw it. And I'm not even talking about the other parts, but the thing is, I want to not leave you there. I want to teach you a technique that I designed to actually help battle this self-bullying behavior, if you will. So, because I don't want to leave you there. It is something that nobody's immune to, but you can limit it and you can become aware of it. You can change how often you do it, and you can evolve and grow. So I'm going to teach you, there's an acronym, and it's actually the word SNAP. So I'm going to help you right now snap out of this negative behavior. So there are 2 sets of words in the acronym of SNAP. The first one is going to be, and normally it's easier for me when I have an audience because I can do it with you, but I'm going to give it my best shot. So what I'm going to have you do, identify your non-dominant hand. I want you to think about this as an off switch and an on switch. Your non-dominant hand is not really the boss, right? You don't throw very well with that non-dominant hand. You don't write well with it. It's not as strong. That's the off switch. And we're going to do that one first. And it's a series of 4 snaps. Now, don't go off self-bullying yourself if you can't snap. I don't care if you do this. Whatever way you do, whatever you need to do, you do it. So here's the thing. It's 4 words. It's speaking negatively attracts pain. I'm going to say it again. Speaking negatively attracts pain. Now, you can say poop if you want, pain, poop. It doesn't matter which P you choose. I kind of have a juvenile sense of humor, so it makes me laugh. But here's the reality. Nobody wants more poop or more pain. One stinks, one hurts. Nobody wants more of either one. Speaking negatively attracts pain. You're going to get more of what you don't want, right?
Sherry, it's so timely that you're teaching us this, especially since you're coming right after Amberly, who was sharing her story about how when she woke up, she started, having a couple negative thoughts, and she snapped out of it herself.
She did. I was so proud when I was listening.
Absolutely.
To her, yeah.
And it's so timely. And I think because she's still hanging out in the backstage, I'm going to bring her in for one more minute before we go to the next speaker.
And then I'm going to teach it. Hey,
amazing.
I'm back here snapping.
We'll both snap out.
And guys, yes, please, Sherry, go ahead.
Yeah, the other one is a snap on the other side. Now, this is your on switch, right? We want more of that. So this is the dominant hand. I always say this is the I'm the boss applesauce hand. That's the preschool in me. So this is start now activating power. So here's how it sounds. Speaking negatively attracts pain. Start now activating power, right? Let's do it again. Speaking negatively attracts pain. Start now activating power. So here's what happens when you get super good at it. So I've been doing this with my husband probably for almost 3 years. And so if I go venture into the self-bullying lane, he's right there in the passenger seat saying one, either do I have to snap you, or he just does one snap, or I do that with him. That's the auditory clue that he needs to stop speaking negatively, because he's going to attract what he doesn't want. And he needs to start activating his power. He needs to stand up and stand out. And he has that within him, and he has that power. This is why I call this the Stop Self-Bullying movement. I want to bump into you, teach you this snap technique so you can snap out of it. So you can in turn teach your children. You can in turn teach your tribe. My tribe are the WOW warriors, which Natalie mentioned, which is the war on words warriors. We are in the fight together to get a handle on this behavior. It'll never go away totally, because some days you wake up and you're just not at 100%, right? But we have to make sure that the majority of the time we keep the lid on that pot, right?
Absolutely.
And
I'm gonna make sure that the two of you.
It was speaking negatively attracts pain. And what was the other one?
And that's start now activating power.
Start now. I'm writing this down. Start.
And you can go to my website. I actually have a video. I created a video for you so that you can review it. And it has a graphic in the front that actually, it's actually in the WOW Warrior group too. It's just.
And I'm going to make sure the two of you connect, Sherry and Amberly, because the two of you are on a very similar mission, and that's helping people. The two of you are kind of like modern day psycho-cybernetics, getting people out of their head.
I was so inspired watching you.
Absolutely. And so I'm going to make sure the two of you get connected after this, and we are going to bring both of you guys back on for Monday Night Live, because people got a sample of the two of you, but I'm going to make a special edition where we're going to really go into the nitty gritty. And, Sherry, thank you for the gems. You brought so much value to this event. You really took it to help take it to the next level, along with Amberly. I was watching Amberly backstage. I'm doing her thing. I'm like, I got to bring her back in, because I know this resonates with you so much.
Yes, I love it. First, I was just mesmerized by your eyes, and then I'm taking notes.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Sherry. We appreciate you, and Amberly. And coming up next, guys, we have a legend from television history. Of course, I'm talking about Matthew Lesko. You guys remember him. Once upon a time, you could not flip through the TV channels without seeing him. So let's go ahead and bring him live, because we have a lot to talk about. Matthew, how you doing?
Just fine.
Welcome to the Quantum Leap Forum. Of course, Matthew, you have had such a very unique career. Anyone that knows about your work knows that you have lasted the test of time, and I mean that in the most positive sense possible. People, have careers. They come, they go, they have a good run, then they disappear forever. And yet Matthew Lesko has stayed consistent. Matthew Lesko is authentic, true to himself. He's not afraid to wear what he wants to wear. He's not afraid to go. He's not afraid to go out there.
It's an aging process. I have question marks, but now I'm into hearts.
No more question marks.
Yeah, well, they're around. I have some question marks, some hearts, some question marks and hearts. Because when I was younger, I felt, boy, the only thing that stopped us from doing stuff is asking the right questions, so we get the right answer we want. We ask stupid questions. Yep. And now at this age, I feel, man, anybody can get the answer to anything. Answers are easy. It's doing things is hard. Really, really fucking hard. Yeah. And the only way you're going to get through that and get the best expertise, get the best answers or whatever, is if your heart's in it. If your heart's not in it, man, you're not going to do anything.
Absolutely. Francois Hewing, one of the people in our virtual auditorium, says Matthew Lesko is a legend. Angela says, I love his outfit. And, I agree, Francois. Matthew is a legend. I mean, look, Matthew, what you've done in your career is so remarkable from a standpoint of marketing, from a standpoint of service. No matter how you look at it, you really have a unique career, to say the least. Not very, you had the ingenuity to take a method that people can use to get money from the government, and you have the ingenuity to turn that into a commercial product. And I give you credit for doing that 3 decades ago, and that of course took you to a whole trajectory. Later on, you became a TV infomercial icon. I remember, Matthew, as a kid, I couldn't flip through the channels without seeing you, and I was,
you never got a book, I bet.
well, I digress from that point. But as a kid, I remember, in first grade, second grade, third grade, I actually liked your infomercials that you produced. And here we are decades later, and I'm having a conversation with you. And, you left a good impression on me because you knew how to captivate attention. And earlier we had Joe Vitale, who talked about P.T. Barnum. You've always had that skill. So for those that have businesses, for those that are having a tough time getting people's attention, what are some lessons that you've learned that you can pass on? Because you're one of the masters at being able to do that.
Well, Trump proved it to me when I saw him running. See, the camera goes to the asshole. So if you're willing to act like an asshole on TV, you get the camera.
I don't think you were acting like one of those when you were doing your infomercials, though. I mean,
but it was what I saw was I used to be a professor. I taught computer science, and what I found is, okay, you can't teach anything to anybody unless they're awake. Because I had like adult students coming at night to get a bachelor's in computer science. If I couldn't keep them awake, I couldn't tell them anything. So that's what I felt in what I was, I wanted to educate people about these programs. And the way to do it, I didn't have money and couldn't buy advertising. Then I said, well, talk shows is the way, people sell books. Okay, and I thought talk shows at that time, I'd never been on one. I thought, they're like the holy grail in something, and you have to be the Pope to get on it. And when I started doing them, I said, man, this is just entertainment. They don't care what the hell I say or nothing. All they want is entertainment. So that's what I said. Well, I could give you entertainment. I could act like a fool. I don't care. I'm selling books. I don't take myself seriously. My work is very serious, but to get on, I remember sitting on Letterman, and I got people like Letterman, Larry King used to call me when somebody canceled. If somebody canceled at the last minute, they could get, where's my camera? Let's go. You're going to give me 7 minutes of national TV, man. I'll come from anywhere. I remember they put me on a plane from Chicago one night at 3:00 in the afternoon to get to Letterman at 6 or whenever the hell they were doing it. And Larry King was in town, and anytime a guest would, back out at the last minute, my biggest thing is, who am I subbing for? What big star am I?
That's amazing.
That's what I found it was all about. And so I found to use that and to get sitting on Letterman and getting 7 minutes of free time, and they stop in the middle at 3 minutes, and somebody had to pay $50,000 to get a 1 minute commercial on there or something like that.
Right.
I'm getting 7 minutes for free because I act like a fool.
Well, you said something profound, Matthew, in what you just shared. And that was basically, you didn't care what people thought about you. You just focused on the agenda. And another thing that you said was very, very profound and very deep, and actually on a philosophical level, very deep, is that you don't take yourself serious, but you take your work very serious. Yeah. I want us to talk about that. What do you mean when you say you don't take yourself serious, but you take your work very serious? Because this is an important point.
When I was, we're all here to impress our peers and stuff like that most of the time. My parents did not admit I was their kid for the first 10 years on TV. They wanted me to act like Henry Kissinger and very arrogant. If I acted like that, I wouldn't get a nickel of airtime. And my mission was to educate people about this important resource that could change their life. And if it made me, and I enjoy I guess making people smile. That's why I used to work for Fortune 500 companies. I had a consulting firm doing the same thing for Fortune 500 companies, showing them how to get all these programs so the millionaires could become billionaires. And I remember going to like the Procter & Gamble and giving talks and trying to make people smile and laugh while I'm trying to educate them. I'm still the old professor. And nobody would laugh. Nobody was saying. It took me like 2 weeks to find out I did a good job. Everybody in with their peers are afraid to show their emotions. Yeah.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And, you know,
and it's too bad. So you don't get authenticity. And authenticity is the best marketing tool we all have. You know, we're all trying to copy. We go, you know, whether 10 reasons to do this, the 10 things to do that, copying someone else. No one could do you better than you. Why the hell copy anybody else? They do that better, you know. And the only way to break through the noise and the media is bringing that heart out and throwing that on the goddamn table, you know. So people see something real instead of some package that they see 15,000s of. And what I hated going around doing talk shows, they want to rehearse. And I remember on the Tonight Show, I mean, I got interviewed for about 4 or 5 hours, what I'm going to say, what Leno's going to say, what all this kind of stuff. Man, that's not entertaining. Yeah. After all those hours, I got on Leno, and I just took off like a crazy man because I wanted to grab attention. I want to stop those clickers, you know, down. And it was so funny. Everybody hated me. I mean, when the show was over, it was like, it was like bats flew out, and I was there alone in the studio. I was like radioactive because I didn't do what anybody said.
Interesting. And have you gotten some? I mean, you mentioned everyone hating you. Has there been some, you know, people that misunderstand your work and don't really get what it's about?
Yeah. Oh, well, anytime you're in the media, you know, that's going to happen. I'm sure you get it. We get it a level. Particularly now, it's even worse.
Yeah,
because trolls weren't around in the 90s.
Absolutely. What was the transition like for you, Matthew? Because, you know, in the 90s, it was pretty simple. You know, you buy airtime, you have your commercials on infomercial. You know that you're going to get a certain number of phone calls coming in, and you know, what year did it really like shift? When did you have to like reevaluate your whole business?
Well, yeah, no, I mean, for 10 years, I didn't know what the hell to do.
Really?
And it wasn't so much, certainly the media turned around, but more turned around, nobody bought reference books anymore. It's like a damn reference book. Now, I'm a computer nerd. I have an MBA in computer science, talk computers. Back in the 70s, had a software firm and everything. So I wasn't afraid, but that's how I was selling. That's what and it took me 10 years. It's just been in the past year or so that I finally got some traction on something. And it's not, the information was still real. And I always felt that. But how people buy it, how people want to buy it. Now, like you would have been, you know, you have your own TV station now. Yeah, it's a whole new ball game, right? Than it was when there was only, you know, X number of stations and things like that. So it's so different, you know, and it took me 10 years. And I feel in those 10 years are so important because I'm 77 now, but I feel I got 15 more years. And I was ready to, I'm starting all over again. I feel healthy and can't wait and love solving problems. But it was, you know, the biggest handicap in trying to learn the new system is success. You know, it's like that hairdo in high school that worked for you. Well, I'm going to wear this forever. and it doesn't work anymore. Yeah. And particularly older people made some money. They think, they don't, got to do it this way. And that's bullshit. That's why I'd rather hang around a 25-year-old who has no preconceived notions about what should work and what doesn't work. Because really now nothing is old works anyway. So you can't do anything.
That's exactly right.
You have to hang around 25-year-olds who have no luggage that they're trying to make work again. And all they see are opportunities. See, old people are trying to fit in their new skinny ties into today's fashion, you know? and it takes so long to get rid of that old wardrobe, you know, to see what is really going on. I mean, it's been fun. I really enjoyed it and grew a lot because all growth comes from failure. You don't grow success is easy. That's why people, I remember going, when I was younger, I go to these success shows and they tell you how to do $1 million and all this kind of stuff. Shit, I mean, that's a nice problem. What the hell to do with $1 million?
Right. Absolutely. Well, Matthew,
that's like we bank is, success is, anybody can do success. You get the money, go to the bank. Get the money, go to the bank. That's easy.
Absolutely. Matthew, as we look back, because I know we have limited time with you, so we're going to just wrap this up. And we appreciate you popping in and being a part of this. But just, in closing, as we spend the last 5-6 minutes with you, what is as you look back at your life, and you've been really remarkably successful, and anyone that studies marketing, studies that landscape, can look at you as somebody that really, you did something remarkable, Matthew Lesko, with your career, and just the creativity and the ingenuity that it took to take something that was very few people know is that your very first book, from my understanding, the New York Times bestseller, was already available for free.
Absolutely.
and you're transparent about that. And you took something that was in the public domain,
yes,
and you branded it, and it turned a multi-million-dollar business. Yeah. To me, also, that is amazing. New York Times
bestseller, and I called that English teacher who flunked me in college.
Well, I mean, what you did is amazing. You really made history, because how many people have the sense to do something like that? And that's why I wanted you here, because you have something in you that's very brilliant, and I want you to share that.
Again, what the hearts are all about. We think everything, all the answers are outside, and we're looking for experts. We're looking for this. We think that shit, that may or may not work for you. What really will work for you is what's inside you. And how do you bring that outside? I mean, your inside outside for people. I mean, being a clown or foolish or dressing like that, this is the best I got, and it all is from inside. I used to dress, in Armani, big, expensive blue suits and everything. And I thought funky is cheap. So that's fun.
Get to save some wardrobe dollars, huh?
Yeah, exactly. But it is listening. Your heart is smarter than your brain. I mean, all the important decisions in life, we want to do a spreadsheet. We want to get all the expert advice. Right. Maybe that helps. Maybe it doesn't. But your heart really tells you. And that's what's special about every one of us, is what's weird about us is the best thing we happen. But in our society, anything weird about you, they bang the shit out of it. I mean, you can't be here. You're weird, but that's your best stuff, So you got to go create a place where you could use your best stuff, which is probably weird to everybody else, but it's not. And now the marketing like that, before, when I sell books, you had to sell millions to make some money out of it and everything, because the distribution system. Now you only need 100 people because you don't have any middlemen. You go right to the source. And so it's more room for all the weirds, because the weirds aren't really weird. They just got beat out of them because some MBA like me told him that won't work.
It's really an honor to spend some time with you, and I'm going to bring in a couple of my co-hosts, Goldie and Natalie, to chime in as we wrap up this amazing segment. And you guys heard me have this incredible conversation with Matthew, and we're going to wrap it up in the next couple minutes and go to our next amazing speaker. But I want to hear thoughts from Natalie and Goldie on Matthew Lesko, because this gentleman has just spoken to us some real golden nuggets, real golden gems. I mean, he said it himself. I believe he said he's 78. He's still kicking it. He's still energetic, just like one of our earlier guests, Gianni Russo from The Godfather. And both of them are still kicking it strong. And I think they still have 20, 30, 40, 50 more years left in their career. I think Matthew Lesko's best book hasn't been written yet, and I'm excited to read it.
No more books. Nobody's going to buy a book.
Well, or a new website or a new service. And so with that being said, I want to hear from Goldie and Natalie and let you guys chime in with Matthew before we wrap this up.
I don't want to step on your toes, Dr. Forrest.
Oh, well, you can't anytime, hon.
Well, I'll let you close if you want. Do you want to close or whatever?
You go.
I'll quick say something, then you take it. Just Mr. Lesko, like I love what you were. First off, he swore, so it's on, Mo. Between him and a couple other people, so I just want you to know I was good today. But I love.
What did you say?
You swore.
War?
Swore. SWORE.
Oh, swore. Oh, that's what the fuck you said. I see.
I know I didn't want to get in trouble today, but you opened up. You did it. You opened up the floor. Thank you for being real and just being raw. And I love what you said about being woke. You know, like people need. You can't teach something to somebody if they're not awake. And like, I love what you're wearing because yes, it's getting my attention, but it's badass too. Like you've got really great freaking style. Just combing your Instagram, your whole place, your pad, everything about your brand is very authentic and very sincere. And there's just so much. There's so much to be said for that. So we really appreciate you coming on and dropping some bombs, bro. Come on now, Dr. Forrest.
Well, what do I do now? You know, darn.
First, that's
as
all
far
you
as I
do.
can go. Well, it's an honor to meet you because you're doing what we recommend so many people in the world to do, which is to be themselves and to not take themselves so seriously. I mean, whether it's in the clothes or whether it's in the way that we talk, the hair, we always judge by outer appearance. Most people do. I think the four here don't. Hopefully there are more out there. But, you know, people judge by appearances. People judge by your degrees, the letters behind your name. And you are so eloquent in your own fun way to just show us that as long as you're passionate and you know what you're doing, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how many degrees you have, because I love what you said, that your heart is smarter than your brain. That's what it's all about. If we just rely a little bit more on that than all of that other stuff, then we will all walk around in those clothes. And I hope you have a line of those and we can share them at one point, you know, t-shirts that all with a heart, because that's what it's all about. And so I appreciate that. And I can't wait to hear what you do next, because as Mo said, it's not done.
I think it's also, to me, your professional life and your personal life is the same thing.
Yes.
And you have to act like that personally and professionally. You can't love anybody else unless your heart's in it.
Yes.
And you can't stay together long enough unless your heart's in it, right? Yes. The same way with business. You're going to, or any professional thing you do, if your heart's not in it, the first bad day, you're going to be gone trying something else to make $1 million. Yeah.
Yeah. So true.
Amazing.
So true.
Incredible.
Well,
and yes, Goldie.
I think Goldie has one more. Goldie wants to really clarify.
I'm not the one that used to be a professor. Matthew's the one that used to be a professor.
30 seconds again, Mr. Lesko. I read a book. Somebody was sitting next to Jacques Cousteau. Okay. And they were sitting up in first class and they were talking to Jacques, and he was 85 and he was talking about his 10-year plan. And I love that you're like beyond 100. That is just, and it'll probably be 120. You know, like it's when you have this attitude, and your self-love is just obviously with the hearts, but it's so sincere. And I love it. It's infectious. Well, I'm not doubting you. I believe you. And bro, I am woke. That's it. Thank you.
To me, it is, if I bring what's in the inside outside, I could get more love. Mm-hmm. And that's what we're all about. Yeah. And because otherwise you're doing something that's not lovable. I mean, it's not really you. So how the hell are you going to love that? Yeah. Yes. And so how can we love each other unless you're showing what's in your heart? You know, why do we love little puppies and could pour our heart out? Why do we love little children? Pour their heart? They're just natural. And as we get older, we chip away all that stuff. And that's why, to me, my first couple of businesses, even a software company, all failed. And thank God, because I was doing the way everybody else was saying, and I was failing. And I said, shit, I wasn't having fun either. And after I failed a couple of times, I found out, oh, that's another curse story. After I found out that nobody cares if you fail, I used to worry that, oh, everybody's going to point at me. Nobody cares.
No one cares.
So I said the third time, I'm going to at least have fun.
Mm-hmm.
Worst that can happen, I fail again. Nobody cares, but I'm having fun every day. And that's the key to it, because I don't have to wait until I have $1 million or $1 billion to have fun. I'm having fun every day.
Amazing. And so let's go ahead and give Matthew the final floor. If you have any final thoughts, final words, final gems of wisdom for our audience, for our community, both right now and for the many years to come, as these videos float around on the internet, float around on TV. What's the final word you can share with us today to leave with our audience and the people of the world?
Fuck, shit,
Jesus.
I don't know. I'm not that smart to know the final words for anything.
Okay, well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Matthew Lesko, you guys be sure to check out his work. And, just on a final, more serious note, Matthew Lesko, a lot of people right now are looking for money from the government,
Yes.
after the pandemic and everything.
Yes.
And just before we let you go, I want to at least plug some of your services.
Yeah.
And
Well,
some
I
of your
have
work that you
two
do.
right now. One called Let's Go Help, where I give personal help, and that's what's neat about. And it's like $20. I want to be the $20 guy. People said I had to charge hundreds and hundreds. No, I don't want to do that. And then another one, I'm the $5 guy, or I call them mini grants for your state. So you put out your state, and I show you 500 mini grants. They're only $5. Yeah.
Where do we do this?
That's at letsgoreports.com, and the other one is letsgohelp.com.
Amazing. Matthew, just out of curiosity, what were your thoughts when you saw, because I remember I was flipping through the channels a few years ago and I saw Kevin Trudeau all of a sudden do free government money. And he even mentioned you in the infomercial.
I know.
He was like, oh, Matthew, what did you think? Did he contact you beforehand, or what was that all about?
No, he never did. Actually, years and years ago, we tried to do something together, and his underwear wasn't very clean. I didn't want to either. And actually, recently, the last year, he was in jail, and a fellow I know was in the same jail.
Interesting.
and Kevin was giving him my regards.
Oh, very
giving
good.
me his regards through my friend that was in jail with him.
Well, at least he did cite you. He did say you're a hero of that movement.
Yeah.
But he gave you a compliment, and then he also gave you a nudge, because he said, look at the size of Matthew's books and look at the size of my book.
See, that's Trudeau. Size does matter. See, Trudeau.
Okay, Matthew, it was a pleasure to have you. It was a lot of fun. It was not only insightful and full of wisdom, but it was a lot of fun. We appreciate you so much, and I'll stay in touch with you for more things in the future. Thank you so much.
I got 15 years, so hurry.
Talk to you soon, Matthew. Thank you. And so, ladies and gentlemen, Matthew Lesko, another iconic person from television history. And Goldie, let's go ahead and give the floor now to Natalie, who's going to introduce our remarkable next speaker. I've been waiting for her to speak all day because she is just such a powerhouse. So, folks, grab a pen, grab a paper. You want to stay focused on this next speaker. And Natalie, go ahead and introduce her, and then we'll go ahead and bring her on.
Absolutely. It's now my distinct pleasure and honor to introduce somebody to you that you may have heard of, but she is actually going to whisper to your mind. She's going to figure out what you're really thinking. And today, she's actually going to talk not just about that, but she's going to help you figure out what it means to be financially fit. This next amazing speaker, whom I had the pleasure of talking to before this event and who I know we'll do a lot with, she has a history of being a financial expert. As a financial expert, financial advisor, she then decided that, I'm putting words into her mouth, that there had to be a little bit more. And when she realized that there had to be more to be financially abundant, to be abundant in other ways, she then created something brand new. And what she created is more of her heart-centered healing philosophy. She combines knowledge, wisdom, and her experience to help everybody, you, me, everybody in the auditorium right now, to restore their lives, your lives, to happiness, prosperity, and love. So please help me welcome today the amazing one and only Donna Campo, who is going to talk to us a little bit about being financially fit and what that means in the world today. Hi, Donna. Thanks so much for being here.
Thank you for having me. It is a pleasure and an honor to be here sharing with you. And thank you, Dr. Natalie, for that amazing introduction, and for Mo Rock and the LA Tribune for putting on this amazing forum so we can all quantum leap in 2021. So
Awesome.
That's what we're here and all about.
Awesome. Well, I can't wait to hear your nuggets. I got my paper and pen ready. So I'm going to give the floor over to you. And then, we'll throw in, we'll throw in a couple of the comments from the audience. And if there are questions, we'll put them up. And I know you'll be ready to answer anything.
Awesome. That is just great. So as I was introduced, a lot of people know me as the Mind Whisperer. So what does that really mean? And that is probably the most frequently asked question that I receive is, what do you mean? What's a mind whisperer? So if you're listening out there, put in the comment section, what are your thoughts on what it means to be a mind whisperer? And I'm going to share with you mine. Now, a lot of people, when you hear those words, start to wonder and think, is she going to whisper thoughts to me? Or is she just going to listen to all of my secret mind thoughts and tell me what's going on? Well, it's really a combination of both. So you've heard of a horse whisperer. These are people that will have a horse that needs training, that needs to go out. They're going to go take it to a horse whisperer for that. And we know what a dog whisperer is, which is somebody that has a dog that needs corrective behavior so we can get the dog to do what it is that we want it to do. Well, mind whispering isn't really any different, except that I am working with your mind thoughts to help you shift and change an energy, which is an emotion or a feeling, behind the thought that is propelling that thought into action. We have over 60,000 thoughts a day. That's a lot of thoughts. And you are only consciously aware of about 10% of them, about 6,000 of them. And scientists measured Albert Einstein's brain, and he was only consciously aware of about 10%. Well, I'm not Einstein, but I do have to wonder what's the other 90% doing? And how is that affecting our thoughts? Through the law of attraction, it says 30 to 40% of your thoughts come into action. They say, hold a thought, it comes to you. But that only happens 30 to 40% of the time. The remaining is deeply hidden in the subconscious, and we don't know what's going on. So with mind whispering, what we do is we start with the thought and go with the thought behind the thought behind the thought, back to the original thought, and find the emotion or the feeling that first got attached there. And that is what's replicating. We release it and transform that into the silver lining gifts. Think of it like fuel that we put into a car. We have our car, we have to add gas to it or fuel to it to make it go forward. That's exactly what we want our thoughts to do. We want our thoughts to move forward. But different types of cars take different types of fuel. Some are gas powered. You might have premium, you might have super unleaded. Some vehicles take diesel. Now we have electric cars and hybrid cars and inventions like hydrogen cars and corn oil filled cars to make it propel forward. So what we want to do is align the right fuel, the right type of fuel that goes in your car, which is your thought, to move it forward into creation. And what happens for most of us is that we hold a thought, I want to have more money, I want to have plenty, but then that thought doesn't go anywhere. And it returns to you the energy that's behind it. So if you don't feel like you are worthy of having what you're asking for, the universe is a vibrational universe. It's going to return to you unworthiness. If you go into fear, then what happens is the universe is going to return to you fear, not the extra you're asking for. And what we do with these mind thoughts is we can release the discomfort and the pain of the emotional baggage that we've been holding on to and replace it with what it is that it is to create with the happiness, the harmony, the balance, the peace, to realign that inner balance so you can create better health, increased wealth, and enhanced relationships. We're not meant to live in a life of sadness, despair, loneliness, depression, or anxiety. We are really meant to live a happiness, prosperous, abundant life, and to have that love on all different levels. So what I'm going to share with you guys today is how to look at that hidden subconscious state that's unknown to you and make that shift and that change to create a different reality. And if that's something that you want to learn, that you want to experience, share yes in the chat box. Let me see that, because that's the journey we're going to go on. The vibrational universe is always returning to you that hidden energy that you are sending out. And whether it's health, wealth, or relationships, it affects all areas for you. So we're going to talk about this in the context of wealth, because our money wealth is just one of these areas. And I have an international bestseller book called Financially Fit, where I talk about some of these principles that I'm going to share with you today. And I'm going to share with you the number one secret that you can start doing today to start gaining infinite prosperity. The first thing, before I go into all that, and we're going to experience it, is to understand that there are 5 human basic emotions. The first basic human emotion is fear. Now, this last year, during the pandemic, during the crisis, doing everything, a lot of us went into the energy of fear. What fear is saying, when we break it down, it's designed in the subconscious to keep you safe. But what it's really showing us is that we're not recognizing or realizing that there's love in the moment. So fear is saying love is absent right now. And if used properly, it is going to awaken you to the energy of love. And anxiety is just one of the ways that fear shows itself to you, to the world. The second human emotion that we have is anger. And with anger, what it's saying is something in this moment isn't right. I don't know what it is, but it's not right. There is no love in the moment. We can't recognize it. And what happens is we get this energy moving through our body and we act it out. Rather than consciously thinking or saying or stopping ourselves going, let's communicate for a moment. Something here isn't right. We need to shift or change something so we can recognize the love in the moment. But that is all that anger is an indication that something needs to change. The third emotion is sadness. Sadness, grief, loneliness, depression is sharing with us that there's love on the inside that's not expressed on the outside. We're holding it in. And without expressing that love out, when we hold these lower emotions in, it starts creating physical level dis-ease or illness or discomfort and pain in the body. So sadness is just showing us that we need to allow this love to come outside of us. The fourth emotion is happiness, and that is sharing of love, because happiness is inside. It is internal to you. It's not outside of you. And when you share in that happiness, in a way, you are sharing in that love. And then the fifth emotion that we have is love. Love just is. It's an unconditional energy. It's part of your life force energy. It's who we are on a divine essence level. And what's really important about knowing these 5 basic emotions is that all feelings come from this, from these 5 basic emotions. Now, I can hear, that's great, Donna, but what does this have to do with creating more wealth in our life? Well, first of all, how you feel on the inside in that deep hidden subconscious is what is reflected to you in the outside world. And your money is not any different. Money by itself is just a pure, raw energy. And it's just a reflection of what's going on the inside of you. So what happens is how you feel is that reflection, and your money is going to respond in the exact same way, in the exact same energy that you are putting out. Now, remember, a lot of this is not known to us. It's hidden. We have to uncover what that is. So when clients come to me And they want to work on some of these issues and uncovering it. When we get to the root of the problem, they say things like, I want to know that I'm more worthy, or I'm valued, I'm important, I'm appreciated. You know, when I was little, nobody listened to me. I was to be made seen and not heard. Well, that's a subconscious energy pattern that's affecting everything else in your life. And in the financial world, as a former financial advisor and a managing principal of an investment firm, they said things such as, here is your net worth. Here's how much your portfolio appreciated or depreciated. Did you save enough for your college education with your children? What is the value of your assets? We use the exact same words, and the universe is responding on a vibrational level, meaning that it doesn't matter if you're talking about yourself, your relationship, your money, it is responding to how you feel on the inside. So you can follow all of the money rules, but if you're not in complete alignment with how you feel on the inside to what you're creating, it's not going to return to you. But when that internal balance comes in and you feel worthy, you feel appreciated, you feel valued, your portfolio will increase, the value of things will increase, your assets will start growing because it's a direct relationship because of how the universe works. Now, what I'd like to do is share with you that number one secret to start making some of these energy changes for yourself. Now, in order to do this, the first thing that I want you to think about is, how do you really feel about money? Do you feel like you have enough? Do you feel like you need more? Do you feel already abundant? Do you feel frustrated, stressed, and worried? Think about that for a moment. And then the second thing I want you to think about is, how would you like to feel about money? Do you want to feel like there's no worry, there's freedom, there's abundance, there's prosperity? What are some of those good feeling words that you would like to feel about money? And then the third thing is, if you want to change the lower, the stress, the worry, the frustration around it, to the higher feelings of doing what it feels like to have infinite abundance, I need your conscious yes, because I'm going to take you through this process. And with a conscious yes, you are agreeing and saying, yes, I'm stepping up to make this change. See, in the healing world, there's this funny little guideline that we can't violate free will, and we can't witness a change or make a change with somebody unless you verbally say yes. So in the chat, what I'd like for you to do in the comment section, write down how you currently feel about money, how you would like to feel about money, and your yes. Because as I talk about this pivot and shift strategy, I'm going to be using your comments to make that energetic change within you. So the pivot and shift strategy was really taught to me by a medicine woman. And what she taught me was that if I didn't like the energy in a room, I could physically move and change the energy. So if I was sitting down, I could stand up. If I was standing up, I could go get a glass of water, or I could go wash my hands. And if the energy was so intense, if I wanted to, I could leave the room and withdraw my energy. I could leave the house or the restaurant or the environment that I'm in. And what she was teaching me was a survival mechanism, because every time you move physically with your body, you shift and change the energy. So I took that and applied it with her wisdom and realized that we can do this on an emotional level, because in every moment, every possibility exists. What happened was we got stuck on an energy of frustration or stress or worry or fear, and we don't know how to get out of it. All we have to do is pivot and shift the feeling or the emotion that we are experiencing to change it, and it will change everything else in your reality, because it's happening on that 90% of the subconscious, even though we're only consciously aware of about 10%. And by doing this process, just having the recognition of what you feel, stress, worry, anger, frustration, to what you want to feel, peace, harmony, balance, kindness, goodness, we can make this energy shift. And as you guys are putting that into the comment sections, if you say yes, that you want to release and bring in the transformational energy to find your silver lining gifts, then we are going to do that right here live in this moment. So if you agree, you say yes, I'm going to ask to enter your space, put that in the chat so that I know that you are ready for this change, and we're going to do it here live for you with what you have written down. I'm going to take a breath and enter your space, and we're going to start making some of these changes for you so you can quantum leap here in 2021. Okay, so if I can enter your space, yes. And would you like to have the ability to release the stress, the worry, the frustration, the depression, the anxiety that we hold on in regards to our money supply? Just say yes. And would you like to transform that to the happiness, the peace, the prosperity, the kindness, and the generosity that all of life has to offer? Just say yes. And would you like to know that you are worthy, that you are enough? Yes. That you matter, that you are valued and appreciated? Yes. And for you to know that being worthy is enough. When we start shifting and changing the energy fuel behind the thought, the emotion, and thank you for allowing me to go through that with you, we can really start living a divine life of happiness, prosperity, and love. And we're really starting to live on purpose those secrets to an abundant life. Now, what I shared with you was just on the surface. It goes deeper and it gets more profound as we go along. But that's how the process works.
Incredible, Donna. And, you know, we're going to have you for a special edition of Monday Night Live very soon so we can do a more deep dive into this powerful philosophy that you have. And here at the LA Tribune Quantum Leap Forum, we have had such an amazing, eclectic group of speakers, whether it's Joe Vitale, whether it's Sharon Lechter, whether it's Donna Campbell, whether it's Kevin Harrington, who we're going to hear from shortly. You know, Natalie, what are your thoughts on what Donna just did and this unique exercise and this unique level of value that she provided to the event?
Well, I think what she gets at is so important. And we've talked about that on Monday Night Lives as well, right? It's our approach to it, our feeling, and it's how we value ourselves. It's about the subconscious mind, which I love to talk about. So it's all about what is in there and how do we get the not so good stuff? How do we snap out of the not so good stuff and actually just look at money as another form of energy, and that's it. And then, you know, really embrace it. And that's very important because there are socially conditioned ideas about how bad money is and that all rich people are bad and all of that. That's what we grew up with. So getting that trash out in whatever way, shape, or form, I think is great. I love it. I love it. And that makes us financially fit, right?
Absolutely, because it's in heart, mind, and soul.
Yes.
Jennifer says, I feel that I am on the brink of my financial success and abundance to make the most of my income potential to be financially successful in all of my life. Well, Jennifer, connect with Donna so she can help finish this conversation that she just started with you. And we'll have Donna back on later for another special edition so we can do a more deep dive into it. And Goldie, what are your thoughts on what we just experienced with Donna?
I appreciated how chill Donna was in how she delivers. And it was cool to see how people were chomping at the bit to receive from her service and her wisdom and leadership. And I love that. But when it comes to money and finances, a lot of us can be just, even the word can be stressful for us. So I really appreciate how you do what you do so well, Donna. It was very chill and very calming. And I felt good. I even took a restroom break really quick right there because I felt so calm. So thank you. TMI girl, but you're doing good at your job.
I love it.
It was
Amazing.
good. It was good. I really appreciate it. I want to look you up more about what you do. Thank you for being here.
And Donna, we're actually going to ask you to stay in the back room as we head towards our next speaker. We're going to bring you on later, so stick around. Don't close. We'll keep you in the back room. And guys, you know, over the course of this event, as you guys know, we have had legends from film and cinema, legends in business, and you know, we have Kevin Harrington, who's going to be speaking, who's a legend in the field of the business world, very well known from Shark Tank, etc. And many people have asked, you know, what if we miss a few minutes, or what if, you know, we have to step aside? Do not worry. This entire program will be sent out in full to all of the registration individuals that registered. So it'll be sent out in full within the next few days. So don't worry if you want to miss a couple minutes here, a couple minutes there. You know, this will be sent out in full after the fact. And consequently, Dr. Forrest, you know, one thing that is a prerequisite for anyone that wants to be in business is, of course, sales. And Goldie, you know this as well. And so we brought together some of the foremost authorities in sales and business for this event. And consequently, whether it's a Kevin Harrington, whether it's somebody that started $1 billion company like a Larry Namer, whether it's somebody that's the founder of Priceline.com, or whether it's a remarkable next speaker, I'm going to let the two of you get into this next speaker who we were fortunate enough to get for this event. I want everybody to grab a pen, grab a piece of paper. You're going to want to take down notes. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, you don't want to miss. Natalie, Goldie, please take it away.
Oh, absolutely. And I will start out by saying that I'm really excited about this gentleman. I've had conversations with him. I've talked with him a lot on email. I cannot wait, because this next gentleman, whose last name I will not try to pronounce because I don't want to mess it up, has 22 years of success, emphasis on the word success, in sales and sales leadership. He is the founder of Victory Selling. Love that name. And of course, he's a leading authority in providing cutting-edge strategies on selling in today's marketplace. And we know that today's marketplace is very different. Steve is a sales development expert, professional trainer, and keynote speaker. Woo! Whether it's empowering you to become the best sales professional you can be, helping you inspire and drive the sales team to you that you lead, or teaching you his extremely powerful system of selling for 2021 and beyond, he can help you transform your entire outlook on sales. Now wait, in less than you think. He has trained thousands of salespeople to reach their targets, risen to the top of his field in multiple industries, and leaves his audiences and clients changed for the better. He's the author of a book called Sales is Not a Dirty Word. Thank you for that. And his 9-step victory selling system is transforming the way sales training is delivered. He has been a sought-after speaker both before and after its release, and his message to the world of sales is simple. Take note. Integrity, honesty, and humility are essential in today's business world, and if you want to learn how to sell effectively and tactfully, Steve and his team are exactly what you need, and you should be directly connecting with him and them. Welcome to the floor, to the stage, Steve. I'm so happy to finally meet you in person.
What's up, y'all? How's it going?
What's going on? We've been listening and hearing all about you. Been watching some good pods, some good interviews.
Apparently.
Excited.
I got a tough act to follow with Donna and everybody else on the call. And again, I'm a legend according to my mom. So
your mom said
all that matters. So
that's what we all need. Our mom calls us a legend, and then we can create the more legendary aspects thereafter. Steve, I'm excited because earlier today we talked a little bit with some of the other experts. Of course, sales comes up. Right? It comes up, and then we say, well, sales and service. And yet in business, we do have to sell, however we call it, whatever term we use for it, it ends up being a sale, right? So why don't you tell us how to do it best?
Sure. I mean, I'm excited to share with everybody. Selling in 2021 is completely different than it was in 2020, in 2019, in 2018. And a lot of people are afraid to say they're in sales. It's a bad word, hence the book title. People have this perception of the grimy, greasy, car salesman with the plaid jacket, the gold medallion. And Unfortunately, a lot of what Hollywood has done has perpetuated that myth. And I'm not going to get into the movies of, glorifying criminals and stealing from people and all that kind of stuff. The movie y'all want to watch that really gets to home about what sales is about Mr. Chris Gardner, The Pursuit of Happiness. You want to watch a real sales movie, watch that one. One thing we teach, again, and there's so many great trainers and teachers out there, and many of them do believe in what we teach, but it has to be driven home, is honesty, integrity, and humility with everything you do. And guess what, y'all? Just because somebody wants to buy something from you doesn't mean you should sell it to them. So my topic today, which I'm really pumped about, is talking about how do we increase sales in this kind of virtual world that we're living in. And I want to start with a quote by Mr. Warren Buffett, which I'm sure Donna knows a lot about as well. It's only when the tide goes out do we discover who's been swimming naked. Now, he said this a few years ago, but he wasn't thinking about relating it to pandemic business, but it's really true, because what happened over the last 8, 9, 10 years, however great the economy's been, it's easy to make sales when things are going well. It's easy to take orders. It's easy to take incoming leads and phone calls. But when things get locked down, what do? Hence, when the tide goes out, we discover who's been swimming naked. What that means is we are now seeing all the inefficiencies in businesses, in sales processes, in communication, with remote sales teams, with accountability. We could see it now. And what we have to do is address it and improve it. And one of the words that people like to use is pivot. I like agility. I like change. But the favorite word of mine about this particular topic and we're talking about today is adaptation. A lot of folks on the call maybe don't remember Mr. Charles Darwin, but he taught us a few things. One was adapt or die. And if you don't adapt to selling virtually, your business is going to die. And one of the things Mr. Darwin said was it's not the strongest of species that survives, nor the most intelligent, yet the one most responsive to change. Are you responsive to change? Are you willing to learn how to be great in a virtual manner? But it starts with building trust. And it also starts with eliminating a lot of self-limiting beliefs, which is also what Donna talked about with money. And I got another quote I'd love to share with you, Mr. Henry Ford. You all probably know it. If you think you can do a thing or think you can't do a thing, you're right. This is what's happening to salespeople and business professionals all over the world, is they think they can only sell face-to-face, belly-to-belly. They think their clients, prospects, customers don't like virtual. That's not true. I know people that have made 9 and 10 figure deals virtually, never shook a hand, never in the same room. It's all about adaptation. I spent 13 years in San Diego. I just moved to Vegas last year, maybe 5 months ago. One of the things I used to train on, a lot of realtors, people in the real estate community business, and in California, they shut it down. As y'all know, some of you live there, of course, LA Tribune. And realtors could not conduct open houses. So if you told somebody 10 years ago that you could sell a house without having a client step in one, people would tell you you were crazy. Well, guess what? The housing market is still booming. And I know realtors that didn't hold any open houses. All they did was have 3Ds, have Matterports, have cameras, have video, and people bought homes. There are things today people would say you were insane that you could do 10 years ago, like getting doctor's appointments, having dental visits, things like that we never thought possible in a virtual world. But the thing that matters most, everybody, and we'll dive into our topic today, is how do you build trust when you can't talk, touch, see somebody in the same room? And that's what we're going to discuss. And if you're ready to adapt, if you're ready to put the time in, the effort to learn how to do this, it's going to benefit you tenfold. So step number 1 is you got to connect before the meeting. You cannot just show up to Zoom calls, Teams calls, WebEx, StreamYards, whatever you do, and wing it. You have got to connect with people beforehand. What do I mean by that? Have a quick phone call, send a quick email, text a little bit, connect on LinkedIn. You've got to make sure that your first interaction isn't when you turn on the Zoom. You've got to create some layers of familiarity. And the reason we want to do that first is because of first impression control. First impressions today, y'all, are more important than they've ever been. Ever. Because you have less to work with. There is no interaction. There's no personal touch. So that first impression matters. And how do we make sure we make a good first impression? Third-party credibility. It was funny, Goldie was messaging me beforehand. She said, oh, I'm seeing all your stuff online and all that stuff. That's third-party credibility. It's somebody else saying something good about you. What most salespeople do is they tell everybody how amazing they are, how great they are. And listen, could I say that? Sure. I've had a very successful career in both Cutco. It's funny. Some of y'all know Cutco knives, by the way, and some of y'all have them. Senior year was #1 in the country with Cutco. Aflac, the Duck. Lots of y'all know Aflac commercials. Somehow, humbly, luckily made it to #1 in the country with Aflac. 60,000 agents. And I don't say that to brag. I say that because if you saw me growing up, you would laugh. I did not say one word in high school. Nothing. Nothing. Not a peep. No dates, no dances, no prom, nothing like that. And when I went to college, I needed to get a job to help my parents, whom I bankrupted by sending me to an expensive business school. And that's how I found Cutco. And that changed my life. And it was crazy because I was the deaf mute. I mean, nobody would believe that what I do today, speaking in front of thousands of people, would be possible. But I learned at an early age to just tell the truth and be honest. And if people like what you have, they'll buy it. And if they don't, they don't. And that's one of the things we need to talk about step number 2. Step number 2, y'all, is to smile and wave. When you start any virtual meeting, you need to do that. Why? Because it's universal. It eases tension. And one study shows that smiling and waving literally increases trust in the other person by more than 10%. So smile and wave. You would do that if you saw somebody on the street. And if you want to test that, next time you have a Zoom meeting, just scowl throughout the whole thing. Your next sales presentation, just mean mug them. See how that works out. And number 3, probably my favorite one, is that people are watching you. You have to be aware of this, y'all. And there's something that I wish I had a visual for, because it's the Undertaker from WWE, WWF, called resting Zoom face. Resting Zoom face looks like this. There are so many people on meetings, internally, sales meetings, things like this. We could see your face. So just turn the camera off if you're going to do that. You see on the news, when they got the split screen, the person that's not talking still sits there. They don't have resting TV face, so you've got to not have resting Zoom face. It is so important, y'all. But you have to control what people see. And when we talk about people are watching, what are they watching? Your nonverbal communication. And you can put this in the chat box if you want. What percentage of communication is nonverbal? Between 55 and 95%, depending on what study you want to look at. But nonverbal communication is more than auditory. So you have to pay attention to your clients, prospects, colleagues, employees' nonverbal communication. How can you pay attention to that if their camera is off? So here's one tip for y'all. No meetings with cameras off. Not one of my clients, corporate, individual, whatever, I will allow to have a meeting with me without their camera on. Would you do a meeting if somebody wasn't looking at you? What if I conducted this whole thing like this? What if somebody was talking to you and then they turned around and did that to you in a sales meeting? You wouldn't allow it. You wouldn't keep talking. Turn your cameras on in meetings. It's essential. Most importantly, is people are looking at your body language. The most successful men and women in the world of professional poker, you know what they do? They look for tells. They don't play cards. They don't wait for rockets. They look to see what's happening in your face. They look at eye movements. They look at eyebrows. They look at ears. They look at pulses. They look at foreheads. You have to understand that people are looking at you and you need to look at them. Another thing you've got to do, y'all, please make sure you do this. Look in the camera, please. So many people they do meetings like this the whole time. It's been a year, everybody. We got to get better at this. If you want to be better at sales, you got to take this seriously. So look into the camera. Another suggestion when it comes to people are watching is if you're delivering a presentation, a meeting, a talk, whatever it is, you've got to be standing. You cannot be sitting. Your energy is different. Your vibe is different. We can't see your hands. We can't see body language and emotion when you're sitting down. Last two things, framing. Framing is how you look on camera. And you want your eye line to be about the top third of the screen. Not down here, not up here, not over here, not the dude from Home Improvement. You got to understand this stuff matters because how people view your presentation of yourself will be how they view your business. If it looks all haphazard, if it looks discombobulated, if it looks messy in the background, it's another thing, y'all. Make sure you have a decent background. If you're going to have a virtual background, you've got to get a green screen. It costs you $50, $80, put it up. If not, you're going to look like you have a halo around you, an aura. Maybe that's good. I don't know. But it's also going to turn you into the invisible man or woman. You're going to come in and out of focus. So spend a few bucks on equipment. I just had this guy, Rob, here this morning helping me set up the studio and everything. Lighting, angles, the right camera, the right mic. It doesn't cost very much, but it will cost you a ton if you half-ass it. So in closing, everybody, you've got to take this thing seriously. If you want to really accelerate your business and you want to make sure people are seeing you as a professional, you've got to look professional. You got to play the part. Yes, is it going to take some time to learn it? Sure. Is it going to take a few extra bucks to set up your place like it should be? Yes. But you don't want to have it look like a pipe bomb went off in the background. That's not going to be good for you. What do people think of people that are discombobulated, that are always late, that are disheveled? Not positive characteristics. So if you want to make sure you're really getting the most out of your ability in your business, your life as an entrepreneur, in sales, whatever it is, make sure you take the time to learn how to build trust virtually, because that's going to set you apart from everybody else. And if you ended up overboard, the middle of the ocean, and you didn't know how to swim, it's not going to end up well. You're all in the ocean right now. And most of you are clinging on for dear life onto a life preserver, or your boat's tipped upside down, instead of being able to swim to shore successfully. So take this serious, y'all. I'm really excited to have this opportunity. Thanks again, Mo, Natalie, Goldie. If you want to connect after, again, it's easy. Find me on LinkedIn, The Steve Haru on Instagram. Again, we can connect on email, victorysellingssystem.com, any of those places. Happy to connect. Happy to give you my thoughts and help in any way I can. So thanks, y'all.
Wow. Thank you, Steve. Wow. Oh, Goldie's on mute again. Goldie's on mute again. Oh, my goodness.
I think Mo's putting me on mute. Mo, just kidding, Mo. Steve, I was going to say this has been one of the most valuable ones for me. That's why not that everything hasn't been great, but I love well, first off, some of the things that you're saying, valuable, but if you're in sales and you're not doing this, then you might want to think of something else to do. Big pet peeve is when the camera's off. I think you're doing naughty things. So that's what I think. Don't even come if you're going to be the smiling and the waving. Like I love to just do that when I'm driving down the street to somebody and they're probably like, what's her, but it makes me feel better. And then how can somebody be mad at you for smiling and waving, unless they're just a complete hole. You know what I'm saying?
It's true. It's true. Most people use another hand gesture and when they're driving, but this one's a better one.
I love what you've said, and you're obviously your book's on Amazon, so I'm gonna go get it. I'm getting it.
Did I tell this story? I don't even. God, I'll tell it. Fine. This has nothing to do with this, but the hand gesture made me think of this.
Okay, let's go.
Do we have a minute?
Yes, quick. Let's do it.
So, everybody on the call has been ghosted before. Let's not front. Okay, everybody. Life, business, follow up, whatever. And it's always hard to get people to respond. So I told this earlier. It's ironic. You said dropping bombs on Brad Lee's Dropping Bombs podcast. We just kind of released one video.
I saw that.
If you want to get somebody to respond to you, here's how you do it, y'all. And don't get mad at me if it doesn't work out. All right. You say to them, Goldie, listen, I'm sure you've seen my last 5 emails, texts, whatever. Listen, if you're busy, great. If you're not interested, great. That's fine. But can you just do me one favor? All I want is just one response with one of these 2 emojis. You don't even have to type anything. Just reply with an emoji. And the first one's the thumbs up, and the second one is the middle finger. And I've yet to get a middle finger. I've gotten the cheers. I've gotten trophies. I've gotten 100s. I've gotten laughs. But most of the time, people respond. I just had a client do it. Couldn't get in touch with the dude for 6 months. Responded in 3 minutes. They now have a meeting set up. So
I love it. I
be
love
different, y'all. Just be different, right? Be different. Be down to earth. Be funny. Be normal. I promise you, it'll all work out in the end.
Dr. Forrest, I didn't mean to take your thunder.
No, you didn't. You didn't. I love what you said, Steve, because that's like the PEEF project. Because all of a sudden that we're in a virtual environment, or most of us have been thrown into a virtual environment, people forget that it's still about get to know, like, and trust. It's like, the messages that we get on LinkedIn. It's like, I'd like to be your friend. Okay, I'd like to connect. All right. Next message I get is, I do this. You want it? And I'm like, my response usually is, I like to build relationships before I do anything. And then they're quiet.
People put the whole long diatribe and then their calendar link. That works out well. Yeah, keep
or you can just do an emoji of Vaseline. Thank you. Yeah. Okay, I'm done. Hey, Mo, we're ready.
Awesome. Thank you, Steve. I think we all learned so much, even though it was simple. It was so important. Thank you.
Thank you so much to Steve. It was a pleasure and privilege to have you here, sir.
Thanks, Mo.
And one final thing, please give the name of your incredible company and anyone out there that's looking to really take their sales to the next level. We give this gentleman and his work the true stamp of approval. That's why he's here. And please, Steve, share with them the information for anyone out there that may be a good fit to work with you.
Sure thing, man. So it's really easy, y'all. Victory Selling. And you can go to victorysellingsystem.com. That's easy. And let's connect on LinkedIn. Don't send me your freaking calendar link or some stupid ass pitch. Just be a normal person. And we'll get along well. So
amazing. Steve, thank you so much.
Thanks,
and we want to
thank
everybody. I appreciate you. And we want to thank Victory Selling. Keep up the great work. And we will touch base with you very soon, Steve, on an episode of Monday Night Live.
Thanks for listening, y'all.
A pleasure. Thank you so much.
Awesome.
And of course,
Great.
I wanted to just quickly bring back in Donna, who's been in the green room. And Donna, given the timing, we didn't really have a chance to get a closing point from you. So I wanted to make sure that everything you had to say in your incredible speech was said. So we're going to give you the floor for another minute or two, and then we're going to go into an amazing panel. But before we do that, I felt that you were a little rushed, and I know a lot of people were taking notes. So if there was something in conclusion you did want to share, please feel free to do so.
If I had to share a few thoughts, what I would share with you is something that was a mantra of mine that got me through a lot of really hard and difficult times. And I share this openly. And it is trust and you will see, believe and you will know, have faith, all is well, follow your heart, and spirit will lead you.
I love that. Thank you so much, Donna. And I think that, those were perfect, true closing words, and we appreciate you having you here. And where can people find you, Donna, just in final conclusion?
The best place to find me is through my website, donnacampbell.com.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Donna Campbell. Appreciate having you.
Thank you.
And guys, up next is somebody who the community here may already be familiar with. Of course, he is a incredible friend to the LA Tribune. He is an incredible supporter of the LA Tribune, and of course, he is a leader in his own community. The work that he has done in business for the different communities that he is involved with is truly remarkable. I've gotten to know him personally, and I've seen with my own eyes the things that he's done in the nonprofit sector. Always ready, willing, and able to help. Always ready, willing, and able to serve. Always ready, willing, able to assist. Of course, him and I are part of the same nonprofit called TIE, and I've always seen him be the first one to arrive, last one to leave. Whatever assistance is needed in these events, he's always there to do so. The way that a leader does is they lead by example. And Natalie, please introduce the next speaker. And then after this, we have an amazing panel that I'm so excited for. But before we get into that, Natalie, please do us the honors and introduce the next keynote.
Absolutely. And it is my distinct honor because I am just like you, Mo. I've gotten to know this gentleman a little bit better over the last couple of weeks, not just because of his unwavering support for our show, but also because how passionate he is about what he does. I don't want to tell too much about his story because I think he'll share a little bit of his own. He originally came to Los Angeles from New York. He actually worked in New York City. Now I'm thinking about Gianna Russo again, the mob, all of that. But he originally worked in New York City in the administration, but very closely related, of course, to the police. And when he was there, he experienced a number of things that helped guide him back to his passion for finances, and especially to his passion ensuring that everybody has a way to retire. Thinking about Exit Rich, of course, from Sharon Lecter. So how do you make sure as an individual, as a solopreneur, as an entrepreneur, that you actually don't forget about retirement? And that is what this next gentleman, Mr. Pankaj, is going to bring to us. Insights into how we as solopreneurs, small entrepreneurs, can actually ensure that we exit rich as well, that we retire when we want to retire. Sir, it is such an honor to finally have you live and not just in the virtual auditorium. I can't wait to hear you.
Thank you so much. Mo, thank you for such a gracious introduction. I'm not so sure I deserve that, but I really appreciate it. So yes, Natalie, so far, I would love to see some comments. I'm sure there's quite a few people watching, and so far, so have I. And so far, everything I have seen is just amazing, including Donna. I started taking notes. Steve Hero, who just took. And actually, I've been you talk about taking notes. I sincerely have been taking notes. So I forgot my notes. What was I supposed to talk about? I don't know. No, I do.
Of course you do. Of course you do.
When something is near and dear to your heart, you do need notes to refer to, but you generally can take it. So yes, thank you very much. So what as you mentioned, what my situation is that I started in the financial services business about 20 years ago. And almost immediately I realized that I really like this business. I want to be in it long term. And how can I differentiate myself? So what I have done is focus solely on retirement plans for business owners. So today I wanted to take a little bit of time and talk about financial wellness. And how do you start, or where do you start? The first thing I believe that you should be doing is paying yourself first. Whether you're an entrepreneur or you are an employee of an organization, it does not matter, because at some point you may want to retire. And as Sharon has her book, Exit Rich, so one of the ways to do that, and I would like to start with sharing a story of one of my clients that came in to the office. 82-year-old woman throws a piece of paper on my desk. She's 82 with a little strut in her step. And this piece of paper happens to be worth about $2.1 million. What do I mean by that? It was a stock certificate that was 60,000 shares of one company, at which at that time was trading at $35 a share. So that value, that piece of paper was worth $2.1 million. And then they had some other money, what they call change. So the total net worth was $3 million. So my question to the lady was, ma'am, how did you do this? And her answer was, it was very simple. Every time my husband got paid, we put some money away and we lived on the rest. She was 82. The husband was 85 years old when he passed away. And this is why they had come to me to help them with their estate and so on. So I cannot start or use a better example than this one of pay yourself first. She was a stay-at-home mom. They had 4 kids. She never worked. While she was a homemaker, her husband did work. So one of the ways that I'd like to talk about is using a retirement plan. Now, the way I'd like to break it down is there are 3 parts to a retirement plan. The first part is, what type of plan do you want to have? It depends. The only correct answer. What does that mean? If you are a business owner and you have employees, it's a little bit different. If you do not have employees, you have no restrictions. You can do whatever you feel like as long as it meets the IRS guidelines. So one of the ways to do it is, and I'll give you an example right now, one situation I'm working with, it's a husband and wife with no employees. We have a retirement plan set up for them, and they're going to put almost $500,000 into the plan. And this is what it means, how to pay yourself first. Yes, Goldie, you can. Even when you don't have money, you can still pay yourself first, because the debt can be paid off down the road. Thank you for that comment. I love that. So what do I mean by that? The type of plan that is set up is a 401k with what we call a profit sharing, and on and on and on. So the way it's done is you need to work with somebody you trust, somebody you're comfortable with, and ask them for help in setting up or guiding you what are the right types of plans for your situation. Now, if you have employees, you do have to give them something, but you can still maximize the amount for yourself while minimizing for the employees. Once you go over maybe 50 employees in your company, then it's a whole different ballgame. But again, this is why step 1 is to design a retirement plan which works for your situation. Step 2, who are the service providers? You need to know that. You do not want to get blindsided by XYZ, who is a big name in the business, but that may or may not. I'm not saying it's a good thing or a bad thing. It may or may not be a good thing because it may not apply to you. So you need to know who the service providers are and who does what. The third and equally important part of a retirement plan is, how do you monitor it? Are you going to do it as the owner of the business? So do you have time to run your business and monitor the plan? Or are you going to bring in an individual who is experienced in the area and is going to help you monitor that plan for you? So those are the 3 parts that you do need to look at when it comes to setting up any kind of retirement plan. Now, a couple of the people mentioned about financial advisors. Now, one of the things I like to at least point out to people is that, how do you choose a financial advisor? By asking the questions. What are some of the questions that you need to know? what are your qualifications? What kind of degrees do you have, or what kind of courses have you taken, or what kind of designations that you hold that hold you out as a financial advisor in a specific area? Are you a fiduciary? How do you get paid? Is it fee-based? Is it commission? Or how do you get paid, and how much you make? You can even ask that question. And the most important is you need to do a gut check. And a gut check is as simple as that. Am I comfortable working with this person? Is this person looking out for my best interest, or are they out to sell me something that I may or may not need? It may or may not be a good fit for me. So these are some of the things that you should be looking at. And to touch upon some of the things, Mr. Russo, they talked about, or there was discussion about O.J. Simpson. Now, the best thing that has happened for O.J. Simpson, or that's the example I'd like to use, is the pension plan that he is enrolled in is protected. Other than the IRS, a pension plan is protected. And even today, with all the issues that he's having, he still is eligible and entitled and receiving a pension. Some estimate as much as $25,000 a month. Who would not want to have that kind of retirement income? Now, the best part of it is, if you don't need the money and you want to keep working, there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. You can pass that money on to your heirs as and when you pass. It does not have to be used up. It can be passed on. Now, to give you an example of pay yourself first, I used a very large example, but just take somebody that has an income of $50,000 a year and is putting away 10% of their salary with no employer match or no other kind of match. 3% every year salary increase is the only thing that we're accounting for at a 6% rate of return. A 21-year-old retiring at the age of 65 can have somewhere around $1.5 million in their retirement plan. Now, if you accelerate that a little bit to a $75,000 income, you're looking at about $2.4 million. And if you go to maybe $100,000 in income at 10%, you're looking at almost $3.2 million. What am I referring to is the power of compounding. The younger you are, the more money you can save. And I use this as a personal example. My son and my daughter are maxing out on their 401k. They have one of them has a student loan, but they're still maxing out on their 401k. Why is that important? Because by the time they reach the age of 65, they are going to have a decent nest egg to go with. That is a great example of paying yourself first. So this is about what I'd like to share. What I will say to everyone that is watching, please take action. Some of the speakers have already talked about that. We know all of the things that we need to do, but then it is the trigger finger. We have to take action. If we don't take action, we're not getting anywhere. Now, you don't have to go with, I know I quoted some large numbers, but that's not important. You can be earning $10 an hour, which maybe in some states is illegal at this point, but that's okay. Even if you are able to save 50 cents an hour, you still will have a nest egg that you can work with. If you get sick, you have some sort of a cushion over there that you can use towards your sickness. Sometimes you may even, I don't recommend it, but if you want to buy your home, if you are a first-time home buyer, your retirement plan may allow you to buy that home or use that money to buy the home. You'll have children you want to educate. You may even be able to use money from there. So there's quite a bit of flexibility that you can do, you have, that you can use that money towards. And if, mind you, I have not talked about the investments, and that is a whole different ball game, which I don't want to get into at this point. Mo, thank you for having me on. I really love, so far, I've been enjoying every moment of what I have seen, and I will be around hopefully till the end.
Well, thank you, Pankaj, for helping make this entire event possible with all of your gracious support. I want to bring in my co-hosts, Goldie and Natalie, to do a quick recap. And Goldie, Natalie, what are your thoughts on this incredible series of golden nuggets that we were able to learn from Pankaj? Let's start with you, Natalie.
Well, I've talked with him before about this, so I knew what was coming, and I'm excited, not just because of the examples that he gave, but particularly regarding how important it is for us to remember to pay ourselves first, even whether we already have debt, whether it's a student loan, or I personally know a lot of founders or CEOs who say, well, I'm not going to pay myself first. I want to make sure that everybody in my company first gets paid, which is a fantastic philosophy. However, at the same time, we also need to be able to do ourselves, right? So I love when he shares this, because it is so important for us to understand the math. And Pankaj, you've done an amazing job in laying out the math, and also you helped us understand some of the other aspects that the other speakers were mentioning previously. So I love it. I love it. That's all I can say.
Amazing. And Goldie, what are your thoughts? You're on mute.
I can't blame that one on you, Mo. I'm being selfish, and of course I want to know more. And, because what Natalie just said, as an independent contractor, but somebody that has a lot of independent contracted employees, it's hard to not take care of everybody first and not myself, because if I don't, they'll be gone. And then I'm left with a greater, a mess, basically. So I would just be so interested in knowing, like, you've said all of this stuff, but then how, like even Mo was just sharing some cool investment ideas and things with me. And it's like, I want to get more into that. So you really did.
Goldie, here's how I would respond to that. How do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time. What do I mean by that? You need to take the first step.
You're an Indian. You don't eat elephants.
The first step is to speak with someone you are comfortable with, get an idea, educate yourself. The more you understand, the better off you are, and the better choices you are able to make.
Right. I think that's just scary for some people, because in the past,
it is scary for a lot of people. I face that on a day-to-day basis, where business owners, Natalie, I believe you mentioned that point and Goldie, you did also, that they're worried about taking care of the employees. But this is a great way of taking care of your employees. And the biggest thing is educating yourself and your crew. And I can sit here all day and give you examples where I have a liquor store as one of my clients, where they have employees and they are putting money into this. Now, it's not they're not a highly educated workforce or any of that. They're just a liquor store, but they do make money, and they are allowed to put money away, and most of the employees are enrolled in there.
Absolutely. And Virginia says, I love all the speakers. You guys are doing an amazing job. You have managed to catch my interest this long. I normally don't stay online this long. A big thank you to all of you. Thank you. Some people have inquired about whether or not there will be a replay. Yes, there will be a replay, both online, and it's going to be sent out to the thousands of people that subscribed and got your tickets. You'll be receiving this in full. And with that being said, Pankaj, we're going to have you back on for a special edition of Monday Night Live to go into the nitty-gritty details. And so thank you for sharing some of your gems, wisdom. And Eric Swanson says, Speaker Eric Swanson says, this guy is awesome. All righty. Very good. Thank you so much. And guys, we appreciate you, Pankaj. In closing, do you have any final gems of wisdom, final words, your favorite quote, something you want to close out with?
Please take the first step. Speak with somebody that you like or you're comfortable with, you trust, maybe at least one or even two people. The more you educate yourself, the better your choices you're going to have. And then take action. Please, if nothing else, you remember, take action. Talk to somebody and then move on it.
Thank you so much, Pankaj. We appreciate you, sir.
Thank you, Pankaj.
God bless. Thank you very much.
He's
And guys,
great.
next up, we have a remarkable panel that I'm personally looking forward to, because this panel was actually very scientifically put together. Okay, we decided to bring together people like I've been accused of being a mad scientist before in my life. And so when I sat down with Natalie and Goldie and the rest of the team, I said, if we put these people together, it's going to be such a remarkable recipe for a fantastic panel. But before we bring them all together, I want to just bring one of them up to speak with me, and that is going to be Amy Lee. Amy, welcome, of course, to the Quantum Leap Forum. And Amy has been such a big supporter of this event, sharing and supporting in so many different ways. And thank you, Amy, for being a big part of what we're about to do. Amy, you know, what you do is so remarkable and interesting. And you're about to be one of the speakers on this panel. But what you do is fascinating because you have a real holistic approach to your leadership. And you have a real holistic approach to how you transform lives. And earlier I was talking to Sharon Lechter and David Meltzer about this distinction between information and transformation. And I immediately thought of you and all of the amazing work that you do. And I want to just hear a little bit, first of all, about a background of the work that you do with people and this distinction between information and transformation. I want to hear directly from you before we start the panel.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks so much for having me, Mo. This has been phenomenal. As you guys can see, I've been out in the audience watching all day, super excited to be here. This is a dream come true for me. So I just thank you so much to you and Natalie and everyone else. Yeah, so the work that I do is really, really powerful. And like you said, transformative. I think that we live in an information age. We live in a time when everybody's trying to find the person who's going to have their answers. And I think we're finding out now in this new time, in this new dimension, that the answers are coming from within. And so one of the biggest parts of my work as a dream design coach is that I'm helping people tap into their inner guidance that is their, remembering, reclaiming their ability to design and build their dream lives. I think somewhere along the way, we were little, we would take the picture of us living in the castle and we'd proclaim that and we'd put it on the refrigerator. And then all of a sudden one day it was like, well, that's silly. That's not really going to happen. And we took that imagination and we hid it way deep inside of ourselves. And so it's really important, I think, especially at this time in history, we're really starting to tap into our energetic gifts. We're really starting to understand just how powerful we are to manifest and create and build and be part of that creative process in our lives. And so I feel so humbled and so honored to be here in this part of history to be able to help people tap into that, because I'll tell you, there is no feeling in the world like meeting someone for the first time who realizes that they truly are in the driver's seat to create everything they ever wanted. So I am so psyched to be here and I can't wait to hang out with the rest of the panel. Thanks for having me.
I appreciate it, Amy Lee. We're going to bring you back up in a second. I also want to bring in someone else, and that's Surin. Surin, folks, is such an incredible human being, and it's a pleasure to have him with us. Not only is he a realtor, he's a business owner, and he actually is also a motivational speaker. Every Monday, he started this series called Motivation Mondays that has gone viral. If you follow him on LinkedIn or Facebook, you see that people are just huge fans of his Motivation Monday clips because of the enthusiasm, because of the energy, because of the passion. So Surin, welcome to the Quantum Leap Forum.
Thank you, Mo. Thank you, Mo and Natalie and whole Tribune team. You guys are making difference in this world. Thank you for making positive impact for the millions of people's lives. Thank you, and I'm honored to be here. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Surin. And of course, you have done such a great job in helping spread the word in your community. You're a leader in your community, and you help make this event possible with all of your support. So we want to thank you. I want to thank you personally for all you've done. And, Surin, before we start this panel, I want to talk a little bit about Motivation Monday, because Motivation Monday has really taken off. And I'm curious what, no pun intended, was your motivation to start Motivation Monday?
It's a great question. I feel that, all of us, we have a dream and we have a desire. And somewhere along the line, we didn't have a motivation to take action. And I believe the Monday is the first day of the week. What we do on Monday gonna take care of the whole week. So it's so important to be very positive, enthusiastic, and take an action to achieve the dreams and goal you have. That is the reason I started Motivational Monday, because I wanna, if you are fired up Monday, you can be fired up Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So you can take action and achieve your dreams. And that is my motivation. Because I do listen Motivational Monday. I do listen I listen every day, but especially Monday, I read and listen a lot before starting my weekend day. So I thought that gonna help everybody. That was my motivation.
Amazing. And, before we get the panel going, I want to just ask one quick market question right now. Of course, in Southern California, there's a lot of volatility in the real estate environment. Is it a buyer's market? Is it a seller's market? What should I do, Suren? Should I sell? Should I buy? What's going on?
Yeah, it's a great question. I know it's a buyer's market. Seller's market. But many people are buying because we have the lowest interest rate in for last 50 years. So there are so many buyers in the market, but I'm telling my client or everyone, if you need to buy a home, especially if you need primary residence, it's still a great time to buy because you're going to lock into the lower interest rate. So that's why your payment will be lower. The price is really going a little bit up because of so much demand. We have a shortage of the inventory. Even it's a seller market, but it's a good time to buy also,
Incredible.
Thank
you for that, Suren. And we're going to go ahead and bring in the folks here. I'm going to bring in Goldie along with Sherry, Amy Lee. And of course, guys, this panel is all about leadership. And this panel is about what it means to lead your life, what it means to lead your business. And I'm going to have Goldie rock the house. And Sherry, I'm going to ask you to wear two hats. I'm going to ask you to co-moderate with Goldie and also participate. But we want the focus to be on Amy and Suren and really get their insights primarily on what it means to be a leader. And with that being said, Goldie, Sherry, I'm going to let you guys rock the house and spend some quality time with Amy and Suren so they can share. I personally have my paper, I have my pencil. I'm going to sit back and take notes because I know when these two people speak, I need to listen. So with that, Goldie, the floor is yours.
Well, we got a chance to hear about Suren's Motivational Monday, and I'm new to what you do, Amy Lee. So, Mo set it up, just like what leadership means to you, why you are excited about being a part of this quantum leap, and just share your knowledge and your secrets and your golden gems. We're ready. Floor is yours.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm so excited to be here, especially with Sherry. Anytime me and Sherry get together, it's a barrel of laughs. We have so much fun. We actually spend a lot of time on the phone together, just being friends and buying books together and talking about what we've read. And so it's great to be here. So leadership is really about walking the talk, right? Like it's about, I'm a person who I have very few really important values, but the values that I have are really strong. And one of those values is about modeling what practicing what you preach. And so I've been in lots of different businesses where leadership is a primary component, where people don't necessarily do what they tell everybody else to do. And so I think that especially like right now, we're all kind of fighting our own battles. And when you work in the thought leadership space, like Sherry and I do, you come up against a lot of your own demons because you're constantly trying to refine yourself. You're constantly trying to be the best you that you can be while simultaneously helping other people be the best them. And so it's really an exercise in frustration and discipline, because you have to be able to get over the fact that you're never going to make yourself perfect. But despite that fact, you still have to be committed to helping them better themselves. And the hardest part, and I think, Sherry, you can relate to this, is where you start to get in your own head about your own transformation and where you are, and trying to understand that where they are is different. and not necessarily falling into that imposter syndrome, which is something that, you know, after doing this for years, I still totally struggle with. I still feel like, who am I to help these people through these things when I'm a hot freaking mess? As Sherry would say, that's one of her favorite things. I'm a hot freaking mess. But, you know, you have to kind of look at it from that perspective of, just because I'm not necessarily where I want to be on my personal journey doesn't mean that I'm not still 100% equipped to provide perspective, to provide education, and to hold space. And so I think for me, it's really been a test for me to not be down on myself for not always walking the walk or talking the talk, because sometimes you just can't. And sometimes in that moment, you have to be real with yourself and be able to say, you know what? I'm not feeling positive today. And yeah, I can go tell you to be positive, and I can tell you to raise your vibration. And right now I'm just not there. And that's okay. You know what I mean? And there's nothing inauthentic about that. In fact, it's like what I would call hyper authentic. I just made that up for you guys. It's hyper authentic. It's authentic to the nth degree. It's authentic to the point of vulnerability. And when you hit that place, that sweet spot, that's when you start attracting the people who go, you know what? I want to work with her, or I want to be with her because she's not perfect. Because she's real about the fact that she's a human, because she puts her pants on one leg at a time. Although I don't actually. I lay on my bed and put them on at the same time because it's just easier. But
yeah. I like so much about what you've been sharing with us, Amy Lee, because that's one of the things that you and I talk about all the time is living in the moment, really addressing what's going on in the moment. And I think going with the theme of Quantum Leap is what that really means is, you know, stepping beyond the prescribed path. And so many of us have been conditioned our entire lives to the belief that we need to crawl before we walk, and that we need to make a little bit of money before we can make a lot of money. And so, you know, so much of it is about understanding that what we truly want is beyond conditions. And when we really begin to start to live in the now, and we realize that, you know, all of this is starting within, just like you said, starting within, but really being nicer to ourselves. And, you know, James Malinchak said it earlier. It's about developing that muscle of awareness, because in the moment of awareness, we have the choice. It doesn't matter what's showing up in our moments. We have the choice to really become the observer and say, no, you know what? I choose differently. Stop.
Absolutely. And Sherry, I'm curious to hear from Suren on this particular subject, because I know that he has a lot of insight. Suren, please, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you so much, Glody, for compliment. Thank you, guys. I really agree with Emily and Cheryl. Leadership all about the influence. I believe leadership all the taking action. You know, it's people. It doesn't matter what we say, but what we do. Leadership, it's about being very authentic, being honest, and also realize that even if you make mistake, admitting those mistakes. If we think about other people, if we put other people before us, that's so great leader they do. So that way, thinking about other people, thinking about a team member, thinking about others, and being honest and very authentic, I believe that will make you the great leader. And when you are a great person, when you are a good person, you are an honest person, when they like you, people they love to follow, and you'll be able to put together a team. When you have a team, that's how you can really achieve the bigger dreams. That's what I believe.
Really, Suren, I have a question for you. You are a fantastic realtor, and then you're also an extraordinary family man. Like, how do you balance both? You know, because you're a very good man, very good leader to your family, and then in the community as well. Like, how do you find the time? How do you balance all of that? Who showed you that? Because you're doing an amazing job. I love following you online and seeing what you're doing. You're doing an incredible job. Thank
you, Claudia, for compliment. I think Yeah, I didn't try to be, it's when I'm at home, I'm the same person. When I go out, I'm the same person. I didn't have a balance, but, I just do. When I'm with the kids or with my wife, I'm the same person. When I'm outside with a client, I'm the same person. I didn't try to make balance. That's who I am. I just do it,
Yeah, that's wonderful.
Amazing.
Beautiful.
Surin, something about you that I find so inspiring is that you have, first of all, you're obviously a very successful businessman, but your story is incredible because, and you opened up about it when you did an episode of Monday Night Live. And I know a couple of you here are alumni of that show. And so you guys understand the way that the panel works. And, Surin, you shared and you got very open and vulnerable about how up until I think you were about 10 or 11 years old, you never had running water, you never had electricity. And so to grow up like that and to still have a gratitude, to still have an appreciation for life, to still go out and care about other people, even though you have every excuse in the world to be bitter, even though you have every excuse in the world to have a victim mentality. This is what's so inspiring about you. I want you to tap into that. I want you to share what it was that allowed you to have this mindset of gratitude, given the way, the hand that you were dealt.
Yeah, thank you, Mo. I want to maybe tell a little bit about my story. I grew up in a country called Nepal. It's one of the least developed country on the earth, and I was born in very remote part of the country. So first time I saw electricity, I was 12 years old. First time I saw the running water, I was 12 years old. First time I saw the movie theater, 12 years old. First time I saw the car, I was 12. All night I could not sleep. One day I was dreaming, one day I would live in electricity. Can you believe, coming America is too far. So the reason that I was dreaming, so along the way I came to United States with a dream. Even today, when I wake up, first thing I say, thank you. Because being alive, that itself, I'm so grateful, number one. Number two, living in America. I'm healthy, I have a family. What else I can add? So many people did not wake up today. Probably millions of people out of 7-8 billion people in this planet. People did not even wake up. As long as you are breathing, yeah, all of us, we have a challenge, you have a dreams, you have a goals. Sometimes we get disappointed. Sometimes we are not agree with other people. Those things are always there. As long as you are breathing, I believe we should be very grateful. As long as I am breathing, I should be grateful. That's my motivation. Everything else can work. So that's why I start my day. I'm so grateful. I have a life, I'm breathing, I'm healthy, I'm living the best country on the earth. So that is my motivation. So that's the reason I'm so grateful. When you have a grateful, like more live by this principle always. Gratitude. When you have a gratitude, when you are grateful, everything else works. And I'm positive, I'm grateful. That's why I live my life.
Love that. That's beautiful. Beautiful. Amy Lee, I wanted to ask you a question about, when you're really working with your clients and you're helping them to really define their own dream designs, what's the biggest reasons that they haven't up-leveled to where they really want to be?
Yeah, this is such a good question because there's actually two things that keep people from having what they want, and they're not money and they're not time. The first thing is that people don't believe that they deserve to have what they want, or they feel like somebody else deserves it more. And so we just kind of put all that together under guilt, right? They don't feel like they deserve it. They don't feel like I call it stuck but not starving. It's like, well, I want more, but I'm doing okay. I mean, there are people out there like what Surin was talking about. There are people, who live that life, and who am I to want more? And so we kind of stay stuck. The second thing is just overwhelm. We live in a society and in a day and age when people have more thoughts in a day than they had in a year. And so there's just, something's got to give, and we're all suffering from decision fatigue. So when it comes to really, truly sitting down and thinking of what you want, it's like squirrel, something else
Yes.
comes up, the baby's crying. There's always something. And so we really have to kind of reel that in and say, okay, blinders on, let's just deal with this next step. Okay.
Amy Lee, it's interesting because we were talking earlier with Joe Vitale, who of course is best known for The Secret. And there's a lot of people that have a approach to the philosophy that you're talking about. And there's a lot of people that have an incredulous approach when it comes to the law of attraction or the idea of manifesting. What can you say to those naysayers out there?
It works whether you like it or not. When it comes down to it, I don't lose any sleep if you don't believe in the law of attraction. You know what I mean? It's like what if I'm the person that's supposed to help you, then you probably do. And if you don't, then there's somebody out there that's going to help you in a different way. But it's like electricity. You don't see people walking around saying, well, electricity is not real. It's actually a figment of your imagination. Okay, well, you go ahead and live in your house in the dark, and that's fine. But I think it really just comes down to surrounding yourself with like-minded people. And that's not to say, like, I know that David Meltzer earlier was saying, he changes his mind, right? Like there's no hypocrisy in saying I changed my mind. And I certainly, some people have different ideas and I go, wow, I didn't think of it like that. And there are definitely, like, for example, Sherry's really big on talking about the law of vibration. And the fact that it's not the law of attraction, but it's the law of vibration. And there's so much more to it. And like you were talking about The Secret, Abraham Hicks talks about how there's so much more to it. And that doesn't mean that it's wrong, but it just means that you need to expand your thinking around it. And so I think people who come to it with an open mind and they're like, well, I don't understand this, or, this is too, some people think that it's, not in alignment with their religion or whatever. Let's have a conversation. But if you're just going to fold your arms and be, polarizing and tell me that it doesn't work, I don't have time for you.
Mm-hmm. That is so true. The law of attraction has so many different aspects to it. And I love what you're saying, Amy, because we talk about the spiritual, we'll talk about, what some people call the woo-woo stuff. And yet, when we're looking at Soren, it's applicable, right? And of course, Amy and Sherry, both of you as well. But the imagery that Soren gave me is just in my mind, right? How old were you when you had access to some of those things? That's amazing, because especially in the United States, we get freaked out and I'm not talking about Texas right now. I love my friends in Texas. But we start freaking out, when we hear there's snow coming and we may have a power outage for an hour, or the internet is down for 10 minutes, So it's really important when we're talking about leadership and motivation and all of that, on how do we deal with that at that point.
Yes.
So I love what you were saying. Yeah.
On that note, Natalie, what I'd like to do as we slowly wrap this up, I'm going to give the entire floor first to Suren, then I'm going to give the entire floor to Amy, and give them about 3 or 4 minutes to really give some words of wisdom and speak from the heart to our audience about what they need to do to lead their life and lead their business. So we're going to start with you, Suren. The floor is yours. We'll be back in a few minutes.
Thank you, Mo. I strongly believe, you should have a very strong goals and dreams what you're going to achieve in your life. You are very passionate about it. It can be financial goal, it can be family goal, it can be health goal. Whatever vision and goals you have, from lifetime goal, long-term goal, short-term goal, maybe 3 years goal, whatever you have, set a vision what you're going to achieve in your life. And you are something very passionate about it, not about other people, your own dreams and goals for your family, for yourself. You are passionate about it. Set those goals, set a vision and set a goal what you're going to achieve. Then after that, because you may have a noble goal, but if you don't take by action, you have to take action. You have to discipline yourself daily basis. What you're gonna do achieve those goals, and you have to start taking the action, small baby steps. So if you do everyday basis, over the time, those small achievement, trying to become. You will be able to achieve even bigger goals. So I can say, have a dream, then have a goal, and take massive action and live your life, live whatever dreams you have, live your own life, not anybody else. Be authentic, be honest, be a leader, be an example. Then not only you will achieve those goals and dreams, you will be happy also. That's why I believe.
Thank you for that, Surin. And you guys have done such a great job on this panel. And we're going to go ahead and give the final word to Amy Lee to wrap up. And Amy Lee, we're going to give you the solo point of view for a couple minutes to give some final gems as we slowly wrap up this remarkable panel. Amy Lee, the floor is yours.
Hi, guys. Okay, so as you guys know, I'm a dream design coach. And if you don't know what that means, it means that I help people figure out what they really want so they can design it and build it and manifest it. And so I guess what I want to say to you guys tonight is that your dreams are your job. And you may think like, oh, well, dreaming is something that frivolous people do. I have bigger things to do. I have a family to take care of. I have things that are more important, but that's not true. In fact, I would even offer that when you came here to this planet from wherever you came, be it, from heaven or however you look at it, you came here with an agreement to the universe and you said that you were going to do a certain job. You were going to create some kind of light work. You were going to heal the world in some way to bring about a better planet. And when you made that commitment, that was attached to some kind of thing that you were going to do when you got here, be it a vocation that you were going to have, or how you were going to change the world, or how you were going to impact someone who changed the world. How many of us have heard stories about incredible matriarchs and patriarchs who simply nurtured the greatest thought leaders and change makers in our world? We hear about them all the time. So sometimes your contribution isn't necessarily going to be boots on the ground. It's going to be in being there for somebody else. And that being said, you have a responsibility to figure out what that is. Your job, your dreams are your job. That thing that lights you up, that makes you feel like you could take over the world, that thing that gives you that squealy feeling that you had when you were a little kid and you came downstairs at Christmas, that is an indicator. That is an internal indicator of what it is you are supposed to be doing with your life. And again, it doesn't necessarily mean go quit your job and go do something else or go live in the Amazon, but it does mean that you have to start listening to that voice. You have to start tuning into that place inside you that tells you what you are truly here to create. And when you do that, when you truly tune into that feeling, when you listen, when you go towards the hot instead of the cold, you will find that abundance and joy and happiness and all of the delicious things that you've been chasing down different paths will find you. In fact, instead of you having to chase them, they'll be knocking on your door. And how do I know this? Because I did it. Because I went from living in negative 60 degrees in Alaska with a husband in the military to the life of my absolute dreams. And how did I do it? I designed it. So I just want to invite everybody here to take an opportunity to do that, to take time to sit down in the quiet and say, what do I really want? What do I truly desire? Because that is why you're here. So get to work.
Thank you so much, Amy Lee, Surin, and Sherry. And Sherry, you will be hearing from you a little later in the day. Amy Lee, Surin, where can people find more of you? Guys, if you guys don't watch Surin's videos every Monday, you guys got to start doing it. It's the perfect way to start the week. Surin, I take it people can find you on LinkedIn, correct? Oh, you're muted. Let's quickly unmute you. And just give us a quick final quote, Surin, as well.
Thank you, Mo. Anyway, so I already mentioned, have a dream, have a goal, live a life with a passion, be grateful and achieve your dreams, the life you're going to live, like Emily mentioned. Live your dream. That's all I'm going to say.
Thank you for that. Amy Lee, final word, final quote from you before we wrap this up.
Yeah, absolutely. So you can find me at gratitudeandglamour.com. That's my website. And dream big. It's your job. Dream big. Go and do the thing that you're here to do. You have one thing in this life to do. Well, two. Feel good, and dream big.
Amazing.
Woo!
Thank you, guys. Thank you, Sherry.
Thank
you,
you,
Amy. Thank
Suren.
you, Suren. And
Thank you.
you know, up next, guys, is a remarkable panel that Goldie and Natalie are going to be running. I'm so excited to sit back again and take notes because we got some real powerful people that are joining us. And with that, Natalie, I'm going to go ahead and pass the baton off to you so you can do an introduction for these two incredible people to close out part one of day one, folks. Let's just take a quick second to explain the logistics on some housekeeping notes. So we're going to have part one of day one, and after this panel, we're going to take a break. We're going to come back with another stream to conclude part two of day one. We still have lots of guests, but we are going to take a quick break, quick breather. But before we do that, we're going to finish off. We saved the best for last. And we're going to finish off the panel, with this remarkable panel. So Natalie, Goldie, take it.
Oh, absolutely. I can't wait. I can't wait because we have two people on here who know a lot about marketing, who know a lot about media, especially in the world today. And they both are amazing in what they have accomplished and where they come from. I'm going to first talk about the lady, just because in some ways, even though I'm a revolutionary, I'm kind of, what?
Patty. Yes.
Patty, yes. Patty, yes. Sorry, you confused me there. Yes.
Sorry.
Patty Farmer. And I want to add that I know Patty Farmer. So I'm looking at her bio and I know that she is an award-winning international speaker, podcast host, media marketing pop. She is a lot of things. And she helps others make a bigger impact in the world. She has over, 100,000 connections. She knows about marketing. She knows about creating a community. She believes, and I can say that because I know she does, she believes that we all have a message to share. And having that does not put bread on the table. So Patty helps us actually figure out how we can market and monetize that message. She has accomplished a lot, and I know her, like I said, I keep saying that, but I'm just amazed at this lady. And I want to point out that the Los Angeles Tribune is going to do a lot with Patty Farmer moving forward. That is not to say that that gentleman is not just about as amazing as you can imagine, because this gentleman that you see in there, Mr. Domingo Silvas, comes from very, very humble beginnings. Hi. And since then, he has made himself unstoppable. He has built a number of companies from 0 to 8 figures and other things. He has started at times, I believe, if I remember you telling me that correctly, that there were ideas that you wrote on a napkin and then you turned them into something bigger, whether it's in contracts with NASA, whether it's space exploration, or whether it is more the general companies that we're thinking about. I know that one of your main things that you care about, Domingo, is also your family. And of course, that is all so crucial. So I wanna open this forum up, not just by you, I hope you guys know each other, by you getting to know each other a little bit, but also by focusing on marketing in the world today. And before I let you go to that, I do want to point out that Patty is in Texas. Patty has had a lot of bad weather, and I believe she mentioned she is a little sick. So thank you for being here. But I know you have a lot of thunder and dedication. So what do you think about, and what can you tell us about media marketing in the world we live in today? Who wants to start?
Domingo, go ahead.
Oh, you're on mute. Oh, you're on mute.
There you go. Isn't that better? All right, perfect.
Yes.
Patty, stay warm as best you can. I know Texas is, I'm in Alabama, so it's a little bit different here. So marketing has shifted a lot. I mean, I've been in marketing for 21 years.
Wow.
You know, I remember when, we had to communicate via dial-up. And I think one of the biggest things that people need to understand is that there's always going to be an evolution in media. There's always going to be an evolution in marketing. And there's always going to be the new shiny thing. But over the first 15 years, it took about 6 months to a year for the new shiny thing to show up. Now, literally, it's showing up every single day. And the problem with us, like the people who don't understand marketing, is what do we do next? What's the right thing to do? And, and then next thing you know, they spend all this money on all these applications to try to figure out how to get their word out. And it can be quite frustrating. And I know Patty can probably agree with this.
Absolutely. I think one of the things that I think is so important right now in marketing, it always has been, but now more than ever, is really to know who it is that you are talking to, right? And making sure that that message is so clear to who your target buyer is. I think that a lot of times, and I'm sure Domingo can agree with me, people talk a lot about your target market, but I think nowadays that you have to be so much more. Now, who is your target buyer? That is who you really need to be talking to. And in the evolution of marketing right now, we still have a buyer's journey, and you need to make sure that when you're marketing, that your message is very clear, that you're speaking to one of those stages and not confusing them by trying to speak to 3 different stages at the same time.
Wow. So now we're on a journey, and we're having different stages in the journey, and we're not hunting down the shiny little thing anymore?
No.
It's kind of crazy because we can go down a very deep conversation on this, but it goes further than just trying to understand who your buyer is. You have to get to know them, right? You have to get to know their interests. You got to know a little bit about what their journey is, because you'd be surprised. Like, a lot of people think I can just run ads on Facebook, I can just throw emails out, and everyone wants what I have to sell. The thing is that we all have different pain points. We all have different interests. So you got to try to figure out what's the right message. First of all, what's my message, right? What is it they want to hear? And you have to convey a message that's going to capture their attention, because talk about attention span. It has shrunk. Well, I think it's a negative number now.
Did you just do that? The attention span.
And I also think too, to really add to that, is it is so important, like, that you're an expert, right? That you're an expert in what you do. But the reality really is everybody should be an expert at what they do. Really, the question is, are you an authority at what you do? And the difference really between being an expert and an authority is that if you're an authority, you're an expert, but you're also able to influence people to make a decision, and specifically a buying decision, right? So are you able to do that? So you really need to move yourself from becoming an expert and becoming an authority. And that is really where the magic happens.
I have a question for both of you. You talk about your target market, you talk about your target buyer, and something that I wouldn't say struggled with, but it's always been just right there for me trying to figure out is I have, just because of everything I've done and all the entertainment that I've done, I have the most crazy demographics that are just so polar opposites. What do you do with that? I am an authority on what I do and my brand and everything, but it's really hard when somebody will say in a meeting or an investment meeting, what's your target market? Who's your target buyer? When it's, women in their 70s, it's young dudes, it's guys 30 to 40. It's so sporadic and across the board. Can you give some advice to me that other people might, benefit from?
I love this question. So here's what I want to say is I think that it is really, really important to understand what the difference is. So a lot of times when people talk about target market, they're talking about, you really need to know the demographics, which are the things that you just said, right? And then you need to know the psychographics, right? But really, you need to know their behaviors, and especially now, because the reality is, do you know what a day in the life of your target audience is? So let me just give you an example. So it's not just to say that it is a woman who is in her 30s and she's married and she has 2 kids and she drives this kind of car, and that's not enough. Because the reality is that in the world where, like Domingo said, our attention span is so short, we want to know that, especially on social, even more importantly on social now, people are, you're trying to stop the scroll. It's all about stopping the scroll.
Nice.
So the reality really is, what else are they interested in? So you need to ask yourself, well, what type of things is she interested in? Does she get her hair highlighted? Does she get her nails done? Does she go to the gym? Does she go to an upscale gym? Do her kids go to gymnastics? Does her son play soccer? Where else is she spending her money? Because when you're talking about things, we're talking about lifestyle, and people care about that. And you can't just be talking all the time about what the problem is you solve. What else are they interested in? And that's what you have to be talking about too. So you have to know their behaviors so you know how to talk to them so you can build a relationship with them.
I mean, again, I wish I could just pick your brain all day because I can just tell you like most of my audience is interested in boobs. So, you know.
But
that's what stops the world, Patty. You know what I'm saying? That's not what I'm selling. So it's just like, it just seems like that's all anybody cares about these days.
And Domingo, I'm sure you can add to that.
Yeah. Not necessarily on that topic. But
great points,
on the behavior side, yes, because here's the thing. We live in an influencers market, okay? And we have to understand that right now, I strongly believe we're heavily influenced to do any decision we're going to make is because we're influenced by one thing or another.
Mm-hmm.
And I tell people all the time, if you have a following, if you have data, and I love what Patty said. Patty's my new friend, by the way, and she's my new best friend because I love what she's saying. The behavior of that data is the value behind it, and what is their triggers. Because you may have 1 million people that follow you, but if only 1% is triggered by this one action, that doesn't mean that you only have that worth of that person. You just have to figure out, in a way, breaking down the behaviors of your audience. What do they look for? What do they want? And you may have multiple messages just to satisfy your audience.
Okay.
But you have to understand, we live in an influence marketing world. Moving forward, because of the pandemic, and it happened way before, but it's happening more now. Right now, there's people watching right now that are being influenced in one way or another on their very next action. And it's important to see what your audience is doing based on that.
I appreciate that.
Yeah. So can we dive deeper, Patty? I know you got more to say, but can we dive deeper even though, because, it sounds so easy. Well, find out their behavior. I mean, am I supposed to hunt them down? Am I supposed to watch them when they leave their house? How do I get to know the behavior of the people that I'm trying to reach?
I love that question. The easiest answer is you ask them. That's the easiest answer. But one of the things is you just need to know, where do they hang out too, right? Where do your people with those behaviors hang out? And I have to tell you, if I had $1 for every time somebody said to me, oh, Patty, where should I hang out? Should I be on LinkedIn or Facebook or Instagram? Where should I be, right? Which ones should I be? My answer is so simple. You should be where your ideal client is, or actually your ideal strategic partners. Right? Where are they? That's where you need to be. Right? And so you don't need to be everywhere. Right? I think nowadays, more than being everywhere, it's using marketing and media effectively. For example, people will say to me all the time, oh my gosh, Patty, you are everywhere. You do so many things. And I'm like, not really. I do marketing and media. I just do it in a multitude of ways. So for example, just like some people love text, some people like phone, some people like email, some people like to go to a webinar, some people want to read a blog. People intake their information and digest that information in a different way. That's why for me, I have a podcast, I do live events, I do virtual events, I have a magazine. So you have to have a lot of ways so that people can taste you and get to know they want to be able to receive that information.
So you have to hustle, is what you're saying, which is great.
It's all about the hustle. It's always about the hustle, right?
Message, though. And it's
but
interesting. Go ahead.
I actually kind of feel like, even though it is about the hustle, here's what I will say about that. One of the things at my core that is important to me is, what do you start with? And so for me, my whole motto of how I do business is I want to help people design. And I know somebody you just had on was talking about that, but to me, it's all about designing the lifestyle you want to live and then building a business that supports that lifestyle, not the other way around. Because you can have a business and it can own you, right? So what's the lifestyle that you want to live, and then build a business that supports that lifestyle? And I think that is really where people need to start and what is really, really important. And I have to tell you, a lot of times people don't even know what the lifestyle is that they want to live.
All great points. Domingo?
Yeah, I think talk about lifestyle, right? Because people are chasing, well, they're chasing financial freedom, right? They want to be able to make a decision, move somewhere, travel, vacation. All of us want a vacation right now, I know that. But we all want to go in a certain way, live in a certain way. We see ourselves. But, we see so many other people living abroad, doing this. And then we get blindsided by the quick, rich business ideas. With, hey, I just closed $100,000 last month, and my first month in business, and I did this and I did that, and follow me there. And the problem, and I love what Patty said, but the problem is we are being blindsided and we lose track of what we're supposed to do, what needs to be the next step. We get the shiny object syndrome, and we get distracted, and then we get flustered. And then next thing you know, as entrepreneurs, we keep going, but we find ourselves every year almost being in the same position. Right. And so it requires guidance. It requires mentorship. It requires people to help guide you along the way. And I think for some reason, entrepreneurs feel that they're alone. Right. It's a lonely world, especially all of us have been stuck in the same four walls, at least lately. But we do need to find something that we're passionate about. We need to determine how we want to live the rest of our lives. And we need to just find our voice and make a business and create a business around it. And make sure one of the things I'm going to put out there is that you got to follow your heart, make sure your heart's in it, because at the end of the day, when your feet fail, your spirit will keep moving forward. So you got to keep something moving.
I agree with that. And I also say, to back that up, is that the best ROI you're going to ever get, like the best ROI you will ever get, is when you invest in yourself. Right? That is the best ROI you're ever going to get. But one of the things that I see, and I've especially seen it this past year, really is that people are getting hung up on that. And one of the things I always like, that's the first question I ask my clients, is sometimes, when they hire me, they're like, oh, Patty, this is what I want. I want to be able to speak and have them pay me $20,000. I want to be able to create this program and have it be $15,000. I want to be able to, right? And my very first question I ask them is, have you ever wrote a check for $10,000 or $15,000 or whatever it is they say? And I have to tell you, a lot of times they'll say no. And I'm like, well, you can't ask anybody else to invest in you if you're not willing to invest in you, right? No, and I think that is super, super key. So I feel like that is something that's really important right here. And I think the other thing that I think is really important nowadays is, more than ever in today's business environment, relationships are the currency. Yeah. Right. And so I think, with that said, how are you making more deposits than you are making withdrawals? Right? Are you depositing into the people that you have already built relationships with? Because we all know that we all have strengths, right? And everybody wants to focus on, oh my gosh, this is what I'm good at. This is what I'm good at. But I think they're missing a golden opportunity in marketing. And what that golden opportunity is, it's just as important to know what the things that you're not so strong in, because therein lies the opportunity. And I'll give you an example. So for me, I don't like to write copy. It's just not something I do. I write marketing copy. I'm good at that. But writing like personal story copy and like doing things, it's something that is not easy for me. And I don't like writing sales pages, etc. But what I've learned is, every time I want to do something, the very first thing I do is like, oh, this is what I want to do. Where are my strengths and what do I bring to the table? And then the question you need to ask yourself is, what would get it to the marketplace quicker? And who could I bring in to collaborate with me that will make this easier and faster? And so then you have to say, oh, so to me, every time I'm going to do something, the first person I reach out to collaborate with me on this project, right, is like a copywriter. And this way, I don't have to do all the work. And if you bring in 2 or 3 people, you're doing only a portion of the work. You're all marketing it, as long as you have a similar community. That's the one thing that I think is the mistake that people make, is they just kind of do this whole, what I call spaghetti marketing, throw it at the wall and hope it sticks. Be very intentional. I'm very intentional in everything I do. So when you're picking your power partners and your collaboration partners, make sure that they serve the same market that you do in a different way. And if you overlap a little bit, it's even better. I think I love collaborating with other people in the marketing space, because nobody does it exactly the same way. You're not reinventing ice cream. You're just creating your own flavor, right? So think about what your strengths are, but also think about where your strengths are not, and therein lies the opportunity.
Great. Wow. You actually said something that I I think you said it. You didn't mean to say it, but you said it and reminded me of just the customers that I already have. You know, sometimes I know I'm guilty of reaching for more grass is greener, and I should be concentrating just as much on the ones that I already have with reaching out or a thank you or a how are you, or just making them feel valued. And possibly you would get more flies to the honey by doing that than you would going out cold and just reach. I want, from what you said, I want to concentrate more tonight, tomorrow on the people that I already have as customers and make sure that they feel loved and appreciated. So I heard that through what you were saying, whether you were trying to say that or not, I got that. So thank you.
Yeah. You're welcome. How I say that simply is I'd rather have 4 quarters than 100 pennies, right?
Okay. I like it.
Well, I know Domingo also believes in relationships. I mean, one of the first things he said when we went live was, Patty is my new best friend. I'm going to work with her. So clearly there was already a synergy there. And I think one of the aspects that has come out all day already, and I know it's going to continue in the evening, I know it's going to continue more, is the idea of partnerships. How important, Domingo, are partnerships? And not just that, but do you do what Patty does and figure out your weaknesses so you can get strength partners? How do you do this process?
That's a great question. I think partners are very, very important. It's just understanding the partner relationship that you're going to have, because every business is different. But if I seek a partner or a business relationship in one way or another, it needs to be mutual. It needs to be a benefit for both of us. Right? There's a weakness I have. There's a service that I need to provide, and they provide it. But then there's a lot of factors that come into play because, we all have our reputations. We all have our community. We have the people that follow us, that trust us. Now we're bringing in somebody into that family and that circle of trust. And we are hoping and praying that they provide the same level. So there's a lot of things that need to happen. But I tell people all the time, if you're going to seek a partner, make sure you do the research, get to know them first. Don't just run into a relationship. Don't run, don't make it a prime, like, hey, let's just do this tomorrow. Let's get to know each other. Make sure that you guys are ideal, that you guys have the same values, get to know that you guys have the same purpose and what you're trying to accomplish. And then you want to introduce them slowly into that partnership. Now, there's that type of partnership. And then there's obviously a channel partnership where people are going to be reselling what you're doing. But same thing, it's like it's your reputation. They're selling you. You got to make sure that they represent you right? And that your mission, your words, your brand is represented properly. We work so hard to create what we've created that it can be literally destroyed in 1 minute. So there's a lot of things. So I tell people all the time, make sure things are in writing, make sure it's a win-win agreement between you both. I don't believe in one-sided. I truly don't believe that. And I also think long-term. Any partner that can give you immediate, immediate win is great. But I want the long-term relationship where we can win for a long time. I don't want to recreate the partnership. I want long-term. So you just have to sit down and figure out what is it you're truly looking for. How's your brand and your mission represented, and how are they playing in the entire circle that you created? And it can work. I wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for partners.
That was a great answer. That was like a fabulous answer. So I want to clap for you and tell you how great I thought that answer really was, because it really is about being in alignment and not rushing. Because really, before you can serve the people that are like your clients or whatever, you have to build that relationship first, right? So I love that.
Yeah. And I want to follow up on that, because we have a lot of entrepreneurs or solopreneurs, right? And of course, one of the fears that they have is they may not reach out to the LA Tribune, which they should, or they might not reach out to NASA or, a big company or a big name, because they're looking at it going, oh my God, I'm this small, how could I? So they're going to reach most likely for family members and friends, which can be fantastic. Yet, Domingo, you said something about everything should be in writing. And I'm a big believer of that. How do you feel about building relationships, partnerships, long-term partnerships with family and friends? And should that be in writing too?
Interesting.
Every time, every time family and friends are involved, here comes emotions.
Yes.
Right. And sometimes you just want to know that there's a formula for winning. I provide A, you provide B, and we share in the C. Right. And I'm not necessarily saying doing doing business with friends or family is difficult. In my case, 90% of the time it has been. But I want to talk as well to why you should reach out to the Tribune. Why you should reach out, because they've grew their business because of people like you. They need you. It's a circle, right? It's a circle of business that requires everyone to participate together.
Right.
NASA, the reason why we were able to have success and build the Orion space capsule with NASA is because they needed our company to do a part on the Orion space capsule so that it can go into space next year. They couldn't do it without us, right? And so there's always a relationship that needs to be built there. So you got to go out and seek, and you'd be surprised at the people that are looking to help you, and I think that's important. But it's difficult with family and friends. And especially with agreements, because you can write an agreement with a family member, and the emotions come in, the arguments come in. So you just really have to determine the value relationship of that partnership as well on how you want to play moving forward.
Thank
and
you.
This has been such a joy to watch and such a joy to take notes in. And as we slowly wrap this up, I'd love to hear some final thoughts from each of our incredible guests, just in conclusion, what they would love to share with our audience as we slowly wrap up part one, day one, part one of this incredible 2-day event where we're doing deep dives mentally, physically, relationally, financially, and spiritually. I want to thank Goldie and Natalie for doing such a great job now, almost 7 hours in a row consistently. So, one thing that is for certain is these two incredible lionesses have a wonderful work ethic. And so with that being said, I want to give Patty and Domingo some closing statements as we wrap up and conclude part one, day one, starting with you, Patty. The floor is yours.
Oh, thank you. So I would have to say that I think that the most important thing really goes back to what I said about relationships being the currency in today's business environment. I truly believe, and have been quoted many times to say, the only difference between a contact and a contract is the R, and that R stands for relationships, because it's just so important. And whether that is with your clients, your power partners, your strategic partners, whatever the case may be, that is really, really important, because essentially we are in the relationship business. That is the business that we are in. And so I think it's really important to be intentional in that too. And so it's always about, I believe that we lead with contribution, compensation will follow, right? It's all about serve, not sell. And so with that said, I try very, very hard. I believe I'm very good at it, or at least I'm told that I am, that I'm very intentional in how I serve my community, right? And so I think that figuring out what you can do to help them and to serve them, and have that be where you go in the beginning of a relationship, is how can I serve you, rather than thinking about what it is that you are going to get, because you don't even know what's going to happen. So it's always about building that relationship and how you can serve them. And sometimes it's as easy as just asking them, but it's about introductions. That's the easiest thing. I know that Domingo was talking about how you do have to be careful, and make sure all these things align. But as you're building those things, who can you introduce them to? Who do you know that would be a game changer for them? So in that relationship business, it can start with something as simple as an introduction. It doesn't necessarily have to be a referral. Build that relationship, find something that you can do together, and then you can just build from there. So let it start in the relationship business. We're not B2B, we're not B2C. We are P2P. We're in the people business, and that means we build relationships with them.
Thank you for that, Patty. And Domingo Silvas, to close out the first part of our day, the floor is yours.
Well, my message to you guys is, for those of you guys that are watching, you are worth more, but you have to believe it. A lot of us in business right now, we undervalue ourselves. We undervalue our knowledge and experience that taken us to this point. And there are people out there that are looking for you, that are willing to pay the price to get that knowledge and mentorship from you. But for some reason, we find it hard to believe that someone will pay a certain price for our knowledge. Someone will pay a certain price for our experience. And I find today, especially more, we get the imposter syndrome. We keep forgetting all the things we accomplish in life, and we keep doubting ourselves. And, you know, it's a very tough position to be in. But I can promise you this, okay? Take a look at your value, your self-value. Take a look at the journey you've taken. Remember the stories that have brought you here. And remember that you are the answer to someone's problem. You are. And so someone is looking for you. So you got to be willing to understand, believe in yourself. You got to be willing to understand that you're worth more and that you are worth the price that you want to charge. Don't just want to charge it, charge it. And make sure you deliver. Make sure you give it your all, because once again, you're the answer to someone's problem and you are worth more.
Thank you so much, Domingo. Thank you so much, Patty, for graciously and generously sharing so many tips and so many gems of wisdom with our audience today. And Anshuman says, out of the world event today. The event is not finished today yet, Anshuman. Let me be very clear. But before I do that, Patty, Domingo, thank you guys so much. It was a pleasure to have the two of you. And we'll certainly see you again in the future.
Yes,
Patty.
thank you.
Thank you so much. God bless. And guys, quick housekeeping note. We are going to take a break. The event for the day is not over. We're taking a break. We are going to be returning in 1 hour with the premiere of the latest single from the Goldilocks Band. And then we're going to have the Goldilocks Band live with us in the studio. And we have a whole host and a whole myriad of more speakers today going well into the night for several more hours. And then we're going to be back with you tomorrow morning. But the day is not over yet. We're only taking a break for 1 hour, and we'll be back at 5:55 Pacific Standard Time, just shy of 6 p.m. Los Angeles time, 9 o'clock if you're on the East Coast. And if you're around the world, we'll check your local time. I don't know. I can't give you all the times around the world. But with that being said, guys, we're about to return in 1 hour with the premiere of the latest Goldilocks single. It is a touching, it is a moving, it is an inspiring song that's very timely. So you don't want to miss the music video, because it's very timely and it's something that the world today, particularly in the music industry, is very needed. So we're going to start with that, and then we're going to hit you with so many incredible speakers, so many incredible guests. So Anshuman Sinha, please save that compliment that you just gave us and give the compliment in a few more hours. Take that compliment, please, sir. Put it in your back pocket. I'm going to want to retrieve it from you in a couple hours. And if the event has been good for you guys so far, it's only about 5%. Only about 5% of the value that we're here to provide for you have we done already. 95% of the event is yet to be seen. And with that, concluding thoughts, Goldie and Natalie, until we return in about 1 hour.
Just please share this. This stream will end, and then in an hour there'll be a brand new one, so people don't get confused and click on this and think it's the second half. It'll be a new link. Come on back, share it with a friend, text it to a friend. Grab the link. It doesn't need to even be
absolutely. And most of the people that are watching this will be watching it after the fact. Of course, we have a database of tens of thousands of people that are going to be receiving the full download link. But Natalie, any concluding thoughts for now until we return within the hour?
Very simple. Take 5 minutes to walk around the house, jump up and down, get yourself a coffee, tea, water, and then be back here with the snack. Have a dinner too or something like that. Be back here with the snack, because you're in for more treats.
Awesome.
That's all I'll say.
Thank you, guys, and we will be right back.